Section 1.
Test 2.
Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now, turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation about transport information, about London Heathrow Airport. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first. Hello, how are things going?
Not bad, but
What's the trouble?
I'm worried about my trip.
Yeah, I remember you will go to Cambridge next week, is that right?
Yes, but I'm not sure about the choice of transportation when I get off the flight.
Don't you remember I'm from London?
Oh, right. Could you give me some suggestions?
Of course. The information the girl wants to know is transportation at London Airport. So, transportation has been chosen in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4. Hello, how are things going?
Not bad, but
What's the trouble?
I'm worried about my trip.
Yeah, I remember you will go to Cambridge next week, is that right?
Yes, but I'm not sure about the choice of transportation when I get off the flight.
Don't you remember that I'm from London?
Oh, right. Could you give me some suggestions?
Of course.
I will arrive at London Heathrow Airport and then go to Cambridge.
How about taking a taxi? It is the quickest and most comfortable way.
Sure, I know, but it's too expensive.
Right.
What do you think of the underground?
Darling, there is no underground to your destination from London, okay?
Okay.
Why don't you rent a private car?
You mean hire a car at the airport?
Yes.
Is it very expensive?
The cost depends on the type of car.
Maybe it's a good choice. Oh, do I need my driving licence?
Of course. Don't you have a licence?
I lost my driving licence the day before yesterday.
I am so sorry.
And I do not really want to drive myself after a long flight.
Well, how about taking a coach from the airport?
A coach?
Yes.
Do you know how much that costs?
Usually the minimum fare is about £14.
Single or return?
Of course, it is a one-way ticket.
And that's quite cheap.
Yes.
How about the number of passengers in the coach?
Let me see, it is around 20 to 30.
How long would it take to get to Cambridge by coach?
I think it's about 3 hours.
Really? That's too slow. Why does it need such a long time?
Because it has many stops during the route.
Oh, no.
And the last choice is the airport shuttle.
Yes, tell me some more information about it.
Now, look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 5 to 10. I'm not very sure about it. It is better for you to get the information from airport clerks.
Sure. Do you know the telephone number?
Let me check. I think I saved it to my mobile phone. Yes, here it is.
OK, I'll call it now.
Good morning. This is the Transport Information at London Heathrow Airport. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'd like to reserve a seat on the airport shuttle.
OK, I just have to fill out this form for you. What's your name?
My name is Echo Gray.
And your age?
I'm 21 years old.
What is your nationality?
I come from New York.
OK, American.
Yes.
And your flight number?
It's BA188.
What date will you arrive?
26th of August.
Do you know the arrival time?
You mean at Heathrow Airport?
Yes.
It is 3:05 in the afternoon.
Sure. Which terminal?
It is... let me think.
Is it Terminal 5?
Oh, yes.
So that's the Heathrow Airport to Cambridge on the 26th of August.
Yes.
Single ticket or return?
Just single. Does that have some discount? I mean, some special tickets?
There will be a Super Save ticket after 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 26th of August.
That's great. So what's the departure time?
16:10.
That will give me plenty of time to collect my baggage.
Sure.
How much is the fare?
A single ticket of Super Save is £18 and includes coffee.
That sounds good. Oh, how long will it take to get to Cambridge?
Up to 2 hours.
Great.
The last thing, how will you pay your shuttle fare?
Do you accept American Express?
Of course. Please tell me your number.
It is 3339 5183 7799 6047.
OK. Thank you for choosing Heathrow Airport Shuttle. You can get your shuttle ticket from our reception when you arrive at Heathrow.
Thanks for your help.
You are welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a conversation about health centres. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 20. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 20.
Good morning.
Good morning. Come in, please. How can I help you?
I want to know some information about your health centre.
Yes, sit down, please. There are 2 health centres. One is East Centre and the other is West Centre.
Where are they located?
East Centre is about 10 minutes to City Hall, very close, and West Centre is out of town.
How about the appointment system of the 2 health centres?
Well, we have a proper appointment system, but because East Centre has many patients, I have to say its appointment system is not bad.
How about the West Centre?
It is more efficient than the East Centre, just 48 hours drive in advance.
Fine. How about their facilities?
What do you mean?
How about the difference of medical facilities between the two centres?
The East Centre has modern facilities, especially for some patients who need an operation.
Yes. How about the facilities at the West Centre?
It also has a standard facilities, but it's not better than the East Centre.
Yes. I'd like to know some information about the doctors in both the health centres.
There are about 12 doctors at East Centre.
I heard somebody say there is a really nice doctor who is good with children.
Yes, he is Dr. Sam.
I'm worried about my son's leg.
How old is your son?
7 years old.
Oh, I think the West Centre is a good choice for you.
What do you mean?
There are 8 doctors at the West Centre. Dr. Jerry is one of the most famous doctors in both health centres.
Yes, it is said that Dr. Jerry is very good with leg trouble.
Yes, I will think about it. If you want a doctor to visit you at home, you can reserve a home visit.
Really?
Yes, but we have a fixed home visit time.
Could you tell me the time arrangements?
Consulting hour for doctors at the East Centre is from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And the West Centre?
The time is from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
How about emergencies?
If it is an emergency, you can phone at any time, night or day. It might not be your doctor that comes through, though.
Yes. How about the charge?
You mean in an emergency?
Yes.
If you are a member, we will charge you £8 at the East Centre.
Is it the same fee with the West Centre?
No, because of the distance, the charge will be £9.50.
Sure. How about medication?
When the doctor sees you, you will get a prescription. You can take the medication you need at our health centre or go to a drugstore.
Sure.
If it's for a child under the age of 10, you don't have to pay for medication.
Really? That sounds good.
The same thing applies if you are a patient who is retired or pregnant.
Right. May I apply for your health centre's membership now?
Of course, you should fill in the form first.
Fine.
This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a lecture about student orientation. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Welcome to the University of Newcastle. I'm Caitlin. Now let's welcome Mr. Sutton to give us an introduction of orientation schedule.
Thanks, Caitlin. Well, welcome to our university. There are 3 parts of the orientation during the next week. The first part is the campus tour. We will organise an orientation tour around the campus. Now, please look at the schedule. On next Monday, we will begin our tour with an introduction to the Student Union. So, please gather at the door of the Student Union at 9 o'clock. After visiting the building first, we will help all students to apply for the Student Union card. So please take one passport photo when you attend the orientation. Usually there are some departments such as a travel agency, insurance, and so on. You can enjoy your lunch in campus, perhaps at the canteen. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will all visit the library. A lecturer at the library will give you an introduction. How to apply for a library card, how to borrow reference books, and how to use the facilities in the library. As you know, you will spend lots of time in the library for your future studies, so the introduction is very important for you. On Tuesday, we will visit the computer center. All students can get a username and a passport. You can also register your laptop in the center if you have it. There are some rules of the computer center, especially regarding the use of the printer and the photocopier. After lunch, the next station is the sports center. I am sure you will all be very excited about our facilities. There are also many different societies. You can join in any of them according to your interests and apply for a membership. Now look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen carefully and answer the questions 25 to 30. The second part of orientation is course arrangements. You should gather in the auditorium of the West Campus in the morning of Wednesday. The course coordinator or office staff of your facility will introduce you to the course requirements. First, you will get some information and requirements about compulsory courses, and then optional courses. The faculty often gives students some handouts of course introduction and the different assessments of each subject. Students usually get 1 or 2 days to make a decision of optional courses. Of course, I know nearly all students will focus on the assessment. As usual, we have 4 assessments. Attendance is still the first one. We expect at least 80% attendance and students cannot choose the time. And then all students have to write an assignment such as an essay. Your personal tutor will give you help for the topic choice, structure, data collecting, and time arrangement, so don't be worried. As a student of the business faculty, all students have to do a presentation, especially group presentations, in which you can train and improve the team spirit. The last assessment is the exam. I know you will all hate it, but you have to attend some exams. Most exams are open book. Isn't it a busy day on Wednesday? You will have a free morning on Tuesday. We hope all students can come to department offices to get a curriculum and hand in your optional course form in the afternoon. The last part of orientation is a party for all new students. The party will be held at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. There is a common room on the 3rd floor in the business faculty building. We will prepare for many delicious foods and drink in there, and it will be a good chance to know your advisors and classmates. Okay, that's the main introduction of orientation. I am sure that you will enjoy it.
Thanks, Mr. Sutton. The next thing.
This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 4. Section 4. you will hear a lecture about marine life. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
How many fish are in the sea? It's a hot topic for many scientists. Today we have invited a famous scientist who spent 10 years studying marine life to give us an introduction of the latest survey called The Census of Marine Life. Let's welcome Alok Jha.
Thanks, Ella. The Census of Marine Life has been the biggest and most comprehensive attempt ever to answer that question. How many fish are in the world's oceans? The Census of Marine Life, which hopes to indicate a baseline of marine life, estimates that there are more than 230,000 species in the sea. The study covers from coast to the open ocean, from the shallows to the deeps, from little things like microbes to large things such as fish and whales. A team of over 360 scientists from all over the world have spent the past 10 years surveying 25 regions, from the Antarctic through to the temperate and tropical seas to the Arctic, to count the different types of plants and animals. The findings indicate that crustaceans such as lobsters, crabs, krill, and barnacles account for a fifth of the number of species in the world's oceans, and half of the world's marine species is mollusk, squid and octopus, and fish, including sharks. The charismatic species usually used in propagating environmental protection, for example whales, sea lions, turtles, and seabirds, account for less than 2% of the species in the world's oceans. The study has also focused on major fields of concern for conservationists. In every region, they got the same experience of a major collapse of what were usually very abundant fish stocks or crabs or crustaceans that are now only 5 to 10% of what they used to be. The main reasons include overfishing, degraded habitats, and pollution. But more problems are presented. Rising water temperatures and acidification brought by climate change and the growth in areas of the ocean that are low in oxygen and therefore unable to support marine life. The Census of Marine Life shows that enclosed seas, such as the Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, China's shells, the Baltic, and the Caribbean, have the most threatened biodiversity. The pollutions in enclosed seas are mainly from chemicals or garbage that people throw into it. Dense coastal populations of humans also tend to be packed along enclosed seas, meaning rising contaminations and extraction of more biodiversity from the water. The Mediterranean Sea, which contains around 17,000 identified species, has been a region with high threat. Scientists in our team studying the Mediterranean identified problems related to increased litter from shipping and munitions across the sea, as well as bombs discharged during the Kosovo War. The Mediterranean also has to face problems with invasive species, displacing the creatures that already live there. The Census of Marine Life shows that the Mediterranean Sea has the most alien species, more than 600, among all the 25 regions that have been surveyed. It looks like the region with coral reefs has always had a very high rate of speciation. It also has a very diverse range of habitats, from the deepest regions of the ocean to large regions of shallow seas which can afford coral reefs. The most diverse regions identified by the Census of Marine Life are around Australian and Japanese waters, which contain more than 30,000 species each, and are among the most biologically diverse in the world. Next in line are the oceans of China, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Besides algae and the seabirds and mammals that travel around the sea, viperfish has been regarded as the most cosmopolitan marine creature by the Census of Marine Life. Its presence was recorded in around a quarter of the world's seas. And for every marine species of all kinds known to science, scientists of the Census of Marine Life estimate that at least 4 have yet to be discovered. For example, about 70% of species of fish have been discovered, but for most other groups, likely less than 1/3 are known. Our research team has found the number of marine fish species was about 16,764 and was growing at around 100 a year. So scientists estimate that there are almost 22,000 fish species in the world's oceans. The most fruitful potential areas for discovery include the tropics, deep seas, and southern hemisphere. Although most ocean organisms still remain nameless, and their numbers unknown at the end of the Census of Marine Life, we still gained an important and exciting start.
Definitely. That's a great achievement.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks to Alok for giving the amazing information about marine life. Next week we will...
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening text. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 1.
Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now turn to section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation about a part-time job. First, you have some time to look at question 1 to 4. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good afternoon. May I come in?
Yes, come in, please.
Well, is this the job centre for students?
Yes. How can I help?
I'm looking for a part-time job in the campus. Do you have anything available at the moment?
The type of job that the student hopes to apply for is a part-time job. So, part-time has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good afternoon. May I come in?
Yes, come in, please.
Well, is this the job centre for students?
Yes, how can I help you?
I'm looking for a part-time job in the campus. Do you have anything available at the moment?
Yes, of course. Before checking the job position, let's get some personal information from you first, okay?
Yes.
Well, what's your full name?
My full name is Andy Khan.
Can you spell your last name?
It is Kahn, Khan.
Okay, Andy. Are you a registered student in our university?
Yes.
What's your major and faculty?
I'm studying educational studies in the educational faculty.
Good choice. Did you bring your student union card or your library card?
I have my union card. Do you need it?
Yes, I need to copy it now.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, and can you tell me your mobile phone number?
Oh, I just lost my mobile phone yesterday.
I'm sorry.
May I leave my home phone?
Yes, of course.
It is 0114-7281.
Fine. Let's talk about the pay. What's your requirements for the pay?
I think it should be about at least £10 per hour.
Okay. I think it is not difficult to look for a position for you. Now look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 5 to 10. Well, let me check the vacant positions on the list. Here, a position in the computer lab is available now.
In the computer lab?
Yes,
What's the position?
a cleaner.
And what are the working hours?
The computer lab opens at 8 o'clock and it needs to be cleaned before 7 o'clock. So you should be there at 6:30 in the morning.
At 6:30 in the morning. I cannot get up so early. Sorry.
Okay, let's check the afternoon time. There is a job working as a counsellor assistant in the student union on 3 afternoons per week. That's Monday, Wednesday and Friday.
Oh, I have 3 afternoon seminars in those 3 afternoons. I'm so sorry.
Well, there is a position as a cashier working from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock on Thursday afternoons.
What is the place?
In the campus canteen. Is this okay?
I'm afraid I have to attend yoga class at that time.
Well, and there is a position as a teaching assistant at the International Language Centre.
That sounds interesting. My major is education.
Well, they need a language teaching assistant to supervise student attendance and send out handouts in 3 evenings a week on Monday, Thursday and Friday.
Great. Well, could you arrange an interview for me?
How about next Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock?
Is that the 7th of May?
Right.
That's fine. 10 o'clock on the 7th of May. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 2. Section 2. You will hear a student inquiring for some information about opening a bank account. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Good morning. I'd like to open an account. Could you give me some suggestions?
Well, let's fill in the application form first.
OK.
What's your full name?
My name is Jenny Chen.
Is your last name spelt C-H-E-N?
That's right.
Fine, Jenny. Are you a student or do you have a job now?
I should graduate this year, but I took off last year, so I am still a university student now.
Fine. And your birthday?
I was born on the 6th of July of 1987.
And your current address?
I will move into a new house, so...
Just tell me your new address.
It's on 25 Woodside Avenue.
Woodside. One word?
Yes.
Do you know the postcode?
Let me think. It is A83D6.
A83. Are you sure it's not A38?
Oh yes, it is. A38D6.
Right, okay. Do you have a mobile phone?
Yes, my number is 090-377-5115.
The last one is your email.
My email is skylight1987@msn.com.
Right.
Now look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 16 to 20.
Right. Did you bring the documents we need, such as passport or letter from the university?
Yes, here they are.
What type of account do you want to open?
I'm not sure. Could you give me some suggestions?
I see. How about the student account? It's a kind of current account.
Student account. Does it have a high interest?
I'm afraid not. If you want to have a high interest account, maybe a deposit account is a good choice. But you have to deposit at least £5,000 when you open your account.
Oh, how about the annual interest of a student account?
It varies from time to time. At present, it is 3.5%.
Right. I'll take the student account.
That's fine.
And can I get a cash card?
Certainly, I will supply you with a cash card.
Great. May I apply for an overdraft?
I'm afraid you cannot. The cash card doesn't have a service of overdraft.
Yes, I see.
How much money do you want to deposit now?
I have £600 in cash and £1,600 in travellers' cheques.
So the total is £2,200.
Right.
Fine, please sign your name here where I've marked an X.
OK, thank you.
And this is your receipt.
Thanks. Can you tell me the opening times of the bank?
The bank opens from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Monday to Saturday.
And it's closed on Sunday?
Oh no, on Sunday the bank often closes at 3 p.m. The last thing is the statement. How often do you want to receive your statement?
Once a month.
Okay, monthly. How about the other things? Anything else you want to know?
No, thanks for your help. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation between two students about a course feedback form. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 21 to 26.
Hi, Anna. What are you doing?
I'm filling in a feedback form.
What form?
The student feedback form for our course.
Oh, I really forgot that. What's the date for handing that in?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, no. Have you finished?
I'm just beginning.
Great. If you don't mind, we could do it together.
Of course. Did you bring your form?
Yes.
OK, let's begin with the top first.
It is a course name. Politics and economics?
No, it is our faculty name.
Oh, sorry.
According to the course data from the 20th of March to the 20th of June, I think the name of the course should be Global Economy.
Are you sure that it is economy, not economics?
Definitely.
All right. The next item is the name of our subject advisor.
Professor Robert Hanson.
Right. Yeah, I like him very much.
Me too. He's very handsome.
Yeah, just like me.
Yeah, nice and humorous.
Yes, let's see the first point on the evaluation form, handouts and equipment. What's your opinion?
I think the handouts are very good. I mean, they are clear and sent out on time.
Yes, I agree, but do you think the words of handouts, well, maybe too many words?
What do you mean?
I mean, I have to spend so much time reading them, just like reading a book.
Right, let's put that down.
How about teaching equipment?
I do really love the new multimedia. It's perfect.
Yes, I agree, but the printer...
It is really bad. Too old, and sometimes it doesn't work.
Should we suggest a new printer instead of the old one?
Why not? Let's turn to the second item. It is course structure.
I do really like Robert's balanced design of the course.
Yes, I agree. He organised it very well.
Do you remember he sent out the course outline on the first class?
Yes, it is very clear.
I think it is a very good beginning and it is very important for the class.
Right. I gained confidence from him after the first class.
What about suggestions with course structure?
Maybe...
What?
Don't you think we have too much research work in the first module?
Research work?
Yes, we only had one research in the second module.
You are right. Let me put that down.
Now look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 27 to 30. The next one is practical training. Well, I think it's a good chance for our future job, right?
Yes, I agree. I learn more knowledge from that than from other lectures.
Right.
What about suggestions for improvement?
I think the department should supply more different places for us instead of just one.
Yes, let's go on the next one. Assessment. What's your opinion?
Fine. I got my feedback really quickly of one of my presentations.
Yes, me too.
But I think the exam time should be adjusted.
What type of exam?
Open book.
Yes, I agree with you. Only 30 minutes is not enough.
Yes. Anything else?
What did you think about the essay?
Too many.
Right, there are 3 essays in one module.
Yes.
On other comments, what should we write?
Jack, what do you think about the teaching?
Well, I like Robert's teaching method. It is very flexible.
Yes, me too. And I think we should advise Robert to help us to improve our writing skills.
Right, that's all.
Yes, that's all. This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. In this section, you will hear a lecture about sports in Britain. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Having a drink at the local pub, going for a walk in the country, or watching sports on the television. These are all the main ways in which many British people like to relax on weekends or holidays. Such activities tell us about how modern British people like to spend their leisure time. But if you look more closely, we can see that these activities are not just recent inventions, but are deeply rooted in the British culture over many centuries. Today we will talk about some sports which we see played throughout the world and were born in Britain. Let's begin with football. As we all know, Britain is the place of origin of modern football. The idea of sports having seasons, like the football season, also comes from the natural rhythms of an agricultural society, where the timing of harvests and the general weather affected how people spent their time. Football is played in early spring, when the weather is wet and not too cold. In winter, bad weather kept people indoors, and they had not so much work to do on their farm. So, men used to doing hard work, or physical labor, found they needed to release their energy, and so got together regularly to play boisterous and fast games like football. Meanwhile, during the Renaissance, football had been regarded as a rough sport for the aristocratic young men, although all social classes used to join in on the local football match. Today, violence is still associated with football. Football hooligans, supporters of rival teams, sometimes clash before, during and after matches, and run riot through the city or town, breaking windows and beating each other up. Of course, the football violence gets a lot of attention. Nowadays, before some big matches when trouble is expected, police usually patrol the streets, pubs close to the football courts, and some shops, and even lock their doors and shutter their windows. The Football Association was set up in 1863. It is the league or association that the major teams compete in, for a trophy title known as the FA Cup. The Football Association puts out a series of measures to control violence, so as to ensure a successful match. A more gentle sport that is very popular in the world is tennis. Wimbledon, a town near London, is where the world's top players gather to compete. It has been one of the major sports events of the British calendar. As we all know, tennis was invented in Britain, but few people know tennis owes its origins to the church. According to the records, by the mid-15th century, people were making a game of bouncing a ball off the side of their local churches or cathedrals, first using the hand and later a racket.
Test 6.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There'll be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to your answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation between Simon and Lisa. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 10. Hi, Lisa. How are you? You look a little puzzled.
Hi, Simon. I am. You're familiar with the campus, aren't you? I can't figure out where anything is.
Well, let me give you a hand then. Which places do you need to know?
First, I need to know where the library is. I haven't registered yet.
All right. You know where the North Gate is, don't you?
Yes, it's up that way, about 200 metres.
Sorry, Lisa. I'm afraid it's in that direction, and it's about 500 metres away.
Well, that begins to explain why I can't find anything. So, the South Gate.
North. Then it's a little towards the West Gate. You can't miss it, because it's really big and has a large sign on it.
OK, I'll take your word for it. The second place I need to find is the Sports Centre.
That's in the southwest part of the campus. It's easy to see because there's the outdoor athletics stadium nearby.
OK, next I need to know where Churchill Building is. That's where I have my lectures tomorrow.
That's back by the library. You know the building, the McDonald Building, where our department is?
Yes, that's right by the East Gate, isn't it?
Right. Well, the Churchill Building is opposite. Well, almost opposite that.
Not that small building directly opposite?
No, the larger one beside it.
Got it. OK, last one. Where's the cafeteria? I know it's next to the bookshop.
And can you see the bookshop?
Well, hang on. It's right there, here in the centre of the campus.
A great central location, if you ask me.
What time is the library open?
It's open from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m.
And the cafeteria?
8 a.m. until 7 p.m.
Is that every day? Someone said that it isn't open so long at the weekends.
No, it's every day.
And the sports centre?
Now, if I remember rightly, that opens at 7 a.m. and closes at 9 p.m. But the outdoor athletics field can only be used during daylight hours, since there's no floodlighting.
You play sports, don't you, Simon?
I do. I've signed up for the football team trials this coming weekend, and I was on the athletics team at school.
When are the trials? I don't play football, but I enjoy watching.
They're on Saturday, starting at 10 a.m. The organisers said that we should expect to be there until mid-afternoon, probably until around 3.
Well, I've got things to do in the morning, but I'll come along after lunch. I hope you survive until then.
So do I. I think that in the morning they'll be aiming to sort out the people with ability from the no-hopers. Then, in the afternoon, they'll be sorting out who's the best.
OK, well, good luck with that. I'll see if Leslie wants to come along.
OK, see you Saturday. That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a presentation on living in London. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 20. Welcome to this latest lecture on living in London. Today we're going to look at transport, and I'd like to start with the London Underground system, also called the Tube because of the shape of the tunnels. First, you need to learn your lines. There are 12 different lines, each with its own name. For example, the Piccadilly line, the Circle line. Each line is a different colour on the map of the Underground system. You can find the map in the ticket hall at each Underground station, and usually on the platforms as well. Sections of the map are also displayed in the carriages of the Underground trains. Before you begin, it helps to know which line you are starting on and on which line your destination can be found. If they are on different lines, look at the map to see where the two lines cross, and note the name of the station where they meet. That is where you have to change trains. If the two lines do not cross, keep looking until you find a third line that crosses both of the other two. Then you will need to change trains twice. You can buy a ticket from one of the automatic machines or from the ticket office. Either way, you need to know the name of the station you are going to. You also need to know whether you want a single ticket, which is valid just to get you to your destination, or a return, which gets you there and back again. Fares are based on a zone system. The more zones you travel through, the more expensive your fare is. There are 6 zones, with Zone 1 covering central London and Zone 6 covering the outskirts of the system, including, for example, Heathrow Airport. Most of the Underground maps show which stations are in which zones. A single ticket for travel through all 6 zones currently costs £4. Depending on how far you are travelling and how many journeys you need to make, it may be cheaper to buy a one-day travel card, which gives you unlimited travel on all London Underground and bus services. The day you buy it. A one-day travel card covering all 6 zones currently costs £8. You can also buy an Oyster card. This is the best option if you are going to be in London for a long time. You get a discount on all tickets, usually about 10%. And you don't have to queue to buy tickets. Just buy credit for your card and then use it as directed when you enter and leave Underground stations at the start and finish of your journeys. At Underground stations you must pass through an automatic gate. Put your ticket into the slot to the right of the gate. When the gate opens, pass through. As you pass through, your ticket will pop up from another slot on the top. Pull your ticket out and take it with you. You need it at the end of your journey. This is the same procedure for travel cards. With Oyster cards, you hold your card over the card reader at special automatic gates. If you have baggage with you, you can go through a special larger gate where you can pass through more easily. Show your ticket to an attendant and ask him or her to let you through this gate. Most stations have long escalators leading to and from the trains. Try to stand to the right-hand side, leaving space for people to walk past you on the left. When changing trains, get off at the station where the line you are on crosses the line you need. Follow the signs for the line you need and the direction you want to go in. When you leave the system, you must pass through an automatic gate again to leave the station. Put your ticket in the slot as before. If you bought a return ticket or a travel card, your ticket will pop up for you to collect again, so that you can use it later. If you bought a single ticket, or if you are on the return trip of your return ticket, your ticket will stay in the machine. To find out more about the London Underground, check the official website, www.thetube.com. This site also has the map and information in numerous foreign languages. Now, let's move on to... That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation between the advisor and an overseas student. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 30. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 30. Good afternoon. How can I help you?
Good afternoon. My name is Helena Schwartz. I have an appointment at 3.
Ah, yes. Come in. Please take a seat. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I need some advice about my studies. I'm a foreign student from Germany, and, well, I heard that this is the place to come.
It certainly is. So, what kind of problems are you having? It's quite normal for students to meet problems, particularly overseas students who might not be familiar with the British way of life or education system.
Well, my first problem is the workload.
That's a common problem, even with British students.
It seems to me that the biggest difference between university and secondary school is that university students have to do a lot of work on their own, and it's sometimes useful to get advice on how to take control of your time and work effectively.
You're right. The obvious thing to do is to make a schedule and stick to it. Bear in mind that there is enough time to do the work and enough time for extracurricular activities.
You mean that I shouldn't overload myself?
Right. But moreover, be careful to spread your work out over the weeks and months. Don't do anything for a while, then get worried because you have little time to get assignments finished.
Yes, that's clear.
We get a lot of students coming to us with that problem, so we've produced a leaflet about it. You should have received one during orientation, but sometimes, well, here you are.
Thank you. I'll read it carefully later.
Okay, and feel free to come back if you have any questions about it.
Okay. My second problem is with research.
Are you going to complain that the library isn't open at the weekends?
How did you guess?
We get so many students complaining about that. We're trying to get that changed, but, well, to be honest, the library staff already work long shifts, and unless we can get extra staff, the library has to remain closed at the weekends.
I understand, but...
I know, It makes organising your time even more important. Make sure that you get all the books you need from the library before the weekend. Then devote some of your weekend time to making notes from the books at the weekend.
The problem is that I'm easily distracted when I'm working at home rather than in the library.
Well, an alternative strategy is to work longer hours during the week, when the library is open, and do no work at all at the weekends. Sometimes it's very useful to forget about studies for a day or two each week.
Yes, that might be better for me. I can concentrate on my work in the library and then leave the weekends free. Also, I have some problems with my essay assignments. Could you have a look at these and tell me what you think?
Certainly. I see. Well, even if you plan your writing carefully, this can come to nothing if the assignment doesn't actually answer the question. That really is the most important thing to remember. You must read the question extremely carefully and give it a great deal of thought before you even start planning or writing your first draft. It's also essential to check your work for errors. Everybody makes them, and they can influence the professor marking the work. So always take time at the end to check what you have written. Many overseas students ask a British student to check their work for them. I have a short list of people who will do this for a small fee if you'd like it.
That's okay. I have several British friends. I'm sure I can bribe them to check my grammar and spelling.
Good. Anything else?
Yes, there is. I find it hard to keep up sometimes in lectures. Do you have any tips for me? I was thinking of recording them using an MP3 player. Then I can listen to it again afterwards and...
Well, a lot of people find them useful, but some people point out that you might never actually have time to listen to the recording again. Something else you could try is checking your notes with a friend after the lecture. Go for a coffee or something.
Yes, that's a good idea. Thanks. Thank you very much for your help.
That's what I'm here for. That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a monologue on the subject of volunteer work in Africa. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jane Winter, and I'm here to tell you a little about the possibility of volunteer work in Africa. If you're looking for volunteer work in Africa, there are plenty of opportunities available. Let's look at the different types of volunteer opportunities available in Africa, what to expect when volunteering in Africa, and stories from volunteers who have worked in Africa. Volunteering means something different to almost every organisation you come across. Some agencies will cover your flight and cost of living while you are working, and some are true volunteer projects and expect you to cover all costs for the privilege of the experience. If you're looking for a more meaningful way to spend a few months in Africa than simply travelling around, volunteering is a wonderful way to spend your time. Most jobs that last less than a year or so are going to be the ones you have to pay for. Jobs that require a commitment of more than a year will often offer a basic stipend to cover some of your costs. Whether you get paid and how much you get paid will also depend on your skills and how much they're in demand. Most paid volunteer opportunities in Africa are available to those who have a university education and/or a practical skill. Engineers, doctors, nurses, environmentalists, emergency relief personnel, and teachers are among the most asked for by volunteer agencies. If an organization doesn't require you to have specific skills, then you will usually have to pay your own expenses as a volunteer. In general, most organizations working in Africa try and recruit as many local people as possible, rather than foreigners, since the project should continue long after you have returned home. So don't take it personally if your intention to help people in Africa is rejected. It may just be that a local person is better suited to the job. What should you expect when you volunteer to work in Africa? Conditions are usually basic. Most volunteer opportunities take place in rural areas, where you may not have ready access to running water and electricity. Housing can be very basic, and you will likely be staying with local families. A word about cultural adaptability. As in most countries in the world, rural communities are usually more traditional than urban centres. As you will be working closely with the local population, you will have to dress and behave in accordance with what is acceptable locally. General pace of life and work is much slower than in the West. Don't expect any organisation to run efficiently and without glitches. Getting sick can be a problem. If you're spending more than just a few weeks in Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, your chances of getting malaria or bilharzia will also increase. Make sure you take all the medicine and precautions you need. The organisations you work with should brief you about health issues, and don't forget that local nurses and doctors will have plenty of experience with these common afflictions, probably more than your doctor at home. Initially, you may also have some problems getting used to different food and water. Anyone who has volunteered in Africa will probably tell you that the biggest impact their project had was not on the community, but on themselves. Spending time immersed in another culture will change the way you look at life and is part of the appeal of volunteering. Before you decide to volunteer in Africa, you may be interested to learn what the typical experiences are of people already in the field. Later, we'll look at a selection of volunteer stories and experiences from Africa. There are many volunteers and travellers who keep online diaries of their experiences. These contain some excellent tips about working, travelling, and living in Africa. Before that, just a quick word about work permits in Africa. Many people who travel around Africa may wish to stay and work. But just as in Europe or the US, every African country will require you to get an official work permit. In most cases, these laws exist to stop foreigners getting jobs that local people may be qualified for. Unemployment is bad enough throughout Africa, so don't take a job that a local person could do. Now, let's look at a few people's experiences.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. In the IELTS test, you would now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 5.
Section 1. You will hear a new student, Tom, talking to a student representative called Rachel about university clubs. You now have 30 seconds to read questions 1 to 4.
Hi, welcome to Freshers Week. I'm Rachel. Can I help you?
Oh, hi. Yes, I was hoping to find out about some clubs I could join.
Well, all the club stands are here in this hall. What were you interested in?
Not sure. I wanted to do something where I could meet people.
Well, take this leaflet with details of all the clubs and see what you think.
Oh.
It'll probably depend on what day you're free. Like on Mondays, there's the film club. Then on Tuesdays, you've got the climbing club. That's really good. I'm in that. Then on Wednesdays, you've got chess, if you want something a bit more intellectual. But you should look through carefully because all the clubs run extra activities as well as their normal meetings.
Oh, yes, I see. So it looks like the film club has discussions after the films. I'd quite like to go to those. Then climbing. Goodness. It says here that the university has its own climbing wall. That's impressive. And they go on weekend trips. Cool. And it says the chess club normally just does games with whoever turns up. But it also runs competitions sometimes. But I bet you've got to be pretty good to do that.
Yes, I think so.
And how many people are in the clubs? Are they all really full?
Well, obviously they're all different. So, for example, the film club has just increased its membership from 85 to 125. But I think they're hoping to extend it to 150. The climbing club's quite small, 40 people. And the chess club is fairly healthy at 55.
Right. OK. So who do I see if I want to join these clubs?
Well, if you go round the stands and speak to the people there, for the film club, that's the events organiser. For climbing, you'll need the club secretary. And the chess club is organised by one of the maths tutors. OK?
Yep. I think I'll start with the climbing club. It sounds good.
Oh, well, as I said, I'm in that, so I might be able to help you a bit.
You now have 30 seconds to read questions 5 to 10.
OK. It says in the leaflet that they get together twice a month. Is that right?
Yes. Oh, you must join. It's really good fun. We go away quite a bit to North Wales. And every year we have a special excursion, usually to France, which is where we're going this year in the spring. The weather's too unpredictable in the autumn.
Wow, that sounds good. But it must cost a lot.
Yeah, but we try and save up for it through subscriptions. So rather than having a huge sum to pay in the month we go, we collect those weekly, so it spreads it out.
Good idea. I think I'll definitely join.
There are quite good benefits you get from joining. I mean, you need that, don't you? And the university clubs normally try and do deals with local businesses, so it's really worth joining. Like in the climbing club, they've got a special arrangement with one of the shops in town. So if you show your card, you can get money off equipment. Don't think the discount extends to clothes, though.
That's really worth it then. I'll go over and talk to them now.
OK. Hope you do join. Oh, and another thing I meant to say. If you do become a member, you automatically receive a magazine once a year. It's quite useful and interesting because it goes out to all the national climbing clubs. And the other thing is, if you come to every session, then you can get a complimentary ticket to the big exhibition that's held in Cardiff every year. So, hope to see you.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for your help.
That is the end of section 1. You will now have half a minute to check your answers.
Section 2. You will hear an accommodation officer telling students about different halls of residence. You now have 30 seconds to read questions 11 to 15.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Stanton University. I'm here to tell you about the various halls of residence we have available, should you choose to come here. We aim to offer accommodation in halls to all first-year students, and you'll find there's a good variety to choose from. First of all, there's Brown Hall, which, as you'll see, is not the most modern of buildings, but it is very popular with some students. It's got a good sense of community, some nice refurbished kitchens, and unlike the other halls, it has recently had a gym built in its basement. Another option is Blake Residence, which is built like a large house, and so everybody cooks and eats together. It has its own sectioned-off bit of private garden and is even more peaceful because this is an all-girls residence. Although, of course, boys are allowed to visit the hall and, I understand, frequently take part in cooking dinner. The largest hall we have is Queen's Building, and this has been upgraded recently. The original parking area has been built on so that the hall now has a large common room, and each bedroom now has its own shower room, which many students regard as a real bonus. A further option is the Parkway Flats, which won an award for design in its day. And this building now has a preservation order on it. This has meant that only a limited amount could be done to upgrade it, and the surrounding area is important, so parking is not permitted around the flats. However, the flats do have many extra facilities, such as a special computer room, a small library, and a self-service restaurant. The cost of breakfast, lunch, and dinner is covered in the fees for this hall, so it does look a bit more expensive. The last residence we can offer you is Temple Rise, which again is slightly more expensive than other halls as the rooms are larger. This has got very lovely views across to the coast, and this more than compensates for the fact that bathrooms here are shared between 6 students. However, the hall has domestic staff who clean the rooms once a week, so this is perhaps an attractive option for the messier amongst you.
You now have 30 seconds to read questions 16 to 20.
Now, if I can just show on this wall map here where they all are, you might like to go and have a look round. If you come into the main university entrance, at the first junction, you'll find that Brown Hall is on the corner opposite the theatre. So you're nice and near the station here, though I think it can get a bit noisy with traffic. The same applies to Blake Residence, which is directly facing the junction to the university entrance. These halls are often used by medical students and such like, as they're out all day, so don't notice the noise. Anyway, if you then walk along Campus Road towards the main circle, you'll see the library on the corner, and Queen's Building is just past that as you head north. You will find that it is quieter here, and you may get fewer visitors. By the way, the circle is quite a feature of the campus, as it's set into the hills and has a brand new sports center in the middle. It's worth going to look around it. Now, the Parkway Flats are on the opposite corner to the library, facing the circle, as you head towards the main buildings. The main buildings are only about a 5-minute walk from here, and places in these halls go quickly, so my advice is to reserve your place as soon as possible. Then Temple Rise is inside the circle, next to the sports center, but further from the main university buildings. Now, if you'd like to go off and physically look...
That is the end of Section 2. You will now have half a minute to check your answers.
Section 3. You will hear two students, Jenna and Marco, discussing a business studies project they have to do. You now have 15 seconds to read questions 21 to 24.
Come on, Marco. We've got to get on and sort out this project for Professor Buckley.
Hang on. I want to make sure we've got all the information. Now, where are we?
Well, today we need to sort out exactly what we're going to do and how we're going to divide the work up.
Okay. How long have we got, by the way?
The end of term is April 6th. And he said to hand it in on week 8, so that's March 25th at the latest, because the beginning of that week is the 21st, so not long.
Right. Have you got the notes there?
Yes. He wants us to do a fairly small-scale study, like the last one, on whether or not businesses were offering more benefits to staff. And we've now got to look at the rise in older workers. It should be fairly straightforward.
Yeah, as long as we keep it small. Who's marking it?
I don't know. Sometimes he gets the PhD students to mark it for him.
Oh, actually, it just says here, a senior lecturer. I suppose it's too much for Professor Barclay to do them all.
Yeah. Anyway, how are we going to go about this?
Well, we have to decide how big we want it to be and who...
Yeah, but I think we must sort out a timetable for the project. Otherwise, nothing will get done.
Okay. Do you want to do that?
All right. I'll do it as soon as we finish here.
You now have 15 seconds to read questions 25 to 27.
Okay, what do we have to do now for the project? What's the best way to go about it?
Well, Professor Carter suggested we set up a focus group to get some in-depth interviews, but I think that'll take a lot of time.
Yeah, I agree. If we did a focus group, we'd have to spend time deciding who to include in it, and it's not necessary to do one anyway.
Oh, fine.
And if you agree, I think we should get in touch with the businesses on the list Professor Carter gave us and ask them if they're prepared to participate.
Sounds good. Then we can go there, give them questionnaires, and collect them later.
Exactly.
Okay. Then do we need to book one of those study rooms in the library so we can work together to input the data? Perhaps not, as I guess just one of us could just sort it out actually.
Yes, that would be easier. A lot of what we're doing is qualitative, so it'll be writing up rather than statistics. No software for that, I'm afraid.
And I think it would look better if we had actual shots of some of the staff, because we're citing appearance as a factor in employability, aren't we?
Yeah, okay. I'll factor that all in when I sort everything out tonight.
You now have 30 seconds to read questions 28 to 30.
I'm glad we decided to work together. I think it's going to work out well.
Yes, well, given that we had to work in pairs on this project, I think we were right to choose each other. We complement each other academically, as we're each good at what the other isn't. In fact, we should have tried working together before.
Yes. Now, how shall we split the work? I'll do the analysis, shall I?
Oh, okay.
It's just that it might be faster, because I'm used to doing it. Although your English is better than mine. I need more practice at reading, really.
Okay, I'll do the presentation then, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind speaking in public, but I hate preparing all the notes for them.
The thing is, the tutor said one person should do the whole presentation, and he said he expects me to do it because I haven't done one yet.
No, that's fine. Now, let's see.
That is the end of section 3. You will now have half a minute to check your answers.
Section 4. You will hear a media studies tutor giving a lecture about news sources. You now have 30 seconds to read questions 31 to 35.
Okay, now many of you will have heard about the predicted death of newspapers, as people increasingly access the TV and the internet for their news. Today, I want to look at the USA, which has very advanced news sources, to see if this is actually true. In the USA, the main news sources without doubt are TV, the internet, and the press. That is, traditional newspapers. And although they are each surviving and growing, they are also changing. Obviously, TV news has been around for a while, and the early evening bulletins when people get in from work are very popular. I suppose we traditionally think of the morning newspaper arriving on our doorstep with the daily news. Interestingly, this is not borne out by the statistics, which show that readership in the U.S. is much higher when people have time to relax, when they're not working, especially on Sundays. The Internet is also a popular weekend activity, but shows no variation with weekday access. So people are using the different sources in different ways. Interestingly, local radio has been hit less by the grip of quite strong local newspapers than by the Internet, which is seen to offer a better regional service. But just because the Internet is seen as the new force in news media does not mean it is dominant. Television has, of course, been global for a while. But now technological changes, which have fueled the rise of online news, have also allowed newspapers to print and distribute editions across the world. In fact, Internet news, which is seen as the big competitor for traditional markets, does not offer that much variety. Often, the sources are the online versions of the newspapers, whereas television, in order to offer something different, has had to come up with a much more mixed bag of reporting, from hard news to light reports on celebrity events. Another issue is reliability. The Internet is virtually unregulated, so anything can be reported there, whether true or not. Journalists on newspapers have fought a long, hard battle to fight intervention and to retain the freedom of the press. Television, however, is seen as critical to political power and has become subject to harsh controls about what it can or cannot say.
You now have 30 seconds to read questions 36 to 40.
Now, one very critical factor in keeping newspapers alive and well in the USA has been their approach to advertising. Obviously, newspapers are heavily dependent on advertising revenue, and they have become more and more imaginative in what they offer, in order to make sure that advertisers use them and not other news sources. This has meant that, contrary to popular belief, newspapers now have a significantly higher profit margin than the rest of American industry. So, how have they managed to raise advertising revenue in this way? Well, they have put a lot of effort into developing and maintaining a very strong association with the retail trade. And they've come up with a winner. A critical tool in their sales plan has been suggesting that the adverts they run can have vouchers. This has been enormously effective because they have found that not only do more people buy the paper to get the discounts, but also that this inevitably means much higher sales for the clients who advertised. As well as doing this, the newspapers have also introduced aggressive sales campaigns over the last few years. This has resulted in a significant and continuing rise in the number of advertisers prepared to pay the extra for full-page ads. So, what I would like to move on to...
That is the end of section 4. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Test 4.
Section 1. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 through 5. Now we begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as the recording is not played twice. Listen carefully to the conversation and answer questions 1 to 5.
School of Architecture, Professor Bert's office.
Oh, good morning. I was wondering if you could give me some information about the forthcoming Architecture 21 conference. Dates, enrolment procedures, costs, that sort of thing.
Well, the conference runs from the 18th to the 20th of October.
18th to the 20th of October. Oh, good. I'll still be here then. And, where exactly is it being held? Is it at the university, as in previous years?
No, it's actually being held at the Pacific Hotel. We've rather outgrown the university conference facilities, so we've opted for this new venue.
Right, Paradise Hotel.
No, the Pacific, that's Pacific.
Oh, right. And presumably we can get accommodation at the hotel?
Yes, but you'll need to contact them direct to arrange that. I'll give you the number for hotel reservations. Have you got a pen ready?
Yes, go ahead.
It's area code 07 and then 9333 2266.
And what's the registration fee?
Individual fees are $300 for the 3 days or $120 a day if you only want to attend for 1 day.
Are there any student concessions?
There's a 50% concession for students, so that's $150 for the 3 days or $60 a day.
And am I too late to offer to give a talk?
Oh, I'm pretty sure you've missed the deadline for that.
Oh, really? But I've only just arrived here in Australia. Is there any way I could have a paper accepted?
Well, you'd need to talk to Professor Bert, the conference organiser. I can put you through if you like.
That'd be great. Oh, and can I just check the spelling of his name? Is that B-U-R-T?
Yes, that's correct.
You have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10.
Professor Burt speaking.
Oh, hello. My name's John Helston. I'm an architecture student at London University. I'm here in Australia for 3 months, looking at energy-saving house designs.
Right.
I'm interested in giving a talk on my research at the conference, but I believe I may have missed the deadline.
Well, strictly speaking, you have. The closing date was last Friday.
Oh, no.
But we may be able to include your paper if it fits into our program, but you'll have to be quick.
OK. What do I need to do?
Send me a summary of your talk, and make sure you include an interesting title for the talk, something to attract people's attention.
OK. Interesting title. Right. I'm looking at ways of designing buildings for tropical climates that don't rely on the need to include air conditioning, so I'm sure I can come up with something.
Yes, quite. But remember, the outline should be no more than 300 words.
Right. I'll try to keep it down to 300 words, but would 400 be okay?
No, not really, because we have to print it in the proceedings and we just don't have the space.
Sure, I understand.
And also, can you send me a short CV, the usual stuff, name, age, qualifications, that sort of thing?
Right. OK. Short CV.
Actually, you can email it to me. That'd be quicker.
Sure. What's your email address?
Well, the best thing would be to send it to the conference administrative officer at info, that's INFO, at uniconf.edu.au.
Right. I'll do that straight away.
That is the end of section 1. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 2. Section 2. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully to the short introductory talk and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Apsley House. My name's Henry James, and I'm the proprietor of this, I must say, wonderful old house. My staff and I will do all that we can to ensure that your stay here at Apsley House is both informative and relaxing. If you look at the schedule I've prepared, you will see that we have planned a number of different activities for you. But what I'd like to do today is to introduce the house to you. So let's first deal with the history of the house. Apsley House is known as one of the finest houses in England. It was originally designed and constructed by the Scottish-born architect Robert Adam between the years 1771 and 1778, and from day one was the office of the Duke of Wellington. Back then it was a private house, but in 1987 it opened to the public for the first time. The Duke of Wellington was an avid collector of art, and if you look to the room to your left, can everyone see that all right? Yes? Good. You will see a rather large art gallery. The viewing gallery is 90 feet long and houses a wide range of art from all over Europe. Until recently, the gallery was closed to the public, but I'm pleased to say that it is now open and you are free to visit anytime you wish. If you take a look at the schedule, you will see that I'll be talking to you about the gallery tomorrow after breakfast, so if you're interested in art, please be here by 9 o'clock for the talk.
You now have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the short introductory talk and answer questions 16 to 20.
This room here, to your right, is the cafeteria. Breakfast is served from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m., although you can request breakfast in your room if you prefer. The dining hall serves a traditional English breakfast, although vegetarian food is available on request. Just let the kitchen staff know the previous evening. Outside you will find a magnificent garden. A section of the garden was converted into a car park in 1990 to make way for the growing number of visitors. Nevertheless, much of it remains and is an ideal place for you to wander and enjoy the peace and quiet, or simply sit and read. There are a lot of animals in the garden, including birds, squirrels, rabbits, and not to forget Felix the cat. Now don't be alarmed if the animals come up to you. They are used to people and very friendly. Anyway, dinner will be served at 7, so in the meantime, please feel free to simply wander and enjoy the hospitality Apsley House has to offer.
That is the end of Section 2. You will now have half a minute to check your answers.
Section 3. You will hear two students, Anna and Chris, talking about postgraduate courses in music. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Chris. What are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to be revising for your finals in the library.
Yeah, well, I decided it was time for a break. I really wasn't being very productive, so thought I'd come and have a coffee and some fresh air to see if that'd help. What are you doing with all those prospectuses?
Well, I'm trying to decide which university to apply to for my MA in music. The choice is really overwhelming.
Well, that certainly is a big pile of prospectuses. Maybe talking about it will help you at least narrow it down. I've got some time, and to be honest, it'll be a welcome distraction from my dissertation.
Great! Thanks, Chris. So far, the universities that appeal the most are the Academy in London, Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music, and the Henry Music Institute, which is also in London.
I'm not an expert, but wouldn't the Henry Music Institute be the best, as it's the one that everyone's heard of?
Well, yes and no. Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music is also pretty famous. And although the Academy in London is less well known, they've got some excellent modules on offer.
But still, it's always good to have a well-known name on your CV, even if Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music and the Academy in London are good. What about the entry requirements? That might help you to make a decision.
Well, funny you should say that, as I was just looking at them. The Academy in London requires an audition, as does the Henry Music Institute.
Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music doesn't?
No. They want candidates to compose a piece of music instead, before attending an interview.
Don't the others require you to do that? Compose, that is.
No. The others ask you to write an assignment, stating why you want to join the course first of all. But if I pass that stage, then I'll also have to attend a face-to-face interview, like the other two places, with the head of school. Assuming that goes okay, then I'll be accepted onto the course.
Right. Sounds tough.
I know. But I suppose it's for a master's degree, so I wasn't expecting it to be easy.
What about the fees? Are they all the same?
Well, surprisingly, the fee structures are very different.
Why's that?
I really don't know. But, for example, the Henry Music Institute is the most expensive, at £8,000 a year. Next comes the Academy in London, and the cheapest is Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music.
How much are they exactly?
Well, for a full-time course lasting 1 year, it's £7,000 at the Academy in London and £6,000 at Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music.
OK. Well, what other expenses do you have to take into consideration, like train fares, for example? If you're going to be travelling home and back during the holidays, that's got to be a factor.
I'm not worried about that. Though insurance is an added cost, as I'll need to make sure my instrument is covered. However, all of them require me to send in a cheque for the charges for applying before they'll process my application.
Is that normal?
Apparently.
Can I have a look?
Yes, of course. Here you are. What is it?
Well, I think you might have a problem.
Why? What is it?
Well, it says here that the deadline is January the 9th. That's next week.
Where? let me see. Oh, you're right. Which prospectus is this?
The Henry Music Institute.
Oh, no. What am I going to do?
Make your decision now.
Is the closing date the same for all of them?
Let's check. Look here. Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music is on the 19th, but the Academy in London isn't until the 30th of this month.
OK, I'd better hurry up and make a decision.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Right. Now, apart from those 3 colleges, I also wanted to have a quick flick through Northdown colleges and the one from the James Academy of Music.
Look, here it is. Facilities at Northdown College.
What does it say?
Well, it has a library with a dedicated historical research section that's world famous.
That's all very interesting, but it's not going to make me go there.
OK. The Academy in London has 4 campuses all around central London. They all have large common rooms, and there's one 24-hour cafeteria at the biggest site.
That's nice, but for me, the most important thing is somewhere to practice.
Yes, of course.
Right, now, where did I see it? OK, here it is. Look, now this is good. Leeds Conservatory of Contemporary Music has over 100 teaching and practice studios. What a luxury! Here there are only 10, and it's really difficult to find one empty, so I often have to play in the gardens.
Oh dear.
Anyway, that's the past, and this place looks great.
Well, what about the Henry Music Institute? Look, there's a new suite with the latest that technology has to offer, and a small museum dedicated to the history of music. That's really impressive.
I don't think I'm really that interested in using computers while making music, so that's not a selling point, really. But look, this place is interesting. The James Academy of Music. It comes recommended by lots of people in the music industry. And all of its courses have a business element, as well as having a professional studio for recording albums.
Wow, that sounds really cutting edge. So, are you any closer to making a decision now?
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Section 4. You will hear part of a student presentation on how music and art are used in the healing process. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Hello everyone. Before we continue with our lectures on the history of music and art, we'll be listening to Michael's presentation on how music and art are being used to help with the healing process in the 21st century. Michael, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I think so. Thanks, Professor. Right, good morning all. As Professor McKinley just stated, I've been doing some research into the healing powers of art and music, and I'd like to present my findings to you today. I intend to demonstrate the positive effects of music and art on patients' emotional, social, as well as physical well-being. Let's begin by going back in time to the most famous of nurses, Florence Nightingale. Way back in 1860, Florence Nightingale wrote in her Notes on Nursing that brightly coloured flowers and art helped her patients to recover more quickly. Although her comments were viewed with scepticism at the time, she was, we believe, the first of many health professionals to state this. Over the following years, there were many other studies that tried to prove that a link between art, music, and health exists, but very few of them were strictly controlled, so the results were variable and therefore unreliable. However, one American study was different. In the 1980s, some research took place into the effects of architecture on the recovery time of 46 patients who were in hospital for a gallbladder operation. Half of the patients were kept in hospital wards with windows overlooking some trees. The other half were left in rooms that faced onto a brick wall. It was found that the ones with a nice view left hospital a day earlier and needed fewer painkillers. This study was groundbreaking, as it was the first that used controlled conditions that could be measured statistically and without bias. Now I'd like to bring you up to date and take a closer comparative look at 3 research projects on 3 very different types of patient. The first monitored the health of unborn babies. In the study, which took place at a hospital in London, babies were played live music and their heart rates were monitored. A healthy baby's heart would beat around 110 to 160 times a minute, but researchers found that their heart rate increased by up to 15 beats a minute on average without the mother's pulse changing. This is a good sign that the baby is healthy. In addition, the mothers that took part in the survey also said they felt more relaxed. Another study looked at cancer patients who were visiting as day patients to receive their chemotherapy treatments. They were treated in a room that had artistic pictures hanging on the wall. The pictures were changed each week so that the patients would not have to look at the same ones week after week. When questioned afterwards, patients said that they felt less pain because the images helped take their mind off the treatment they were receiving. They also noted general improvements in their well-being. Finally, the last study analysed the treatment of a group of elderly patients who were in hospital to have a hip replacement operation, and so they needed to stay for around 10 to 14 days. The researchers played them 30-minute tracks of soothing classical music, but not every day, and then monitored their progress using a questionnaire. When asked to rate how they felt both with and without music, the patients consistently stated that they felt less anxious on the days when they had the music playing. There was a second, unexpected but completely understandable result from the research. The staff liked the music so much that they said they too felt happier and that they would be less likely to leave the hospital for a job elsewhere if it were to continue. Now that has to be a good thing, which will also have a positive effect on the quality of the treatment patients receive. In conclusion, I'd like to bring to your...
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Test 3.
Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now, turn to section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation between a customer and a clerk about furniture information. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Thank you for calling your best furniture information line. In order to deal with all calls effectively, we offer you a number of options. Please listen carefully and press your required number. If you want to know about our latest prices, please press 1. If you want to hear about our new special offers, please press 2. If you want to make a complaint, please press 3.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
Good afternoon. I'd like to know some furniture prices.
The press 2 is for special offer, so press 2 has been written in the space. Now, we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Thank you for calling your best furniture information line. In order to deal with all calls effectively, we offer you a number of options. Please listen carefully and press your required number. If you want to know about our latest prices, please press 1. If you want to hear about our new special offers, please press 2. If you want to make a complaint, please press 3.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
Good afternoon. I'd like to know some furniture prices.
Fine. What about furniture would you like to know?
First of all, I'd like to know about beds. I'd like to buy a new bed.
Yes, and what kind of bed do you want?
Do you have a king-size one?
Of course. What colour do you like?
I prefer white.
Let me check. Yes, we have a new one from France that came in last week.
How much is it?
It is £189.
Do you have any discounts at the moment?
If your total cost is over £800, you will get a 15% discount.
Great.
Do you want this bed?
Yes, and I need a light.
Where will you fix it in your house?
My bedroom.
On the ceiling?
Yes. Oh, I hope it's in white too.
We have a set of white furniture. How about the light?
How much is it?
It is very cheap, only £69 if you take the bed.
OK, I'll take them both.
Fine. And anything else?
I want to buy a new dinner table for my dining room.
What's your requirement?
Do you have a round one?
Yes.
And with 4 chairs, not 6. That's better.
Right. Round with chairs?
What's the price of it?
The domestic one is £229, but the imported one is £369.
The same style?
Yes.
I'll take the first one.
OK.
The last thing that I need is a wardrobe.
A wardrobe? Oh, we have some new styles.
Really? I prefer a European design.
You are so lucky. We've got a new one yesterday that just came in from Italy.
Great. How much is it?
It is £399.
A little expensive.
Yes, but it is white.
Really? That's fine. I'll take it.
A good choice. Are you a member?
Yes.
OK, can you tell me your details? Now, look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10. Let me take down your details first.
OK.
What's your full name?
Daniel Khan.
Could you spell the last name?
Kahn.
Right. And your address?
Hill House, 16 Dave Lane.
Could you spell the street name?
Dave.
Fine. And your contact number?
44780135.
Well, what time do you want your furniture to arrive?
How about next week?
OK. Morning or the afternoon?
Afternoon.
How about 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday?
Sunday is better.
OK, on Sunday.
Fine. How much is it altogether after the discount?
Let me see. The total price is £896. After discount is £760.
OK. May I pay by credit card?
Of course you can.
Oh, does this price include delivery fee?
Because you are our member and live not far from us, the fee is free.
That's so great.
We have a truck to deliver all your orders to your house next Sunday. Can you take down the reference number?
Yes. Please tell me.
FG0418.
Great. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a conversation about a hot spring resort. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good afternoon. How can I help you?
Good afternoon. I'd like to inquire about some information regarding your resort.
What kind of resort would you prefer?
I want a hot spring resort, and it is better to have some indoor or outdoor water activities.
OK, let me check. How about Tulip Hot Spring Garden Resort?
Tell me some details, please.
Fine. It is located in the north suburb, near Peak Mountains, covering about 66 acres of green land with a refreshing environment. The resort provides various kinds of facilities for sports, entertainment, leisure and meetings. And the best part is its hot spring.
Great. Could you give me some introduction about the hot spring?
The millennium precipitation of the Tulip Hot Spring was exploited 3,000 metres deep underground. It is a sulphur hot spring. The major ingredient is sulphur.
I heard that sulphur, when it's sterilised, is harmless to the human body.
Yes, it plays a significant role in softening the skin, hydrating the skin, and beautifying the skin. It can lower blood pressure and reduce blood fat.
That's so great. How about its temperature?
It's 65 degrees Celsius. There are some attentions about the hot spring.
Attentions?
Yes, the hot spring water contains various minerals which come out first in black colour, change to clear water, afterwards with a mineral smell. Adjust water temperature to one's comfort before bathing.
OK.
And do not bath immediately after drinking. And please take your jewellery off when you are bathing.
Fine. How about water activities?
Merry Water World has 56 different water sports for tourists. You can experience 4 different sauna rooms and 21 different spa pools. For a change, one can try the standard swimming pool, tennis courts and the bowling.
Can you tell me the location? Now, look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 16 to 20.
Let me show you a map of the resort.
Fine.
Now we are standing at the reception of the main hall. It is at the bottom of your map, and immediately to your left is Villa Part. There are deluxe villas and suites, which have their own hot springs.
Fine.
The large building with a big glass roof behind the main hall is Merry Water World, the water sports centre.
Yes, I know.
On the top left of the map is the leisure centre. There are sauna baths for women, 4D movie theatre, a kids' room, video games room, a VIP room, a tea house and a beauty salon.
Great. And where is the tennis court?
It is in the sports centre, which is located between the leisure centre and the Tulip Garden.
Tulip Garden?
Yes, you can appreciate the beautiful tulips in the garden.
Fine. Can you tell me what kind of sports are there in the centre?
There is a tennis court, badminton, table tennis, shooting, arrow shooting and climbing.
Do you have a restaurant?
Of course. The building next to the garden is the restaurant.
What dishes does it serve?
We have French food, Spanish food, Indian food, and Chinese food.
Oh, that's so great.
If you want to book a villa, please fill in the form.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation about a student's study. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Study Centre of Cardiff University. I am Professor Jody, your student study consultant. I know as a new student, you will meet some troubles with your studies and life. So we will have 3 consecutive lectures. Study strategies on today, social life, and local snacks on next Monday and Tuesday. I will introduce you to some study skills and answer your questions. Well, first of all, let's talk about some factors which can affect your study. What problems do you meet as a freshman?
Yes, Professor. What's the biggest difference between university and middle school regarding study?
A good question. I think the biggest difference is that a university student will have to do a lot of work on their own, such as doing research.
Do you mean we should read and think independently?
Yes, that's the first important factor of being a successful university student. Fine.
How about taking more lectures? I heard that they can help our studies. Is that right?
Some students prefer to attend more extra lectures to improve themselves, but in fact it might affect their own study. My advice is to use your holiday time. You should know how to take control of your time and work effectively.
Fine.
Another factor is to overcome your stress. Many students usually have a feeling of homesickness, particularly for overseas students. There is no family or friends here, so maybe loneliness and heavy studies can lead to great stress. So, I suggest if you come in contact with such troubles, it is a good way to make some new friends, or take up some social activities on the weekends. How do we know about the social activities, Professor? You may get the activity schedule from the student union. Fine. Now, look at questions 25 to 30. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 25 to 30. Well, let's talk about some study strategies. Where should we begin?
How about listening to a lecture?
Yes, I am worried about that too. OK, if you cannot keep up with the lecturer, why not prepare a recorder or something like that to record the lecture? Good idea! And I think you should prepare lecture materials in advance and then check your notes with other students after the lecture if you cannot take them all at the lecture.
Great. And how about presentations? Do we have to do many presentations?
Yes, you will do presentations nearly on all subject lectures.
Should we use PowerPoint?
Yes, of course. And can we choose a partner to do a presentation together? Maybe or maybe not. Sometimes you can have a group presentation, but you have to do it by yourself on most of the lectures. OK, I know.
Professor, I know we have to spend a lot of time reading material. I want to know if we can get them from the internet.
Sometimes you can read materials at the computer at home. Really? Yes, but you must have a username and password from the computer center. Fine. And usually you will have many academic journals to read, so a proper reading method is very important.
What kind of method?
The approach I use is skimming. It means to skim the book first to see what's important and what isn't. Do we need to master a skill of analyzing reading? Yes, that's the next important method of reading. The method can help you to remember what you have read. Fine, and how about the assignment? You will write a lot of essays as your assignment. Essays? Yes.
How about the strategy of writing essays?
First, you should make a good draft plan for writing and pay attention to the deadline. Deadline? Yes. Can we extend that? You could ask your personal tutor. Fine. And before handing in your work to your tutor or department, you should do proofreading first to check form, grammar, spelling, and references.
OK.
If you meet some other problems with your study, you can ask your tutor for help. Well, any other questions? This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a conversation about technology. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Welcome to the Magic Earth. I'm Christine. Today we have invited a geographer, Andrew Fleming, the leader from the British Antarctic Survey, to give us an introduction about using satellite to map Antarctic sea ice. Welcome, Andrew Fleming.
Thank you, Christine. Well, as you know, cruising in the Southern Ocean isn't always plain sailing. But as it is becoming important to find better ways of navigating safely and avoiding future collisions, Because of the increasing visitorships, the Antarctic Polar View project is using satellites to map the sea ice to help ships find the best way in the vast white continent. There are very large lumps of heavy ice in the water which might look beautiful and white with penguins dancing on top of it, but I believe you do not want to hit it very fast with a ship. Otherwise your ship will be damaged, and therefore navigating through it is an important problem, not only in terms of the safety of the ship, but in terms of the speed of the ship and the efficiency of the ship. So you could have another choice, for example. Take a quicker and cheaper route rather than spending an excessive amount of time going through an area of very thick ice. The quickest way to travel is to clear water channels, but it is a difficult task to find these routes. The area we're dealing with is absolutely enormous. The only way of monitoring that area of ocean effectively is by using satellites. Therefore, we use a satellite named the NVSAT, which is a satellite that collects information and picks up differences in ocean surface roughness, and that helps us to see the difference between open water and the sea ice. Radar allows the Antarctic team to see straight through the clouds down to the surface of the sea. With detailed images, it's even possible to see cracks in the surface, which can lead to dangerous ice falls. Wherever possible, we would use helicopters quite a lot and put them up in the air to map the ice and look for where we might find what we call leads, which are large areas of clear water that the ship might be able to move through. But it is certainly a much more difficult and time-consuming operation.
So does the image that you get from the polar view map give a good description of what you're actually seeing out there on the sea?
Yes, it does. We cannot yet know clearly about the thickness of the sea ice, but one of the science researchers that we were doing last summer was looking at doing some of that work using satellites as well. So that's going to be quite an exciting development. The map was coloured in various shades of grey, but it didn't take long to spot the difference between the dark, smooth open water and light, textured areas of sea ice. The first step is to take the image merely, which has to be sent to the ship.
How about others?
Internet connection in the Antarctic and on ships is notoriously poor, and that has meant that we have to compress the image a lot, cut a lot, and delete some of the details in the image as a result.
Have you solved the problem?
Yes. The normal way that we are doing this is by compressing the images into a format known as JPEG 2000. JPEG 2000 allows us to, number one, compress the imagery a lot more, and secondly, it allows us to maintain the geographic position of the image. So it knows where the image is and allows us to position that on a map.
And how long does this take?
I tested this in January over a very narrow dial-up satellite connection, and it took a few minutes. Sure, for us it is an enormous achievement. I mean, we now know fairly well the kind of sea ice conditions we are likely to encounter, so it is a fantastic and useful system. We just need a laptop on the ships.
That's great. Thanks to Andrew for his introduction and...
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening text. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 2.
Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now turn to section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation about travel. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good afternoon, the Australia Travel Agency. How can I help you?
Good afternoon. I'd like to know some information about trips to different resorts.
Okay, can you tell me your details first?
Of course.
What's your occupation?
I'm a first-year student.
Are you an Australian?
No, I'm from New York.
So you are American?
Yes. The nationality of the student is American, so American has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good afternoon, the Australia Travel Agency. How can I help you?
Good afternoon. I'd like to know some information about trips to different resorts.
Okay, can you tell me some of your details first?
Of course.
What's your occupation?
I'm a first-year student.
Are you an Australian?
No, I'm from New York.
So you are American?
Yes.
What's your full name?
My name is Ariel Lee.
Tell me your contact number, please.
It is 462-83095. And my address?
No, we just need your contact number.
Okay. Can you introduce me some attractions?
Obviously it varies, but always places of famous main resorts, such as Sydney, Melbourne, or some places like that.
Just tour resorts? I mean, does that include other activities?
Yes. Besides main resorts, we will arrange for you to enjoy some local refreshments and some special activities.
So, how much does it cost?
Usually it varies between $20 and $35 per head, depending on the place.
And what is the departure date and time?
It depends on various tours, but try to keep the departure time fixed.
When?
7 o'clock in the morning.
And how about the transport?
We have a minibus or coach, depending on the number of tourists.
May I need a reservation?
Yes, you know summer holidays are coming, so I suggest that tourists reserve a seat in advance.
Is there a discount for that?
I'm sorry. We do not have any discounts during peak season.
Now look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 5 to 10. Could you tell me some details of the trips?
Yes, the first place is Sydney. That's on the 12th of January. We'll have 25 people in a minibus.
Fine. Going to which attraction?
We will visit one of the most famous theatres in the world.
The Sydney Opera House.
Right. You can appreciate and watch an opera there.
Really? What's the name of the opera?
I'm not sure. Let me check the house's arrangements. And then you can visit the National Museum to know about the history and customs of Australia.
Great.
In the evening, you can enjoy some local snacks if you like.
Fine.
We're going to the Blue Mountains on the 25th of January.
Blue Mountains? Is it a blue mountain?
The mountain got its name for blue fog. It is usually covered by a blue fog.
That's so interesting.
Yes, it is a popular place for young men because they are so cool, and you can enjoy lots of sports there, such as rock climbing, bushwalking, and bird watching.
How many people will go there together?
You will take a coach that has about 30 seats.
Fine.
And the next place is Melbourne on the 10th of February, with about 20 people in a minibus.
What's the resort?
You could appreciate the famous Melbourne Church, and maybe you might have a chance to attend a local exhibition, if they hold it as usual.
Fine. Do you have some tours to the beach?
Yes. One of the most famous coral reefs in the world is the Great Barrier Reef, and we have arranged that on the 23rd of February.
I'm looking forward to visiting there.
Yes, many people like there. There are some interesting water sports, such as diving, swimming in the water, or just taking a photo of coral.
Great. I guess there will be many people.
Yes, but our coach is only for 30 people altogether.
That's so great. Can you book a seat for me now?
Yes, and I will confirm your reference number later by telephone, okay?
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy the trip.
This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a conversation in a bank. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good morning. I'd like to open a bank account, please.
Good morning. What kind of account do you want to open?
I'm not sure. Perhaps you can give me some suggestions. I only want to deposit money in the bank and pay all kinds of bills easily.
Fine. I've got the application form here. First of all, can I have your full name, please?
Richard Lee.
Fine, Richard. What's your occupation?
I'm studying a doctor's degree now, although I was a dentist before coming here.
Well, so you're a student.
What kind of account can you suggest for me?
How about a deposit account?
What's the difference between that and a current account?
There are many differences, such as the interest rate, overdraft and service, and so on.
Fine, I will take your recommendation.
OK, let's talk about the main two account cards of the deposit account.
Fine.
One card is called the Solo card, and the other one is named MasterCard.
Which one is better for me?
Let me introduce you to some differences of the two cards.
OK.
The first one is annual interest rate.
Which one is higher?
Of course, it is the MasterCard. At present, its rate is 5.5%, but the Solo card is only 2.5%. Now look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 16 to 20.
How about the other differences?
The service supplied with the two cards.
Could you speak specifically?
We usually supply internet service and mobile service with all of the cards, of course including the Solo card.
Yes, I'd like to ask for the service of mobile and... does Solo card have an overdraft?
I'm sorry, but MasterCard has such a service.
Fine.
If you want to take more money out of the bank than you have in it, be very careful. You should not do this without the bank's permission, and you will have to pay some charge.
Do you mean interest?
No, I mean the overdraft charge.
How much is that charge?
According to the bank's rules, the minimum fee is about 2%.
Fine.
The last item of the two cards is the requirement. There is no limitation of the Solo card, but if you want to get MasterCard, you should deposit a minimum sum of £1,500 in the first time.
Oh, what's the requirement of money?
What do you mean?
I mean I cannot deposit cash when I open a bank account.
Don't worry, we accept cash and cheque or even money order.
Great.
So which card did you decide to open?
I'd like to open the MasterCard.
A good choice. How often would you like to receive your statement?
Monthly, please.
OK. The last one you should know is the opening time. Banks usually open from 9 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. from Monday to Friday. But most branches open until 3:30 p.m. on Saturdays.
OK, I see. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation between a student and her tutor about the assignment. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Good morning. Oh, it's just hit 12. Good morning, Miss Potter. May I come in?
Oh, Jerry, of course. Come in and take a seat, please.
Thank you.
Well, how about your assignment?
Do you mean my paper?
Yes.
I still think about the draft, but I hope you can give me some help and suggestions.
Of course. How long will it take you to finish your draft?
I'm not sure. Maybe 3 days?
My advice is that you should spend a lot of time on your draft. As you know, a good beginning is very important for a paper. A good draft can help you outline your paper and even benefit your argument.
Okay, I will try my best to write up my work. Miss Potter, how many parts are in the paper?
Generally speaking, there are 4 parts and references.
So there are 5 parts.
Right. Contents, introduction, main body.
And conclusion?
Yes, and a bibliography.
So how about the word limitation of my paper?
According to the requirements, you have to write at least 3,000 words, and not over 5,000.
Okay, 3 to 5,000.
Right. How about your research?
I haven't begun to do the research.
Why?
Because I'm not sure about the research method. I cannot decide to use which one now.
I remember I suggested you to use the method of interview.
Yes, but I think maybe questionnaire is better for my work.
Really? Tell me your reason.
I have to spend some time of the day on a part-time job, so I think maybe a questionnaire is a good way to collect the data that I need.
Fine. Oh, do you search resources or data from the internet?
Yes, I think it's a good way to collect data, and as you know, it can help save lots of time.
Jerry, in fact, many students do most of their research on the internet. You might think that it is an easier way to get resources, but most data are from highly unreliable resources, so be critical.
Okay, I will pay attention to that.
Now look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen carefully and answer questions 25 to 30. Then, there are some things you should consider when you write the paper.
Okay.
Be careful with your references and quotations, and do not share other people's work. You should write clearly about reference books and do not forget to acknowledge the original writers. Otherwise, you will be failed for plagiarism.
Okay, I've got it.
The other point is...
Deadline?
No, deadline is the date of handing in your work. You'd better hand it in on time. But if you have a reasonable excuse, you can ask for an extension.
Fine. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. The other point you should pay attention to is your research data.
Okay, I will write them clearly. Oh, Miss Potter, could you recommend to me some good reference books about the topic of my paper?
Fine. Let's check the reference book list. The first one is Drake Wister's book.
Right, what's the title?
Global Economy.
Is it the one published by the Cambridge University Press?
Right. And I think Victoria Smith's book is a good choice.
What's that title?
The Strategy of Marketing.
And which publisher?
London Press.
Fine, and how about others?
The book called The Economics Tendency is a good one for your paper.
Really? And the writer and the publisher?
The writer is Hilary Justice, and the publisher is Oxford University Press.
Can I borrow it from the library?
Of course.
Great.
And the last one that is helpful to your work is the Book of William Hanna.
How do you spell the surname?
Hanna.
OK, and the title of this book?
Business Management, published by Cambridge University Press.
OK.
But you cannot borrow the book from the library.
Why?
Because it belongs to the closed reserve. You have to read it in the library.
OK, thank you very much.
You're welcome. This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a conversation about a credit card fraud. First, you have some time to look at the questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40. Hello. In today's programme, we have invited Ken Farrow, Head of Financial Crime at Lloyds TSB, to introduce some information about credit card fraud. Welcome, Farrow.
Thanks, Catherine.
Has a chip and PIN given new chances for thieves to steal the details of our credit cards?
Maybe. In the past, there has been typically 50,000 or 60,000 ATMs in the UK where people's PIN could be collected, and now there's hundreds of thousands of points of sales terminals. It's a fraud where criminals capture details and then make a magnetic stripe card copy.
How easy is it to do this?
One way is to modify a terminal, so that's what's happening often in the past with cash machines. The same can be done for chip and PIN terminals. The other way is to replace it with an entire counterfeit. There have been incidences in America and in Europe with entire fake ATMs being set up. The last way is to set up a concealed camera and have somebody using sleight of hand to swipe your card through another machine so that you don't even need to modify the main machine.
If someone decided to set up a little device to modify one of these handheld PIN pads, how easy would that be to do?
Usually it wouldn't be technically too hard. You just need about £100 to prepare for some equipment and raw parts. But it would take some engineering time and effort. The terminals themselves have a function of tamper resistance. If you try to open the casing, the machines will shut down and make them inoperative. But there's only so much they can do against a persistent attacker, compared with an ATM. Well, once a card is copied and the PIN is obtained, crooks can make a fake card and use the PIN to withdraw money.
Do all cash machines accept these cards in the UK?
Cash machines in the UK may not accept these cards, but many machines abroad will.
Why?
It depends on our radar. We can obviously know what they are doing while criminals can't break the chip at the moment. So what they're doing is to use the old method to skim the magnetic strips on the cards. However, they've realized that they cannot succeed in the UK, so they go on to the continent and to other countries in the Far East and use them where ATMs are not secured for chip use.
Right, so they can take the old-style card and use it abroad and get the cash out more easily.
That's right. There is a magnetic strip attached to the card for customers who are travelling.
So what are you doing about this increase of use in foreign cash machines of cards that have been stolen here?
What we're doing is to gradually extend our security blanket. That means we will monitor the card usage, whether it's in the UK or abroad. If we feel there's something wrong, we will contact and confirm with the customer. We're up against organised crime, and organised crime is trying to get one step ahead of us, and we're trying to keep one step ahead of them.
Yes. How does security work in UK machines? Because sometimes fake cards will work there as well, won't they?
When a bank is looking at its arrangements, it has to balance up convenience to customers with security.
Yes. So what are you doing to make things more secure?
I think the chip and the pin situation has really improved. And if you look at the figures, in fact, hard fraud has dropped by 24% over the last period. I think you can say this program has done well.
Yes, I can see the figures, but there has been a huge amount of coverage in the press this week. Some banks have stopped using pins. Doesn't that decrease the public's trust in this new system? And some people even think the new system is designed for new fraud.
I don't think so. I'm not going to comment on particular cases. What I would say is that usually the evidence of crime has always been with the old technology, not with the new.
So new technology seems to be working well.
That's right.
OK, thanks for your professional introduction. See you next time.
See you.
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 1.
Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer the questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now, turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a telephone conversation about house facilities. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning, Campus Flat Agency. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'm ringing to complain about problems with my flat's facilities.
Fine. May I take down your details first?
The reason for dialing is to complain. So complain has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Good morning, Campus Flat Agency. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'm ringing to complain about problems with my flat's facilities.
Fine. May I take down your details first?
Yes.
What's your name?
Kevin Green.
OK, Kevin. And your address?
I live in International House in the South area.
Your room number?
My room number is 16C.
On which floor?
The 3rd floor.
OK. 3rd floor, room 16C. Are you a registered student at the university?
Yes, I am.
What's your registration number?
It is KG6037.
OK. What's your faculty?
Computer science.
How long is your flat lease?
I'm not sure. Let me check. It is 1 year.
How long have you been in the flat?
Just 2 months. Now, look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 5 to 10.
Well, what are the problems that you've been having?
The first thing is the bathroom tap.
Let me take notes. Tap in your bathroom. What's wrong with it?
It is leaking. I'd really hope to get that replaced right now.
OK. How about this afternoon?
That's great.
Anything else?
The next one is the stove in the kitchen.
What's the trouble with it?
You know, the stove is not a new one when we moved into the flat.
Yes. Does it work?
No. The door of the stove is broken.
OK. How about repairing it next week?
Fine. And the last point is the problem of the TV set.
What's the matter with the TV set?
It had no sound from the day before yesterday.
Fine.
I do hope you can repair it as soon as possible. You know, there will be a very good football match on tomorrow evening. We all hope to watch it.
OK. How about we repair it at the same time as your stove?
Great.
Anything else?
No, just 3 items.
OK. We will get a repairman over to you tomorrow afternoon. Are you available at that time?
I will return to the flat at about 4 o'clock.
So, how about 5 o'clock?
Fine.
You can contact the repairman if your time will be changed.
OK.
His phone number is 654 33747.
Right.
Do you have any questions?
Let me think. Yes. How about the repair fee?
Usually, the price is at least £5, but you just used 2 months, so we offer free repair.
That's so great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a lecture about a sports centre. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Welcome to the Edge Climbing Centre. I'm Jason White, Manager Assistant. I'd like to give you an introduction about the Climbing Centre. The Edge Climbing Centre was opened in 1994 and reconstructed and doubled its original size in 1998. The Edge is a founder member of the Association of British Climbing Walls and supports the work of the British Mountaineering Council. As you know, climbing is a great activity for keeping fit and healthy. So we aim to provide a climbing experience that is enjoyable, imaginative, and challenging. Let's begin with our facilities. The first one I'd like to introduce you to is the main hall. With over 150 routes, the main hall packs in a huge variety of climbs on featured and flat panels. Our facilities are continuously developing and feature a 13-meter articulated wall that can rotate to minus 45 degrees. Easier routes can be top-roped. Other routes have quick draws in place of the lead climber. We think we have every angle covered. Our bouldering area is one of the best of its kind in the country. A mixture of flat panels and featured walls provide overhanging cracks, flakes, pockets, and corners. There are angles to suit everyone, from the beginner to the most experienced climber. Located just next to our bouldering area is the small warm-up wall. You can climb at an easy standard to get those bones moving. There are lots of big holds and small crimps. In addition, it is also equipped with top ropes that are ideal for demonstrating techniques to novices. Our cafe is a relaxing place to have a rest between climbs with plenty of choice. We sell tea, coffee, and soft drinks, as well as a range of mouth-watering cakes. The Edge has 2 changing areas located on the upper floor. There are also toilets, washing facilities, and lockers. Locker keys are available from reception.
Now, look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 16 to 20.
At the Edge, you can pay per visit or save on course fees by becoming a member. We have 3 types of membership. Gold membership is ideal for regular visitors. Our Gold membership packages are available for 6 to 12-month periods. You should pay £18 for half a year and £30 for 1 year. You do not need to pay any course fees. The fee of our 12-month silver membership package is £20. Climbers have to pay £1 for each course. Both gold membership and silver membership is offered to climbers over the age of 18. Meanwhile, younger climbers, aged from 14 to 17, should try the bronze membership, which is more suitable. It has the same period and price as the silver membership. We open at 10 a.m. in the morning to 10:30 in the evening, from Monday to Friday. We are open until 8 o'clock in the evening on weekends. Please pay attention. We do not open on bank holidays. We also offer training courses, which are designed for inexperienced climbers on Monday and Wednesday evening. You can choose outdoor course or indoor course, depending on your needs. Usually, the indoor course is suitable for beginners. If you want to know more details about it, please visit our reception. Miss Morris will give you a hand. Thanks for attending the introduction lecture of the Edge Climbing Center. I hope you will enjoy our facilities in the future.
This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a lecture about a university library. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Well, first of all, welcome to the orientation tour of University Library. I'm David White, a library staff here. I know all of you are new students. You will probably need some sort of guidance to help you to use the library effectively for your studies and research. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the different parts and functions of the library. Now, let's start on a tour from the entrance here. As you can see, there are 3 floors. First of all, I will introduce you to the ground floor. There are 3 parts of the ground floor. The first one that we face now is the reception. It supplies library information to all visitors. As a new student, you should apply for your library card first before using the library resources. Remember to take one passport photo and your union card when you come here to register. Next to it is the computer section on the right entrance. As you see, there are 10 computers for students to search library resources, such as reference books. You can also search the library information by using your own laptop in the house, but you should get your username and password when you register in the computer center tomorrow. The last section on the ground floor is the leisure bar. We make sure there is no food or drink in our reading room. If you are hungry, you can go to the leisure bar on the corner of the ground floor. It is a relaxed place. Drinks and snacks are supplied there. The large section on the second floor, located in the center, is called the reference room. You will find all kinds of textbooks, literature materials, or dictionaries in the room. Near to it is a small room called the closed reserve room. According to library rules, important reference books cannot be taken away from the library, so students have to sit in the closed reserve room to read.
Now look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 26 to 30.
The room opposite to the closed reserve room is the periodical room. We offer various current or back newspapers, magazines and journals. There is a small room called the audio-visual room next to it. You can find tapes or CDs or watch videos in there. If you want to photocopy some materials, you can go to the photocopy room on the right corner beside the stairs. We offer 5 computers, 4 photocopiers, and 4 laser printers there. You should deposit money in your library card first and then swipe your card before using the photocopier or printer. There are some rules. The first rule is that we do not accept coins. The second rule is to limit your session to half an hour at a time when the photocopier is busy or the printer is busy. The last important rule is that please do not start printing less than 10 minutes before the library closes. The reading room and meeting room are both located on the top floor. Now, we are in the big reading room with a glass roof. As you see, it is very bright and quiet in here. You can read books while enjoying the sunshine. The last section I wish to introduce to you is the conference room. There are some different size rooms with a round work table and multimedia equipment for teachers and students to do group work. Okay, let's talk about some warnings. First of all, you can reserve any reference book if they are on loan, but the available time is only 48 hours. If you cannot come to the reception to take your reserved books, you will miss out. Then, if your book is recalled by the library, you have to return it within 7 working days. Otherwise, the book is overdue and you will have to pay a fine. The other thing is your library card. All records of using library resources are in your card. I hope you can keep your card safely. Especially, do not leave it in your student locker. If you lose it, please come to our reception to report the loss and apply for a new one in order to avoid further trouble. Good. Well, that's the end of the tour of the library. You can look around for yourselves now, and if you have any questions, please ask the advisor at the reception.
This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecture about British holidays. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
British celebrate many religious, historical, social, and cultural holidays throughout the year. Some holidays marked on calendar are celebrated throughout the country. Others are based on local customs and traditions which reflect the variety of experience in different regions. Britain remains mainly a Christian nation, but most Britons do not go to church regularly or engage in Christian worship. Because of immigration and changing beliefs, most of the world's religions are practiced in Britain, such as Hindu, Judaism, Muslim faith, and the Sikh. Christmas is the biggest and best-loved British holiday. While Christmas has a Christian meaning, it commemorates the birth of Jesus Christ. People usually celebrate Christmas by decorating homes and workplaces with coloured lights and Christmas trees and ornaments, and exchanging gifts. There are 3 traditional Christmas activities in Britain. One is the Christmas pantomime, a comical musical play. Another British Christmas tradition is to hear the Queen give her Christmas speech over television and radio. The British Queen is also the Queen of other nations, such as Canada and Australia, and so her speech is broadcast to millions of subjects throughout the world. The third British Christmas tradition, which is also celebrated in countries with British heritage, is Boxing Day, which falls on the day after Christmas. People used to give Christmas gifts or money to their staff on Boxing Day. However, a new Boxing Day custom has emerged. It is shopping. But for most people, it is a day of visiting, eating, and relaxing. For churchgoers, the biggest holiday is Easter, not Christmas. It is the most important Christian festival in Britain. Easter commemorates the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Easter is in the spring when universities and schools are closed for breaks. During the Easter period, Christians attend many church services and charity activities. Easter eggs are the main symbol of Easter. As time goes on, nowadays, people give each other chocolate or candy for Easter. There are some local festivals and holidays in England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. People can know about the different culture and customs of the 4 nations of the United Kingdom. Many festivals and customs have been invented, adopted, and used to serve political or religious functions in times of conflict. Special days in England and Wales show their national pride in their unique languages and cultures and remind people that there is much more to the UK than the English and England. One truly English holiday in England is called Bonfire Night, celebrated in early November. English people celebrate this event in the traditional way. Small children with a straw effigy called the Guy appear on British streets. They beg for money from passing adults. They buy lots of fireworks to set off on Bonfire Night. Most communities have public bonfires, where people gather to cook potatoes and sausages in the fire and watch fireworks performing. The biggest bonfires night celebration is held in the small medieval town of Lewes, where torchlight parades wind through the narrow streets. Northern Irish Catholics celebrate the birthday of the patron saint of Ireland, St. Patrick, on the 17th of March of each year. Patrick was a Catholic bishop who lived in the 5th century and is thought to have brought Christianity to Ireland. He lived in Great Britain, but was captured by Irish raiders and became a slave at the age of 16. He eventually escaped and returned to Britain. However, he accepted the invitation of the Irish and returned to Ireland to begin his successful missionary career. Most British people welcome the coming of the new year. In Scotland, New Year's Eve is called Hogmanay. It is on the 31st of December and is the major winter celebration. But Christmas is very quiet. How Hogmanay is celebrated varies through Scotland, but one widely practiced custom is first footing. There is a superstitious belief that the first person to cross the threshold of a household in the new year can bring luck and prosperity. The appearance of a young, preferably dark-haired and handsome man is considered particularly lucky. First-footers usually bring a bottle of alcohol, a lump of coal, or a peat as a gift and given a dram of whiskey as their reward. Halloween, the 31st of October, is another Scottish festival that comes from the great feast of the pagan Celt. It is particularly connected to ghosts. At parties, people dress up in strange costumes and pretend that they are witches. They cut horrible faces in pumpkins and put a candle inside which shines through the eyes. Children dressed in white sheets knock on doors at Halloween and ask if you would like a trick-or-treat. Usually hosts give them something nice, such as coins or candy. Otherwise, they make lots of noise at the front door. Wales has some of the oldest and richest literary, musical, and poetic traditions in Europe. The most famous festival in Wales is the Eisteddfod. In each August, Welsh people hold a large Eisteddfod to remind people that Wales has had a very special cultural heritage. The highlight of the festival is to crown the two bards who have written the best poems of the festival. Nowadays, the Eisteddfod is the largest popular festival of music, making poetry and writing in Europe. The British calendar is full of holidays and festivals which show the different cultures and histories of the people who make up Britain. Such holidays and festivals not only remind people of how cultures change and influence each other, but also give people a chance to share in the rich cultural heritage of the United Kingdom.
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Another of my favorites, the Fiddlers, who come from Ireland. Their special brand of folk music is popular all over the world.
Test 5.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work after each section. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. Write all your answers on the listening question booklet. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers from the question booklet to an answer sheet. You should be prepared to do this with the practices. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. In this section, you will hear a conversation between a visa officer and an applicant. First, you will have some time to read questions 1 to 5. You will see that there is an example which has been done for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning, Visa Office. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'd like to apply for a visa to Australia, please.
Certainly, sir. I'll just get a form and then I'll need to take some details down.
The applicant wants to apply for a visa to Australia, so the word Australia is provided in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Good morning, Visa Office. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'd like to apply for a visa to Australia, please.
Certainly, sir. I'll just get a form and then I'll need to take some details down. OK, here we go. Right, can I have your name, please?
Yes, it's Okamura. Kelly Okamura.
And how do you spell that, please?
K-E-L-L.
No, your family name, please.
Oh, sorry. It's O-K-A-M-U-R-A.
O-K-A-M-U-R-A. And your address?
Apartment 106, Kingston Street, Hawaii.
Kingstone Street, Hawaii?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're an American?
Actually, I was born in Japan, but moved to Hawaii 6 years ago.
And can I have your age, please, Mr. Okamura?
I'm 32.
And are you married?
Yes, I am. My wife's Chinese.
And will your wife accompany you to Australia?
Yes, she will. In fact, that's the reason we want to go. Her sister lives in Sydney. Now you will have another chance to look at questions 6 to 10. As the conversation continues, answer questions 6 to 10.
Do you have any relatives living in Australia?
I used to have an uncle, but he died several years ago. Now there's only my sister-in-law and my wife's cousin.
So the purpose of your trip is to visit your wife's relatives, am I correct?
Well, not exactly. Mainly because I have my own trading company and I will be looking for business opportunities. Although I do want to do some travelling as well. You know, see some of the sights, that sort of thing. Although I don't intend to work in Australia.
And your wife, what will she be doing?
She'll be studying English. She wants a student visa.
And how long do you plan to stay?
About 1 year, I guess.
Well, I'm afraid a standard tourist visa is only valid for 30 days. Although in your case, we can issue you with a business visa. Business visas last for 6 months, but you will be able to renew it. We can give your wife a 12-month visa, though.
6 months is okay. So what do I need to do now?
Come along to the office any time during weekdays, but it must be office hours. We close at 5:30. And bring along 2 passport-size photos and your passport, of course. Your wife will also need 2 photos. So that's 4 passport-size photos in total.
Okay. Thank you for your help. Bye.
Bye.
That is the end of section 1. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear an informative talk given by Michael on how to keep out burglars and keep your home safe. Before you listen, you have a chance to read questions 11 to 20. Listen to the first part of the talk carefully and answer questions 11 to 16. Keep them out. There's no fail-proof way to keep out a burglar, but every little bit of deterrence helps. Even if you can't afford a security system, you can take a few minutes to make your home a little safer. Some relatively simple steps will greatly decrease the odds of a break-in, which means you can enjoy more peace of mind. And isn't that what home is all about? Think like a burglar. If you were one, how would you get into your home? Evaluate your home from the inside and out, day and night. You might even try a mock break-in, trying window jambs and locks on the house's perimeter. To keep out a burglar, the first thing to do is to secure the windows. Though windows are relatively easy to break, the loud noise of shattering glass will deter a thief if you're near other houses. Don't leave your windows open during the night, whether you're at home or away. That's a common sense precaution, but a surprising number of people forget to do just that. Use a pick-proof locking device for your windows. Make sure the frames are solid. If you're beyond the earshot of your neighbours, they won't hear the glass breaking. Consider installing a plexiglass sheet for the more accessible windows. This will make entry through them more difficult. Your doors should also be secured. If you don't have a peephole, install one in the front door. If you have one, make sure that you and your family are in the habit of using it. Don't open the door to anyone you don't know, especially at night. If the peephole is out of the reach of your children, keep a stepladder or stepping box by the door for them to use. If there's any glass within 2 feet of your front door lock, consider a locking device that would be out of reach if that glass is broken. Now, a few tips on how to protect your valuables. Don't leave your valuables, stereo, computer, jewellery, etc., where they can be seen from the window. If you don't want to hide everything from sight, consider blinds. Make a valuables inventory. Keep a record of your expensive and personally significant items, not just a listing, but a photographic or videotape record if possible. Store this inventory at another location. This is helpful for both the police and the insurance agency to identify the stolen goods. Use an engraving pen to mark these items with some kind of personal identifying information, such as your initials, in an inconspicuous place. This also helps record your possessions in case of any other mishap, such as fire or flood. Now, you will have another chance to look at questions 17 to 20. As the talk continues, answer questions 17 to 20. Don't stop your security awareness at the outside walls of your house. Your yard areas, if any, also deserve your attention. In general, don't leave anything around the yard that might help a burglar get into your house. Ladders, stackable boxes, or any garden tools should be put away, preferably in a locked cabinet. Install a light in your yard that is sensitive to movement. Place it high and out of reach. Trim hedges or bushes that are near doors or windows. These can be good hiding places. Don't place outdoor furniture tables nearby the house. These could become an easy stepladder to the roof. When you are on vacation, create the occupancy illusion. Maybe you laughed at your mother for leaving the lights on and the radio playing while she left for vacation, but she had the right idea. Those steps aren't quite enough, so try these strategies. Buy electronic timers that turn lights on and off at different times. Hook up a timer to your TV for a few hours each evening. Turn the volumes up too. Not enough to annoy the neighbours, just enough that a lurker at the windowsill couldn't miss hearing it. Have your newspaper and mail delivery suspended. If you don't have time to do this, ask a neighbour to pick them up for you. Ask a neighbour to park in your driveway or parking place. Think about having someone house-sit your home. If he's a relative or friend, he may cost you no more than the contents of your refrigerator. You can also find professional house-sitters or house-sitting services that find someone to stay while you're away. Leave your shades as they are normally, or at least don't close up every one. One sign of a vacant house is closed shades during the day. Lock your garage door with a padlock. That is the end of section 2. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. In this section, you are going to hear a conversation between Anne and Merton. In the first part of the conversation, they are talking about the commands of training dogs. First look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
So, that research paper we have to do next is the one about different styles of training dogs. How do you think you'll approach writing it?
You know, I've been thinking about it, and I feel that the best way to write it is to divide the paper into 2 main parts. In the first part, would be analysing some examples of each style of training dogs.
Right. First, what the styles are. After that, we can talk about how each style can be used so that the dogs learn something different from each one.
Indeed. Maybe we could draw a chart and compare examples of each style of training, one at a time. So, the different kinds of training would be simple obedience training.
There you would have things like teaching them to sit or stay in one place, and so on.
Right. So included here would be simple audio commands, like speak.
Yes, basic commands are just spoken words, aren't they? And then there would be the more guard-oriented training, where the dogs are trained to know a specific place well. Patrolling and barking are probably the best examples, because most people have seen them in many places, especially in homes.
And this would lead us to the attack dog training, which is physical as well as spoken, training the dog to knock someone down, and even bite if they have to.
Right. So there's another category as well. Sniffing dogs, which make up the searching category. I've read that in the UK, every major airport or government building has these dogs to search for all kinds of dangerous items.
In the second part of the conversation, Anne and Merton talk about all kinds of training and what kind of dog they are suitable for. You will have another chance to look at questions 26 to 30. Listen carefully and answer questions 26 to 30. I can believe that. Well, we have a good list to build on. We're finally getting started now, so let's try to figure out when each type of dog training should be used. I guess we can start by trying to figure out the best situation for each type of dog training.
What do you mean?
What I mean is whether each type of training should be used with different kinds of dogs. We could use basic obedience training, for example, and ask whether it's more useful for a small dog, a medium-sized dog, and so on. In this case, I'd say obedience training is best with small dogs because they tend to get excited easily, and this will help keep them out of trouble.
Okay, that makes sense.
Then, let's look at physical training. Even though some people think it's ideal for every breed of dog, I think it's better suited to the larger kinds. Small dogs usually just aren't smart enough to understand the physical commands, and they can even get hurt from them. The specialized sniffing training is the same. I think it's better with the more intelligent breeds of dogs, and it's hardly ever useful with really small dogs. Attack training, however, can be useful for every kind of large dog, as long as the dog is treated well and given a lot of attention and care.
All right. And what about guard training? Barking is an ideal way for small dogs to guard a home. I know they aren't big enough to stop a person, but making some noise is often all a dog needs to do. Other kinds of guard training, like biting, though, are different. I'd always plan to teach that to a smart dog, giving them a chance to use their brains and defend their homes.
I'd have to agree. Trainers often just teach large dogs to bark at a person when they think something isn't right. But if the dogs know how to use physical skills in a bad situation, they could save their owner's life someday.
Yes. I suppose that different people would have different needs for their pets.
Right, and different trainers would recommend different methods for different breeds. That is the end of section 3. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. In this section, you will hear a lecture given by Dr. Jesperson about children's language acquisition. As you listen to the talk, answer questions 31 to 40. First, you will have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40. Today, in our series of lectures on human language, we are going to be looking at the way in which children acquire language. The study of how people learn to speak has proved to be one of the most fascinating, important and complex branches of language study. So let's look at these 3 features in turn. Firstly, why is it fascinating? This stems from the natural interest people take in the developing abilities of young children. People are fascinated by the way in which children learn, particularly their own children. Secondly, it is important to study how we acquire our first language, because the study of child language can lead us to a greater understanding of language as a whole. The third point is that it's a complex study, and this is because of the enormous difficulties that are encountered by researchers as soon as they attempt to explain language development, especially in the very young child. In today's lecture, we will cover a number of topics. We will start by talking about research methods. There are a number of ways that researchers have investigated children's language, and these include the use of diaries, recordings, and tests, and we'll be looking at how researchers make use of these various methods. We will then go on to examine the language learning process, starting with the development of speech in young infants during the first year of life. This is the time associated with the emergence of the skills of speech perception, in other words, an emergence of the child's awareness of his or her own ability to speak. We will continue with our examination of the language learning process, this time by looking at language learning in the older child, that is, in children under 5. As they mature, it is possible to begin analysis in conventional linguistic terms, and so, in our analysis, we will look at phonological, grammatical, and semantic development in preschool children. In the second part of the talk, I would like to review some educational approaches to the question of how linguistic skills can be developed. In other words, how can we assist the young child to learn language skills at school? Initially, we will look at issues that arise in relation.
Test 4.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There'll be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played only once. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to your answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1.
Section 1. You will hear a conversation between a sociology student who is doing research on the town's new community centre and a resident. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Excuse me? Could you spare a minute, please?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was in a world of my own. I didn't hear you there.
No problem. My name's Katie, and I'm a second-year sociology student. We're doing a research project on the importance of community centres to local residents. May I ask, are you a resident of Malton?
The answer is community centres. So, community centres has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Excuse me? Could you spare a minute, please?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was in a world of my own. I didn't hear you there.
No problem. My name's Katie, and I'm a second-year sociology student. We're doing a research project on the importance of community centres to local residents. May I ask, are you a resident of Malton?
Yes, I am.
That's perfect. Would you mind answering some questions about the facilities you use? It won't take very long.
Of course. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Far away.
Great. OK, the first questions are to do with you. So can I ask how old you are? We need to know for statistical purposes later.
Well, I'd like to say 16, but I'm 59. 60 next week, in fact.
Oh, congratulations for next week. Now I just need your postcode and then we'll get started.
Right. Well, that's an easy one. It's HA87UP.
7A8 HQP. Was that right?
No, my dear. It's HA87UP.
Right. OK. Sorry for the confusion.
That's quite all right. Now, what about these questions?
Yes, let's get started. So, one of the most important things we need to know is which of the facilities you already use.
Right, OK.
OK. What about computer facilities? Do you currently use public computers anywhere in town?
Yes, I do. I go to my local library.
Great. Just jotting that down. OK. What about local sports facilities?
Yes, I get down to the swimming pool at least twice a week.
And education facilities? Are you currently attending any courses?
Yes, I go to Spanish classes every Friday at the Further Education College.
That's great. I must say, you're very active.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10.
OK, we're halfway through. The next bit is all about how the community centre could be improved, if at all, that is.
I see. Well, I'll give it a go.
Well, firstly, I'd like to find out your views on sports facilities. Which sports do you think the community centre should offer that it doesn't already?
Well, I'm not going to say swimming, as there's no point having 2 pools in a town of this size. Let me think. What about yoga? I know it's very popular these days. Yes, yoga and badminton. I used to play, you know.
Really?
Yes, and I was quite good, though I'm probably a bit rusty now. It's been years.
OK. Do you think the classes should be split into groups?
Yes, that's a good idea. I know that if there were classes only for pensioners, I'd definitely be more likely to play. I'm not as fast as I once was, you know.
OK, I'll just write that down. Great. Now we're nearly done. I just need to ask you some questions about education. What kind of classes do you think the centre should offer that it doesn't already?
Well, I suppose the kind of thing that's no longer offered at the local college. Things like arts and crafts. Those kinds of classes have now closed as they weren't financially viable, apparently.
Yes, I heard about that. It was such a shame. Those kinds of classes are so important for the psychological well-being of those most vulnerable in a community. OK, I've written that down. Now I need to ask you whether you would be willing to pay for any of the services we were just talking about.
As long as it wasn't too much, I have nothing against contributing. Something like £2 per class seems like a reasonable rate for an old man like me.
OK. And lastly then, I just need to know how regularly you think you will use the new facilities, if the community centre makes the changes you have suggested.
Well, I'd say 3 times a week, which is more than I go at the moment. I only bother on Mondays and Wednesdays, as there's nothing else on during the week that interests me. But I would definitely get out of the house more if they were to make those kinds of changes.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Section 2. You will hear an audio tour for Hampstead in the City of London. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen and answer questions 11 to 15.
Hi and welcome to the Walking Audio Tour Service, which offers guided audio tours of over 30 walks around London. The full list of the walks is available on our website. You have chosen the Hampstead Heath Tour Part 1, which was, in fact, the first of the walking tours that were recorded. Your walk takes you through part of the Heath, a huge, wild, open parkland where Londoners and visitors to the city can come and enjoy some leisurely and refreshing exercise. The Heath is one of the gems of North London. When you enter the parkland, you will feel as if you are walking in the wild countryside, but you are actually still in an urban area. The walking tour begins here at the exit to Hampstead Underground Station, which is the deepest station on the London Underground system. We hope that you enjoy your experience, whether you are on your own or sharing your walk with a companion. So, let's begin your tour. We hope you enjoy it. If you turn right as you exit Hampstead Station and stay on the right-hand side of the road, the main thoroughfare, Heath Street, will take you up the hill to the Heath itself. You are now walking away from the main shops and cafes in Hampstead Village, but you can return to visit these after your walking tour for some window shopping. The village is busy during the daytime and the evenings. Now back to Heath Street. As the road winds northwards up Heath Street, you will pass some shops and restaurants on your way to the Heath. When you reach the top, the first part of the Heath that you will see on your right is the Vale of the Heath, which has some spectacular houses built on the Heath itself beside a large pond. If you go along a little further, you will come to a fork in the road, where one road, North End Way, turns to the left and goes northwest away from the Heath. And on your right is Spaniards Road, which turns northeast, cutting through the parkland. Walk along this latter road a little way and look for the first opening on your right, where a path leads you down into the wild parkland. As you descend along the pathway, you will find that the noise of the busy road that is just on your left disappears completely. You might want to take off your headphones to enjoy the delight of the sounds of the parkland. Don't imagine that there is only silence. There is the noise of the trees and the wildlife that lives there. As you walk along the path, you will come across several paths coming from the right to join the path that you are on. But keep going until you come to the first fork in the path. Now take the path that goes to your left, which will bring you shortly to the open spaces around Kenwood House.
Before you hear the rest of the audio tour, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
You can either walk through the woods and enjoy being among the trees, or you can savour the other charms the heath has to offer. You are now at Kenwood House, which is a museum open to the public. It has been used as the setting for several well-known films and is used as a venue for a wide range of functions. For some light refreshments, there is the cafe at Kenwood House. Below Kenwood House itself, you can see the grassy slopes, which are an ideal place for picnics and for children to run around and play games. Just beyond this picnic area is an open-air stage where music concerts are held in the summer months. You might even see the stage being prepared for a concert while you are there. You might want to explore this part of the heath at your leisure. But before you leave the heath altogether, there are two other notable features that are worth visiting. On the east side of the heath are several large ponds for segregated and mixed bathing. And if you would like a view of London, you can visit Parliament Hill, which gives you a good panorama of London that is in fact protected by law.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Section 3. You will hear a tutor talking to a student about a case study. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, am I bothering you? Is it okay to see you now?
Hi, Jack. No bother. Please come in. As you're a tutor this year, it's my responsibility to oversee your assignments. Now, where are my notes? Oh, yes, here they are. OK. I see that we were going to look at your case study on the challenges of urban planning in the 21st century and how to make it as green as possible. How's it all going?
Actually, I'm pretty happy with it. Can I talk you through it to make sure I'm on the right track?
Of course, please do. I'll stop you if I have any questions.
OK. Well, I started by giving an overview of what green urban planning has been up until now. Firstly, there's the idea of a green belt. This is the one that everyone's heard of. But I found that while it was successful for a short time and in limited cases, it grossly oversimplified things.
Well, that's a good and practical start. What else did you look at? I hope that you also considered the idea of decentralisation.
Yes, that was really interesting, as although there were no objections to it, and it looked good on paper, it just didn't work in practice.
Yes, a conundrum indeed. However, I think you'll find that there are many fads that come and go in this area. It isn't the first, and it won't be the last to simply disappear off the face of the planet. Well, this is all very good so far. What did you look at next?
I then researched the 1960s fad of building new towns on new sites, but I found that although there are isolated cases of success, they tended to cost too much time and money to build.
Keeping to that theme, have you considered the idea of brownfield sites? That is, sites that previously had another use, being converted into residential areas.
Like the idea of buildings that were once banks being turned into restaurants, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I'd say it's a pretty important option in most urban areas today, even though there have been issues with safety if the land were contaminated in any way. At least it tends to attract no objections from local residents.
Okay, thanks. I'll make sure I put that in.
Anything else?
Well, I'm not sure about this last one, but I thought the idea of pedestrianizing central areas was an interesting concept. Do you think it's valid here?
Well, it's certainly not a bad idea. The only thing is that it would probably intensify the problem of congestion in inner city areas and would disrupt local residents' sleep if the construction work were to happen during the night. The use of loud excavators to repave the area would be inevitable.
Yes, I take your point. But in some older cities, I think it's one of the few viable options.
Well, as long as you state that, then it can definitely be included.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Okay, so that's my introduction to urban planning sorted. But now I come to the main part, which is the case study. It was really difficult to choose, as there are so many good examples. But in the end, I settled on Curitiba, which is the capital of the South Brazilian state of Paraná.
Ah, yes, nice choice. How's the research coming along?
Well, to be honest, I'm finding the amount of material a bit too much. There's such a diverse range of statistics that it makes it almost impossible to be selective.
Well, tell me a bit more about what you discovered, and then we'll see if we can come up with a plan to tackle the problem.
Well, it's fascinating. Local authorities managed to achieve so much since the 1960s, principally because, rather than waiting for central government initiatives, they chose a cohesive strategy where residents were consulted. Then they took their ideas and implemented them into local government planning to come up with a plan everybody was happy with.
Aha! A bottom-up approach. Do go on.
Well, the transport system is a real example of the town's eco-friendly image. Even though they have one of the highest number of cars per person in the country, they also have the highest number of people using public transport. This is because poor and elderly residents are able to benefit from a social fare that allows them to use the system for less. This has led to low levels of pollution, which also encourages citizens to use bicycles more.
Well, that's really impressive, Jack. Well done. But I do have some suggestions to help you with finalising your case study.
Please.
If you're going to prove Curitiba's success, you need to refer to specifics. You mentioned pedestrian-only areas in your introduction. How about that?
Yes, okay.
And what about the amount of parking for all of those cars?
I didn't come across that in my research, but I can look it up.
Yeah, I think it's important.
And what about considering where people live in relation to their place of work? If they live in the suburbs, how about mentioning how far they need to travel in order to get to work?
And don't forget about their recycling strategy, including how easy it is and how much they recycle, making sure you include statistics to back it up.
Okay, got it.
All in all, Jack, you've really done your homework, and I very much look forward to receiving your final draft.
Thanks, Professor. You've been a great help.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Section 4. You will hear part of a talk to economics students about how to make the most of their course. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Stanley University School of Economics. I will be one of your lecturers on the course, and my name is Professor Whitefield. Before the academic year really gets underway, I would like to take you through some of what you can expect and to give you some general course information. Firstly, you'll be attending lectures during which you will receive information about economics and the priorities that you will need to focus on. The lectures will provide you with information about the subject in a relatively condensed format. In addition, they should also provide a suitable framework for further study. Typically, this is also the first time that students get the chance to meet a researcher at the forefront of the discipline. Traditionally, lectures are seen as an essential part of the learning culture for higher education, in which undergraduate study is viewed as an induction into academic discipline and a way of viewing the world. However, although all I have said until now is true, every year, undergraduate students experience problems with the techniques used in lectures. Being forewarned will hopefully help you with adjusting to these issues. The first problem is that there is little opportunity for the development of student understanding. That is, if you misunderstand something, there is no immediate opportunity to ask. Secondly, when newer teaching approaches are used, such as problem solving, learning outcomes are improved. However, these will still not replace the validity of listening and learning from an expert. Now, before you start despairing, there are several things that you can do in order to make the learning process and consequently your student life at the university easier. First and foremost, be prepared. You will be given a reading list. Don't just throw it away or forget about it. Make sure you leave enough time to go through all items on it. Once you've done that, an ideal thing to do would be to test yourself on the contents. Prepare a mini quiz while reading and go back to it before the lecture and just check you know the answers. Now, for most of you, this won't be the first time that you're studying economics, but you may have taken a gap year or had a period of time working. If this is so, and even if it isn't in fact, it always makes sense to go back and refresh your memory on those relevant theories you learned about before, as we'll definitely be referring to them. Okay, there are just a couple more ideas I'd like to suggest before I'll take any questions you may have. We are lucky enough to be living in a digital age, so use resources like the web to do some extra background research. There's no shortage of information nowadays, but just be sure that you're using reliable resources. Finally, and this is an important one, make sure you discuss ideas with your peers. They're in the same boat as you are after all, and you'll probably find that it helps make your learning more memorable. All in all, take charge of your learning and you'll find that you succeed. Now, Do you have any questions before we go on to the next?
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
That is the end of the listening test, the IELTS test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 3. Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now turn to section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation about a New Year's party. First, you have some time to look at your questions 1 to 4. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to this will be played first. Hi Sam, let's try and get it sorted out today, okay?
Yeah, sure. It's time we started working out the details.
Exactly. What should we begin with?
Date.
Okay. When is the best time to hold the New Year's party?
How about 30th of December?
I'm afraid that's a bit late.
Yeah, the day before?
Fine. 29th of December? The date of holding the New Year's party is the 29th of December, so the 29th of December has been chosen. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4. Hi Sam, let's try and get it sorted out today, okay?
Yeah, sure. It's time we started working out details.
Exactly. What should we begin with?
Date.
Okay. When is the best time to hold the New Year's party?
How about the 30th of December?
I'm afraid that's a bit late.
Yeah, the day before?
Fine, 29th of December.
And what about a venue?
In a restaurant? Which restaurant were we in last year?
Let me think. It is Tulip Garden, but I don't think it was a good choice.
Why?
The venue is too small, and we have about 30 people, more than last year.
You're right.
So how about our common room on the 2nd floor?
Great idea.
And then let's think about invitations.
All staff and all students.
How about last year's students?
What do you mean?
I know someone who has graduated already but still stays in the city. He might want to come to next month's graduation ceremony.
Fine. I will confirm the person later.
Right.
How about the cost? £15? Is that okay?
What? 50?
No, 15.
Right.
The next one is the food and drink. In my mind, it's better for us to book them from a restaurant.
Definitely. Which one do you prefer?
How about Tulip Garden?
OK, and we should choose the menu and pay in advance by deposit. How many days in advance? A week?
A week is not enough. I think at least 7 working days.
OK.
How much is the deposit?
I'm not sure. Maybe £80?
I think it's a little too much.
£70?
Right. Now look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 5 to 10. Well, let's talk about the menu.
Yes. Appetizer first. What was it last year?
I remember there was fruit juice and onion soup. Do you want to change?
Yes, I didn't like that soup.
Maybe we can order tomato soup instead of onion soup. Is that okay?
Good.
And the next one is main course.
How about chicken or beef?
I prefer a roast dinner.
Good idea.
And the third one is vegetables.
How about a vegetable salad?
Fine. What vegetables do you prefer?
Carrot and tomato.
Yeah. And potato and corn?
Yes, I like corn. It is good for the eyes.
Really?
Yes.
And pea and onion?
OK, and how about lettuce and cucumber?
Yes. Ladies usually like that.
That's perfect.
Then for dessert, how about traditional chocolate cake?
Why not? And ice cream?
I think mango pudding is better.
OK, mango pudding and chocolate cake.
The last one is drinks.
I think almost everyone likes coffee.
Yes. And Sprite and cola?
Fine.
Do you think if we should prepare for some souvenirs?
We can take some photos, print them, and give them to all the people at the end of the party as a memory.
Good idea. This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a conversation about a computer centre in campus. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 17. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 17.
Hi, Mary. How are things going?
Fine. And you?
Actually, I'm worried about the computer centre.
What's the matter?
Because I didn't attend the computer center meeting yesterday.
I can tell you the information about it.
Really? You're so nice.
Well, what do you want to know?
When is the registration time of the computer center?
It is at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. from Monday to Friday this week.
Today is Friday, right?
Yes.
Oh no.
Don't worry, you can register tomorrow morning.
But tomorrow is Saturday.
Yes, on Saturday. The registration time is 9 a.m. to 12 a.m.
That's so great.
Yes.
Do you know where the registration office is?
Yes, room 214 on the second floor of the main building.
240 or 214?
14. And you should take some documents when you go there.
What kind of documents? A fee?
No, we are registered students, so we needn't pay any fee.
Great.
You need to take your student card and one passport photo.
Okay.
And on the meeting, the lecturer told us some rules of the computer centre we have to know.
What kind of rules? Is that very important?
Yes. The first one is the opening hours.
I hope it closes late.
Right. It opens at 9 o'clock as usual and closes at 11 in the evening.
Perfect.
There is no smoking and noise in the computer centre.
Fine. Can I take some snacks?
You can only eat something in the lounge.
Then can I take my bag into the computer centre?
There is a student locker in the lounge. You may put your bag in the locker, so do remember to take a lock.
Fine.
And do not occupy the locker for more than 3 days.
Yes. May I reserve a computer?
Yes. There is a reservation system in the computer centre. You can reserve it 3 days in advance.
Fine. I'd like to know if there is a photocopier or printer in the computer centre.
Of course, on the second floor. But remember to take your student card.
Why?
Because none of the machines take coins.
Fine.
And do not use them 10 minutes before the centre is closed.
All right.
Now look at questions 18 to 20. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 18 to 20.
Well, can you tell me where the computer centre is? In the main campus?
Do you have a campus map?
No.
Well, I'll draw a map for you. Do you have a pen?
Yes.
Well, this is the entrance, and the first building you can see is the teaching building.
Yes.
On your left is a small bookstore of our university.
Great. I just want to buy some books and CDs.
Then go east and you can see a small gym opposite to the bookstore.
A gym? Does it have a tennis court?
Sorry, I don't know.
Fine.
On the other side is the student union, and there is a lab on the east side of it.
If I want to join some societies, I can go to the students' union, right?
Right.
Oh, does the campus have a parking lot?
Yes, it is near to the lab and not far from the teaching building.
Great. And how about the parking fee?
Sorry, I'm not sure. Maybe £5 per hour?
Okay. And where is the computer centre?
It is opposite the student union, between the library on the left corner and the canteen on your right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good luck. This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation about a student's dissertation meeting. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to ask questions about requirements and timetables on writing your final dissertation. So anything you'd like to ask first?
Professor, what about the word limit?
Well, you know generally, the words of final dissertations of the master degree are limited between 18 to 20,000.
Oh, does that include words of references?
Yes, of course. And contents? No, the word does not include the acknowledgement and contents. What is the acknowledgement? It is a few words of thanks that you write at the beginning of the dissertation to the people who have helped you.
How about its words?
No more than 100 words.
Right.
Professor, when is the hand-in date?
The deadline is on the 30th of July.
Is it a fixed hand-in date? I mean, if I cannot hand in my work before the 30th of July, how...
Sky, I'm afraid that you have to hand in your work on time, unless you have some sort of accident or illness.
Okay.
How do I hand in my work?
You could give your work to your tutor at the tutorial, or send him an email to the department.
Professor, when can I know who my tutor is?
You can check the list of tutor arrangements.
Online?
Yes, or you could go to our department office to check.
Fine. How many tutorials do we have in a week?
Usually there are 2 tutorials per week.
How long do they last? 2 hours?
No, 1 hour on afternoons.
Both on weekends?
No, one is from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on Tuesday. The other is from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Friday.
How about the requirements for the format?
You can check their requirements online. But one of the most important things is to have a printer.
Printer?
Yes, we usually keep all dissertations on file, so you must print your work by laser printer.
Fine. Now look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 27 to 30.
Let's talk about the dissertation timetable.
Okay.
On the first week of May, you should begin to prepare for writing. The first point is to choose the topic.
Can we choose the topic by ourselves?
Of course. Your tutor will give you some suggestions, and you can narrow a topic by yourself.
Great.
And then you can work on your basic references.
Right.
You can ask your tutor to give you a reference list, and then borrow reference books from our library.
And the next point is to prepare for the draft plan.
Definitely. You should write a draft first and then discuss it with your tutor at the tutorial.
If the draft is okay, what should we do next?
You will begin to do research to collect data to support your work.
OK. Can we choose the research methods by ourselves?
It is better if you take your tutor's advice.
OK.
When your data is enough for your work, you will begin to write up your dissertation.
How many parts does a dissertation contain?
Usually your work must have an introduction, a main body, and a conclusion. You should talk about it with your tutor.
And then can we hand our dissertation in?
No, you should do proofreading before handing in your work.
OK.
Anything else?
No.
Right.
This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecture about Australia. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Australia is the world's smallest continent and largest island. It is one of the oldest land masses and flattest of all the continents. After Antarctica, Australia is the second driest continent. Most areas of Australia are semi-desert or arid. Almost 40% is north of the Tropic of Capricorn. On its western coast is the Indian Ocean, and on its east, the Coral and Tasman Seas of the South Pacific Ocean. Australia is the only nation which occupies an entire continent. It is about 25 times larger than Britain and almost double the combined areas of Pakistan and India. There are 3 main structural characters. The first one is the Great Western Plateau. It covers most of Western Australia, much of the Northern Territory and South Australia, and part of Western Queensland. Its average elevation is about 300 metres. East of the plateau, extending from the Gulf of Carpentaria in the north to eastern South Australia and the western Victorian coast, is the great lowland belt known as the Central Eastern Lowlands. The belt's average elevation is 150 metres. And at Lake Eyre in South Australia, it drops to about 12 metres below sea level. The last one is the Eastern Highlands, better known as the Great Dividing Range, following the eastern coast south from far northern Queensland to southern Tasmania. Nearly over 400 kilometres from the coast and sometimes forming part of it. Their average altitude is less than 910 metres, although peaks exceed 1,800 metres in the rugged southeastern area called the Australian Alps. Nearly a third of Australia is north of the Tropic of Capricorn, and the rest is the temperate zone. Low rainfall and clear sky is a feature of the climate on most of the continent. In Australia, summer is from December to February, autumn, March to May, winter, June to August, and spring, September to November. For most of the country, January usually is the hottest month in summer. The flag of Australia is the only one to fly over the whole continent. The small Union Jack represents the historical link with Britain. The large star has 6 points for each of the states and 1 star for the territories, and the small stars form the Southern Cross, a prominent feature of the Southern Hemisphere night sky. Australia has no official or traditional national costume. Green and gold have been used traditionally by Australian Olympic and other sporting teams for most of the 20th century, and have become the national colours formally in 1984. The official language is English, by usage, not law. It has its own colloquialisms and slang, but does not differ importantly from other forms of English except in accent. Spelling generally follows the British form. Australia is one of the most urbanised countries in the world, with about 70% of the population living in the 10 largest cities, and only 15% of Australians live in rural areas. Australians have a high standard of living by world standards. Australia is a multicultural society, with about a quarter of the population foreign-born. The first European settlement of the continent, by the British, began in 1788, on the site now occupied by Sydney. Settlement schemes during the next 150 years helped increase Australia's population to about 7.4 million by the end of World War II. Over 5 million migrants have settled in Australia since, helping to more than double its post-war population. Nowadays, most Australians work for wage or salary. They usually work about 35 to 40 hours per week. Employees can get paid annual leave, about 4 weeks, sick leave, and long service leave. They also have about 10 paid public holidays per year. Most people retire at the age of about 60 to 65. The average Australian female has a life expectancy of about 79, and the male about 73. Most Australians marry in their late 20s. On average, couples have 2 to 3 children. Many aspects of the arts in Australia have their roots in Europe, but its Asian neighbours have made a main impact on its own history and culture. Distinctively, Australian trends are developing, and the vigour and the originality of the arts in Australia often surprise visitors. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the great problem facing the arts was the same as in other nations: increased costs and a decrease in government financing. But increasing public interest provided the momentum to carry them through difficult times. The Australian government has developed tax deduction policies to encourage greater financial support of the arts. A tax deduction is available for donations of property to public libraries, museums, and art galleries. The Australia Council is a funding agency of the government. The agency spends over $50 million per year. More is spent by state governments. The Australia Council Board supports specific art forms, and Central Council programs support research, education, and multicultural arts.
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 2. Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now, turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation between a clerk and a tourist about a short trip. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning, wonderful travel agency. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'd like to know about the information about your short trip. What's the name of the trip?
Magic One Day.
Right. Could you introduce me to the tour?
Of course.
The name of the trip is Magic One Day. So, Magic One Day has been written in the space. Now, we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Good morning, wonderful travel agency. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'd like to know about the information about your short trip. What's the name of the trip?
Magic One Day.
Right. Could you introduce me to the tour?
Of course, and we will give you a 5% discount if you book the latest trip.
Fine. When is the next one going?
We have a trip every Saturday, which usually departs at 8 o'clock in the morning.
And when will we come back?
About 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Fine. How about the type of transportation?
We like to keep our tours small, so we offer a coach or a minibus.
That's great. So how many tourists are there in one group?
Usually we take about 15 to 20 tourists. But you know, it is peak time now, so the number is up to 25 tourists.
Well, that sounds good. So, how much is the tour price?
As I said, I will give you a 5% discount, so the cost is £18 for each person.
Great! Does it include lunch?
No, but the guide fee has been included.
Do I need to book a seat?
Yes. At peak season, in order to ensure your position, seat reservation is needed. So the tourist has to reserve a seat at least 2 days before leaving.
Now, look at questions 6 to 10. Now, listen to the tape and answer the questions 6 to 10.
OK, and how about the deposit?
You don't need to pay any fees in advance.
Fine. How about payment? Cash or credit card?
Because we collect money just before departing, the only payment we accept is cash.
Fine. I see.
That's OK. And let me confirm you with your customer reference number.
Fine.
That is FC864.
Right, I'll write it down.
How about other things do you want to know?
Yes. I'd like to know what attractions we will visit during the tour.
Well, let me check the time schedule. We will start at 8 o'clock and will arrive at Edinburgh about 10 o'clock. The first resort we will visit is Old Castles, the most famous Scottish castles. It is the home of the Scottish crown jewels, the oldest royal regalia in Britain.
Well, may I take photos?
Of course.
I heard that the City Hall is a good place. Will we go there?
The next tour does not include that place.
OK.
And then we will go on to St. Giles's Cathedral, with 1,000 years of history. It is renowned for its stained glass, regal organ and beautiful thistle chapel.
Great. Is it near to the zoo?
Yes. After lunch you will visit Royal Palace. It is a good place to know about royal family's life, but it has a rule with no photo.
Right.
But you can pick some souvenirs in the local handicraft shops close to the palace.
Great.
And about 4 o'clock we will get to the Seabird Centre.
Do you mean the aquarium?
No, they are different places.
OK. Does it have an animal performance?
Sure, you can appreciate the play of dolphin and sea lion.
It sounds good.
About 6 o'clock we will return. If you need other information, please read our tour booklet.
Fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a conversation between a doctor and a student. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good afternoon, Doctor. May I come in?
Yes, come in.
I'm a freshman in the university and I don't feel very good.
OK, sit down, please. I need to record some basic details about you first.
Fine.
What's your full name?
Mary Nixon.
Is your surname spelt Nixon?
That's right.
Well, Mary, what's your major?
I'm studying art.
A good choice. Tell me your registered number.
Registered number? Sorry, I'm not sure. Maybe...
Did you bring your union card or library card?
Yes, I brought it.
OK, well, tell me the number on your card.
It is MN0918.
And your birthday?
I was born on November 20th, 1987.
Where are you from?
I come from New York.
Oh, we are from the same city.
Really?
Yes. Where do you live? Campus accommodation?
Actually, I will move out from campus flat tomorrow. I rent a house in North West with 3 friends.
Fine. Tell me your present address.
It is 17th King Street.
Okay, and your contact number?
367-8259.
Right, now let's get some of your medical background.
Okay.
Have you ever had any serious illnesses or accidents?
I got gastritis when I was in middle school.
Did you have an operation?
No, I just took medicine and had some injections.
Anything else?
No, nothing.
Now, look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 16 to 20. So, Mary, what's your trouble?
Well, recently I've been having some trouble with my head and eyes and nose.
Oh, no.
I think I've got a terrible flu.
Maybe or maybe not. Describe your problem specifically.
Okay. Since last week I've been sneezing, and sometimes I can't stop, and even later I begin to feel dizzy.
Do you get a fever?
No.
Did you attend any unusual activities during the last week?
Let me think. No, nothing special. Yeah, I had camping last Monday.
To where?
Eastern Mountain. You know there are lots of beautiful flowers. We took many photos there.
So your illness has lasted for 1 week?
Yes, but sometimes I'm fine. I don't know why.
Do you have any allergies?
I remember I got allergic to mango when I was a child, but now I'm fine.
How about flowers? I mean, pollen.
You mean I'm allergic to pollen?
Yes.
What should I do?
I suggest you take some medicine first and drink more water.
Okay.
And then, if your symptoms are getting worse, I suggest you go to a hospital to check.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I hope you will recover soon.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation between a new student and a lecturer. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Good morning. May I come in?
Yes, come in, please.
I'm a new student and I'm looking for the Office of Engineering faculty. Is this the right place?
Yes, this is the Faculty of Engineering. How can I help you?
I know there was an orientation meeting last Friday, but I didn't attend that meeting. So I'm wondering if someone could give me some information about, the campus life or course requirements or something like that.
Yes. Sit down, please. Where shall we begin?
Firstly, how many lectures do I have to attend every week?
There are not too many lectures of postgraduate courses. Let me check. Oh, you have lectures on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m.
How often do I have to attend seminars in a week?
Well, there is only one group seminar on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock.
You mean a group?
Yes.
How many people are there in one group?
About 3 to 5.
Fine.
You will discuss about 20 minutes, and then the representative of your group will give a short presentation.
A presentation?
Right.
Do all members in the group have a chance to give a presentation?
Maybe. And then your subject advisor will give you a mark.
A mark? Does that mean the representative's mark is all members' mark?
That's right.
How about attendance?
The postgraduate attendance is only 70%, but a few students will be absent in our faculty.
Fine. Should I choose the time? Because I have a part-time job.
I am afraid not. The postgraduate course is very intensive. We do not suggest that our students do any other jobs.
Yes, I see. I will spend time on my course. Oh, how many modular courses are there in the coming academic year?
You have 3 modular courses from September to June next year.
Okay.
Now, look at questions 26 to 30. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 26 to 30. Anything else I can help you with?
I'd like to know some information about the course assessment.
Well, beside presentation, you will have an exam at the end of the term.
An exam? What type of exam?
It's an open book exam.
Fine.
But your main assessment is the assignment.
You mean homework?
Yes. You will have to write an assignment with 6,000 to 7,000 words every month.
6,000 to 7,000?
Yes.
Oh, how about the topic?
Your tutor will give you some advice on the topic based on some course handouts or reference books. But you have to narrow the topic by yourself.
So can I choose the topic of essay by myself?
Yes, of course.
Great.
You must pay attention to your essay deadline. All assignment work must be handed in before the deadline your tutor gives you.
When should I visit my tutor?
You should check your tutor's name and contact number on our website.
Fine.
Do you have a library card?
No, I have not applied for one.
I think you should register for a library card first, because you need it when you borrow reference books from the library.
OK, I will apply for one tomorrow morning.
Anything else?
The last thing is, how can I get my username and password for our university's website?
First, you should go to the computer centre to register, and then they will give you a username and password.
That's fine. Thanks for your introduction.
You are welcome. See you later.
See you.
This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecture about an animal living in South America. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Welcome to Magic Animal Time. Today I'd like to give you an introduction to a magic animal called sloth. Native to Central and South American rainforests, the sloth is the slowest animal on Earth. It needs 12 seconds to finish one step, even slower than a tortoise. Algae grows on its brown furry back because of its inactive lifestyle. Even the fur of sloths is adapted to their lifestyle. Sloths usually hang upside down, so their stiff, wiry fur grows differently from the coats of most mammals. Horses' hair, for example, grows from the back, so rainwater will run off. Below this tough top layer, a dense downy layer of hair provides additional protection from pesky insects. The greenish cast of the sloth's shaggy fur is caused by symbiotic algae that grow in grooves running along the length of each of the mammal's outer hairs. The sloth hosts the algae, and the algae return the favor by providing nutrition that the sloth either ingests by licking its fur or absorbs through the skin. The grayish-green color makes the sloth look just like a clump of dry leaves hanging from a branch. The perfect jungle camouflage. And the longer a sloth lives, the greener it gets. Sloths have a short and flat head, a snout that is short in length, big round eyes, long tree-climbing legs, a stubby tail, and small ears, and though some have called them ugly, they have the cutest face that looks like they're always smiling, just like a koala in Australia. Sloths spend most of the day sleeping. Curling up in a tree notch or hanging from a branch with all four legs closed together, their heads tucked between their front legs. People seldom see them much move, even when they are awake. Only at feeding time, sloths move more slowly and carefully, hand over and through the treetops, searching for leaves, fruits, and twigs. They even mate and give birth while suspended from their long, curved claws. Sometimes a sloth will die, hanging upside down from a tree limb, and remain so after death, until they decompose or are forcibly removed. Why do sloths have such an unusual lifestyle? It's the strategy they evolved to survive as tree-dwelling plant eaters in a place with many predators. Most domestic herbivores, such as cattle, horse, and sheep, graze all day long. Because they feed on nutrient-poor vegetation, they must eat almost constantly. Sloths are also classified as herbivores, and their diets are also low in nutrition. But rather than munching all day long, they have become masters at conserving energy. As any athlete knows, maintaining muscle requires large quantities of food energy, far more than a sloth's vegetarian diet can provide. Sloths are relatively inactive and usually spend most of their day hanging upside down, so they can get by with half as much muscle mass as similar-sized mammals. Hence, they don't need to eat too much. In addition, Because of heavy muscle, sloths weigh far less than other mammals. This makes it possible for them to climb on thin branches high in the tropical forest canopy, where they can more easily find food and avoid heftier predators. Keeping a high body temperature also takes energy. Sloths fulfill this need by maintaining a lower average body temperature than other mammals. Dogs, cats, horses, sheep and cows all have average body temperatures between about 100 and 103 Fahrenheit, but a sloth's average body temperature is about 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Equally important, a sloth's body temperature fluctuates with the surrounding temperature. Like snakes and frogs, which are cold-blooded creatures, a sloth's body temperature is highest on warm, sunny days and lowest at night and on rainy days. Sometimes, a sloth takes a sunbath in the morning, warmed up. Then, during the hottest times of day, it hides in the shade so it won't overheat. During a 24-hour period, a sloth's body temperature may vary as much as 10 degrees Fahrenheit. If the body temperature of a person, a cat, or a dog varies just 5 degrees Fahrenheit, it can be life-threatening. Because sloths have difficulty moving over land, they spend most of their time in the trees. They can get just about everything they need high above the forest floor, even water, which comes from eating juicy leaves and licking up drops of morning dew. Short bursts of feeding, followed by long periods of inactivity, make sloths less vulnerable to large raptors, such as harpy eagles and other carnivores, such as ocelots. As long as sloths remain perfectly quiet and still, they're nearly impossible to detect. At feeding time, a sloth reaches out, grabs an overhead branch with its flexible feet, and tugs until the food is within reach of its long tongue. After pulling the vegetation into its mouth, the sloth clips the leaves with its hard, tough lips and slowly grinds them with a large, peg-like teeth. A sloth digests its food just as it does everything else, very slowly. People usually digest their food in about a day, but sloths can take about a month to finish the process. As soon as a sloth swallows a mouthful of pulverized plants, the bacteria in its stomach and intestines begin breaking down the food. It takes many hours for the bacteria to digest the tough plant material that makes up a sloth's diet. Only then can the sloth absorb the nutrients it needs to live and grow. So, do you have a new understanding about the slow but not lazy animal? Next week, we will talk about...
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 1. Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation about homestay registration between a student and an accommodation advisor. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to apply for a homestay.
Right. Sit down, please. Well, I need to take down your details first. The type of accommodation that the student hopes to apply for is homestay. So, homestay has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the question as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to apply for a homestay.
Right. Sit down, please. Well, I need to take down your details first.
Okay.
What's your full name?
My name is Aaron Lee.
Do you spell your first name A-A-R-O-N?
Yes.
Okay. And your age?
I'm 18 years old.
So you are a freshman in our university?
Yes.
What's your present address?
I live in student accommodation. International House.
In which area?
North Campus.
Your room number?
It is 316C.
Okay, Aaron. Are you unsatisfied with your flat now?
Actually, my flat is all right, but I hope to move into a local family, to have more opportunities to know about local culture and to improve my English.
Right. Tell me your contact number.
My home number is 81419680 and my mobile phone is 75863344.
Now, look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10. Well, Aaron, can you tell me your requirements about homestay, such as food or facilities, something like that?
Yes. Firstly, I prefer to live in a homestay house with a nice landlady, and I hope she would be good at cooking.
All right. How about others?
And I'd like to have my own bathroom and balcony. I don't want to share with others.
Okay, no problem. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. You know, one of my friends, Chris, who lives in a family with 3 young children.
Yeah?
They are too noisy, and my friend cannot study. So I hope there are no young children in my homestay house.
Okay, fine. Do you need a garage?
I don't drive now, and maybe I would need it in the future. Oh yes, I hope that the house would be near to campus.
Okay, not far from campus. Anything else?
No.
Well, let's talk about the rent and the deposit.
Okay.
Usually, the rent of homestay is about £140 per week, and you will have to pay 2 weeks' rent as a deposit in advance.
Does the rent include all bills?
No, it only includes the water fee. You have to pay your electric bill and telephone bill and cable bill if you need.
Right.
When would you like to move in?
As soon as possible. Well, I hope to see a house this weekend. How about this Saturday?
Is it the 6th of October?
Right.
OK, I know. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's all. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a lecture about a famous natural resort in England. First, you will have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Welcome, everybody, to the Guide for the Peak District. Situated in the heart of England and covering parts of 6 counties, the Peak District is a place of outstanding natural beauty. It is just 5 miles from the Sheffield city centre. A short break or longer holiday will allow you to explore some of England's most spectacular scenery, and in the towns, villages and hamlets, amongst the prettiest in the country, you will find a warm and genuine welcome wherever you go. Every taste is catered for, and many exciting activities are available. Here are some highlights of the most popular places to visit. For the most active people, the following areas offer you excellent opportunities for walking, strolling, rock climbing, caving, cycling, and hang gliding. The first place I'd like to introduce you to is Bakewell. This beautiful little town is renowned for a certain local delicacy, the famous Bakewell pudding. It's very delicious. And steeped in history, Bakewell's oldest building dates back to Henry VIII's reign. Just south of the town is the medieval Haddon Hall, a magnificent Tudor manor house, complete with gardens, heralded as the most romantic in England. On Sheffield's doorstep lies the Palace of the Peak. Chatsworth is quite possibly the UK's most stunning country house, and a must-see for any visitor. The magnificent ground alone, with their formal gardens, fountains, and maze, are worth a visit. At the heart of the Peak District lies the Peak District National Park, the first of Britain's national parks, established in 1951 to safeguard and preserve this beautiful region, not only for future generations, but also for visitors to enjoy in the present. Whether you're exploring, getting out in the great outdoors, or simply relaxing, experience the Peak District and the Peak District National Park. You will be taking home wonderful memories.
A regular train service from Sheffield travels through the scenic Hope Valley, home to the charming villages of Hathersage, Edhill and Castleton. Hathersage is the final resting place of Little John, while Edhill marks the official start of the Pennine Way. Castleton has some of the greatest show caverns in Europe and the only surviving Norman keep in Derbyshire. The most famous cavern is Blue John Cavern. The natural water-worn caverns are home to 8 of the 14 known varieties of stunning blue Joan stone, which can be seen in its natural state among stalactites and stalagmites.
Now, look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 16 to 20.
Further south, the craggly gritstone edges and limestone valleys of the Derbyshire Dales offer endless opportunities for walking and cycling. Please be aware that all children must be accompanied by an adult. There, many charming villages and larger market towns are famous for specialist shops offering everything from handmade chocolates and ceramics to antiques, designer clothing, and equipment to tackle the great outdoors. You could pick up some wonderful souvenirs for your friends. Perhaps the most magnificent and certainly the best-known stately home in England, Chatsworth, is home to a private art collection which represents 4,000 years of European culture and craftsmanship, from ancient Greece to modern works by British artists. Everything about Chatsworth is on an impressive scale, from the sumptuous interiors to the breathtaking gardens and the 1,000-acre Capability Brown designed estate is one of the most beautiful and historic man-made landscapes in Britain. The last resort I hope to recommend you is the beautiful village of Eyam, where there is a tragic tale. In 1665, a tailor in this small village received some cloth ridden with infected fleas from London. The village decided to quarantine itself, but a third of the villagers died. That is known as the famous Plague Village. There are several reminders of this dramatic event, and Eyam Hall tells a vivid story of those fearful months. Eyam Hall is a small but charming 17th century manor house with a cafe and craft workshops in the centre of Eyam. It has been over 50 years since Britain's first national park was established in 1951. Every year, lots of visitors from all over the world come here to relax and enjoy the natural beauty. So if you feel tired, bored about your work, study, or even the city life, why not visit the Peak District? You will find what you need there.
This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. In this section, you will hear a talk between a student and a professor. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 23. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 23. Good afternoon, Professor George.
Good afternoon, Harper. Let's talk about your essay draft, okay?
Yes. Actually, Professor George, I just decided to change my essay topic to energy crisis.
Oh, I don't think you need to change the topic. You know, environmental protection is much better than that one.
Oh, really? I'm glad to hear that. In your mind, that's a good work?
Yes, I think so, but there is still lots of work that needs to be done.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm just very anxious to hear what you think of it.
Well, the first one. Which research methods will you take?
I'd like to use a questionnaire.
I don't think that's a good choice.
Why?
Because you will have lots of research data to check. That will be a huge work.
Yeah, I think you're right.
How about an interview?
OK, I will think about it. Professor George, I think I have a problem with the timetable.
You mean the deadline?
Yes, I'm afraid I can't hand in my work before the essay deadline.
Why?
You know, I have to spend a lot of time on my part-time job.
Harper, I don't think you've given me a good reason. You know, I can't postpone your deadline, except if you get an illness.
But Professor George,
This is our rule. I hope you can cope well with your timetable, okay?
OK. Now look at questions 24 to 30. Now listen to the tape and answer the questions 24 to 30.
Harper, generally speaking, your essay is good work, but I'm worried about some parts.
Yes, could you give me some suggestions about my work?
Well, let's start with the purpose. I think it is not bad. You represent your idea and the reason for this work, but...
What should I do?
It's better for you to make them clearly. I mean to strengthen them.
OK. The purpose needs to be stronger. Oh, and what's your opinion about the structure?
I think your structure is very clear. I do really say, well done and go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'm so glad to hear that.
That's okay.
How about other problems with my essay?
How do you think your personal experiences as a background affects your work?
Oh, it is just my question. I'm not sure whether I should write them.
I can see why you put it here, but it really isn't relevant to your arguments. My advice on this is that you take them out.
I think you're right. Anything else?
No, just go ahead.
Yes. How about other requirements, such as format or something like that?
Well, let me see. Oh, yes. Your way of handing it in.
I heard we must send our essays to you by email. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Before your deadline, let me check. It is Oh, here. It is on Friday, the 30th of October.
Right. I will hand in my essay on time.
Good. And you have to print your work by laser printer.
Why?
We will store all of our students' work, so good quality is very important.
OK. Oh, Professor George, should I do the proofreading before handing in my essay?
Yes, proofreading is necessary. You should check your grammar or spelling or format before handing in your work.
OK.
And your references. You must make your references clearly, and that's very important.
OK, I know. Thanks very much for your help, Professor George.
A pleasure. How about your presentation?
This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecture about British media. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
The United Kingdom has one of the world's oldest established newspaper industries. In the late 18th and early 19th century, as the British economy began to industrialise, as literacy levels rose through the introduction of mass education, more and more newspapers began to appear. The Times, which first appeared in 1785, is the United Kingdom's oldest daily newspaper, while the Observer, which is still published every Sunday, began publishing in 1791, making it the world's oldest national newspaper. The different main British newspapers, the Times, the Observer, the Guardian, still suggest that the function of the paper is to offer the electorate objective reports about what is happening in the country. The function of supervising the government is one of the reasons why a free press is considered so important to the functioning of parliamentary democracy. Besides politicians, businessmen paid more attention to the power of the press. They used press to push their products and services to potential customers. So, the advertising business was born. In Britain, most advertising is carried in newspapers. Companies use the press to sell products. People use the press to look for a job or to buy a house. All the British media must follow advertising codes, which ensure that advertisements are legal, honest, and truthful, have a sense of responsibility for consumer and society, and respect the principles of fair competition. British newspaper culture is unusual in the extent to which class and educational differences are reflected in the newspapers people read. In other developed countries like Japan and the United States, newspaper reading is a habit of mainly middle class. However, in Britain, the lower classes are also regular readers. There are more than 1,500 different newspapers which cater for a wide range of political to educational views. Britain has one of the highest levels of newspaper sales per head of population in the world. Although most newspapers are financially independent of political parties, they also express some political views. The quality press not only publishes most serious and in-depth articles of particular political and social issues, but also expresses reviews about high culture for readers with well-educated and within the middle class. The most left-wing of these newspapers is The Guardian. You will often hear people on TV or in daily life refer to Guardian readers. This is a kind of shorthand to suggest someone who is left-wing and liberal in their politics, and interested in society and social issues, such as will be soft on crime or quite feminist and interested in green politics. The other category of national newspapers is the tabloids, which people usually call the gutter press. It often carries some scandals about famous people, whether in politics, entertainment, or sport, etc. The stories are short, easy to read, and usually rely more on opinion than fact. One feature of the tabloid press, which has become a national institution, is the page 3 girl, a picture each day of pretty, scantily clad young women. The broadcast media, television and radio, are tremendously important to British national life. According to Record, British people spend 4 to 5 hours a day watching TV. Whether you are working, chatting with friends or family, conversations will usually be about programs that were watched the evening before. Even newspapers also carry reviews of programs which are being broadcast. If a person does not participate in television viewing, he or she usually is looked as out. News, entertainment and sport are British people favourites. However, drama, comedy and game programs fall in and out of favour. British has 2 long-running soap operas. The oldest and most popular soap show was located in the northern city of Manchester in the 1960s. Compared with American soap operas, British soaps present gritty and realistic accounts of the everyday life of Britons. They are of very high quality and are popular abroad, whether in New Zealand or Canada. You can keep up with your favourite characters. Daily news and weather forecasts are also popular viewing. British newscasts are famous for the quality of their reporting. While there are many channels for audiences, so an interesting phenomenon appears. During particularly popular programs, the national utility companies have to make special preparations because, during commercial breaks, a surge of demand for electricity is created when millions of British viewers rush out of the sitting room to make a cup of tea. The British Broadcasting Corporation, more familiarly known as the BBC or even the Beep, is Britain's main public service broadcaster. It began in 1927 as a public service radio station and later moved into TV. The BBC has 2 channels. BBC One specialises in shows with broad appeal, such as sport, entertainment, drama, kids shows and current affairs. BBC Two caters for special interest audiences, and so broadcasts documentaries and shows aimed at particular social groups, such as the elderly, handicapped, homosexuals, and so on. The BBC is funded by licence fees, and viewers must buy a licence each year for their TV set. The BBC is no longer just about TV shows. Nowadays, it is a multimedia business with wide publishing and educational interests.
This is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. This is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Test 6.
You will hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions and you will have a chance to check your work after each section. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. Write all your answers on the listening question booklet. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers from the question booklet to an answer sheet. You should be prepared to do this with the practices. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. In this section, you will hear a series of telephone conversations between an overseas student and some people involved in turn. He wants to confirm some information for an international conference on computing technology. First, you will have some time to look at questions 1 to 10. You will see that there is an example which has been done for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to this will be played first.
New South Wales University, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can you put me through to the School of Computing Technology, please?
Certainly.
The operator responds, New South Wales University, so New South Wales is provided in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer questions as you listen because you will not hear the recording a second time. Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
New South Wales University, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can you put me through to the School of Computing Technology, please?
Certainly. School of Computing Technology, Professor Dorfman's office.
Oh, good morning. I was wondering if you could give me some information about the forthcoming Computing Technology 25th Conference. Dates, enrolment procedures, cost, that sort of thing.
Certainly.
When exactly is the conference?
Well, the conference runs for 4 days from the 15th to the 18th of September.
15th to 18th September. Oh, good. I'll still be here then, and, where exactly is it being held? Is it at the university as in previous years?
No, it's actually being held at the Pacific Hotel. We've rather outgrown the university conference facilities, so we've opted for this new venue.
Right, Paradise Hotel.
No, Pacific Hotel.
Oh, right. And presumably we can get accommodation at the hotel.
Yes, but you'll need to contact them directly to arrange that. I'll give you the number for hotel reservations. Have you got a pen ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's area code 07 and then 9444 1233.
079 444 1233. And what's the registration fee?
Individual fees are $360 for the 4 days or $100 a day if you only wanted to attend for 1 day.
Are there any student concessions?
Oh, sure. There's a 50% concession for students, and that's $180 for the 4 days or $50 a day.
And am I too late to offer to give a talk?
Oh, I'm pretty sure you've missed the deadline for that.
Oh, really? but I've only just arrived here in Australia. Is there any way I could have a paper accepted?
Well, you'd need to talk to Professor Dorfman. He's the person organising the conference this year. I can put you through if you'd like.
Oh, yes, please. That'd be great. Oh, and can I just check the spelling of his name? Is that Dorfman?
Yes, that's correct.
Before the conversation continues, you will have another chance to look at questions 6 to 10. Listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10. Professor Dorfman speaking. Oh, hello. My name's John Helston. I'm a computing technology student at London University. I'm here in Australia for 3 months, looking at educational application of computing and information technology. Right. I'm interested in giving a talk on my research at the conference, but I believe I may have missed the deadline. Well, strictly speaking, you have. The closing date was last Friday. Oh, no. But we may be able to include your paper if it fits into our programme. But you'll have to be quick. OK, what do I need to do? Send me an outline of your talk and make sure you include an interesting title for the talk. Something to attract the delegates' attention. OK, interesting title. Right. The outline should be no more than 300 words, though. Right. I should be able to keep it down to 300 words, but would 400 be OK? No, not really, because we have to print it in the proceedings, and we just don't have the space. Sure, I understand. And also, can you send me a short CV? The usual stuff, name, age, qualifications, that sort of thing. Right, include a brief CV. Actually, you can email it to me. That'd be quicker. Sure, what's your email address? Well, the best thing would be to send it to the Conference Administrative Officer. The address is admin in lowercase, you know, in small letters. Right. So, that's admin@anuconf.edu.au. Right, I'll do that straight away. Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. OK, well, we hope to see you in October then. That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a guide talk about cooking ginger on the radio broadcast. As you listen, answer questions 11 to 20. First, you will have some time to look at questions 11 to 20. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14. Hello and welcome to Cooking Corners. And this week we're looking at the most versatile and aromatic of plants. A fairly recent addition to the list of Australian agricultural produce, but nevertheless a great favourite today. Ginger. And in the studio to tell us all about it is Jennifer Johnson.
Ginger is one of my personal favourite spices, and I've got a number of wonderful recipes to share with you later on in the programme. So, what is ginger? Well, actually, it's a spicy-tasting root with an aromatic flavour. It's related to the bamboo family and has 100 different uses in the kitchen. The Chinese have cultivated it for years, particularly to use in medicine, though you are probably more familiar with its culinary uses. But first, let's take a brief look at its history before we look at how it can be used, because it has a very interesting history. Ginger originated in the southern provinces of China and in India, where it had been used in medicine and food for over 5,000 years. The early traders who came upon the plant took it to many parts of the world, such as Nigeria, the West Indies, Central America, East Africa, and even Indonesia. Ginger became extremely popular because of its exotic aromatic properties and was highly valued by spice traders in the 17th and 18th centuries because they were able to sell it back in Europe for a very good price. Although Australia is now the largest producer of ginger in the world, it wasn't grown in Australia until the early 20th century.
Before Jennifer goes on to explain the history of ginger planting in Australia, you will have another chance to look at questions 15 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the talk and answer questions 15 to 20.
Apparently, some pieces of raw ginger found their way to an area about 100 kilometres north of Brisbane in Queensland earlier this century. The comparatively high rainfall and humidity in this area produced conditions which are perfect for growing ginger, so it became well established. But in the early days, the relatively high cost of production placed it as a disadvantage in the market by comparison with the much cheaper ginger produced by other countries with lower production costs. Then, in 1941, the supply of ginger to Australia started to run out. Remember, this was in the middle of the Second World War, when everything was in short supply. This provided a perfect opportunity for the Queensland growers to expand their production and sales. 5 local farmers got together and formed a cooperative association in a place called Buderim. They started with only £25 between them. That was in the days when Australian currency was pounds, not dollars. So they set up the company with 2 wooden vats and 14 tons of raw ginger. But they went on to become the most successful ginger farmers in the world. In fact, nearly all the world's ginger now comes from the Buderim ginger factory in Queensland. 40% of the production is used in Australia, and the remaining 60% is exported overseas to places like Europe, North America, South Africa, and even to Asia, where it originated in the first place. So now, let's move on to look at ways of using ginger in the kitchen.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear an interview about global warming. As you listen, answer questions 21 to 30. First, you will have some time to look at questions 21 to 30. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Dr. Parkinson, global warming was the threat of the 1980s, but it seems to have fizzled out of people's minds. Why do you think that is?
Yes, in a way you're right. I think scientists have become occupied with the task of trying to find out whether it really is happening and, if so, whether it's caused by human activities.
A greenhouse effect is, after all, a natural phenomenon.
Yes, as we know, naturally occurring gases float above us, acting as insulators that prevent heat being radiated into space.
And the fear is that the insulation might get thicker.
Yes, and because of this, the Earth might get warmer.
The latest prediction we've heard is that the temperature will increase by about 1/3 of a degree every 10 years. What are your feelings?
Well, this prediction is difficult to make. You see, the global climate is the result of a web of influences. Who is to say that a simple action, such as adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, will not have several effects which might even cancel each other out?
And I understand that the prediction is hard to verify whatever.
Precisely.
Why is that?
Because the Earth's temperature surges and subsides naturally. In fact, the best way of detecting global temperature change is to measure the temperature of the oceans as accurately as possible.
And this avoids the sort of seasonal fluctuations of the temperature of land mass.
Yes, in fact, an understanding of the oceans is crucial to understanding how the global climate works. The ocean transports heat around the globe. It's like a great reservoir of heat. A tiny change in sea surface temperature denotes a huge change in the amount of heat it is storing. Before Parkinson goes on to explain, you will have another chance to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the talk carefully and answer questions 26 to 30.
And now, I understand you are looking at ways of refining this measurement of ocean temperature.
Yes, for a long time we've measured it by placing thermometers in buoys bobbing in the oceans and also when ships draw water through their engines.
It's also been done by satellite, hasn't it?
Yes, but now data from a more promising system is being collected. This is the European Along-Track Scanning Radiometer, or ATSR, a much simpler name. The ATSR orbits the Earth above us.
And what stage are you at with this?
Well, it's been up there 2.5 years now. It's an infrared detector that senses the Earth's temperature with great accuracy, and this is what we need. We have to be able to separate out random changes in temperature.
I believe there are other advantages as well.
There are several. Every few days it covers the entire Earth, so it produces large quantities of data. It measures the temperature from 2 angles, which allows correction for any effects that the intervening atmosphere may be having on its readings. Its field of view has a width of 500 kilometers, and it measures the temperature to 0.3 degrees centigrade.
And it should go on for years?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Parkinson, for talking to us today. And now over to...
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. you will hear an extract from a talk about preventative medicine, especially how students can look after their own health. As you listen, answer questions 31 to 40. First, you will have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Pat Plant, and I'm here to talk to you about preventative medicine in its widest and most personal aspects. In other words, I'm here to tell you how the patients should wrest control of their health away from the practitioners of medicine and take charge of their own medical destiny. I want to talk about staying out of the hands of the doctor. When a patient takes responsibility for her or his own health, and let's decide the patient is male for now, men are in fact more at risk than women anyway. When the patient takes over his own health regime, he must decide what he wants to do. The first thing, of course, is to give up the demon nicotine. Smoking is the worst threat to health, and it's self-inflicted damage. I have colleagues who are reluctant to treat smokers. If you want to stay well, stay off tobacco and smoking in all its manifestations. Our department has recently completed a survey of men's health. We looked at men in different age groups and occupations, and we came up with a disturbing insight. Young men, particularly working-class men, are at considerable risk of premature death because of their lifestyle. As a group, they have high risk factors. They drink too much alcohol, they smoke more heavily than any other group, their diet is frequently heavy in saturated fats, and they don't get enough exercise. We did a smaller survey in which we looked at environmental factors which affect health. I had privately expected to find air or water pollution to be the biggest hazards, and they must not be ignored. However, the effects of the sun emerged as a threat which people simply do not take sufficiently seriously. Please remember that too much sunlight can cause permanent damage. Given this information and the self-destructive things which people, particularly young men, are doing to themselves, one could be excused for feeling very depressed. However, I believe that a well-funded education campaign will help us improve public health standards and will be particularly valuable for young men. I'm an optimist. I see things improving, but only if things that you as students can do to improve your fitness. So now, I'd like to issue a qualification to everything I say. People will still get sick, and they will still need doctors. This advice is just to reduce the incidence of sickness. It would be great if disease was preventable, but it's not. However, we have power. In the late 1980s, the Surgeon General of the United States said that 53% of our illnesses could be avoided by healthy lifestyle choices. I now want to discuss these choices with you. You should try to make keeping fit fun. It's very hard to go out and do exercise by yourself, so it's wise to find a sport that you like and do it with other people. If you swim, you can consider scuba diving or snorkeling. If you jog, try to find a friend to go with. If you walk, choose pretty places to walk or have a reason for walking. Your exercise regime should be a pleasure, not a penance. The university is an excellent place to find other people who share sporting interests with you, and there are many sports teams you can join. This, unfortunately, raises the issue of sports injuries, and different sports have characteristic injuries. As well as accidental injuries, we find repetitive strain injuries occurring in sports where the same motion is frequently performed, like rowing and squash. The parallel in working life is repetitive strain injury, which may be suffered by typists or other people who perform the same action hour after hour, day after day. In this context, therefore, the most important thing to remember before any sport is to warm up adequately. Do stretching exercises and aim at all times to increase your flexibility. Be gentle with yourself and allow time to prepare for the game you have chosen to play. Don't be fooled by the term warm-up, by the way. It's every bit as important to do your warm-up exercises on a hot day as on a cool one. I think one of the recognitions is that all sports can borrow from each other. Many sports programs are now encouraging players to use cross-training techniques, that is, to borrow training techniques from other sports. Boxers have been using cross-training for years, building up stamina by doing road work and weight training, while honing their skills and reflexes. Other sports which require a high level of eye-hand coordination are following this trend, so you see table tennis players running and jogging to improve their performance, and footballers doing flexibility exercises which can help them control the ball better. All of these results are good, but the general sense of well-being is best and is accessible to us all, from trained athletes to people who will never run 100 metres in less than 15 seconds. Good health is not only for those who will achieve athletic greatness.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
That is the end of listening test 6. In the IELTS test, you would now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Listening test 4. You will hear a number of different recordings and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and you will have a chance to check your answers. The recordings will be heard only once. The test is in 4 sections. Record all your answers in your test book, and at the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to a special answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a talk given by a guide to a group of tourists going on a coach tour of the capital cities of Europe. First, you will have some time to look at questions 1 to 8. You will see that there has been an example written for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to the example will be played first.
41, 42, 43, that's everyone. Okay, if you can just bear with me for a moment or two. Hello, everyone. Thanks for getting here on time. We'll get underway directly and make the first leg of our trip. But first, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Jenny Allen, and I'm going to be your tour leader on this trip of European capitals.
The tour leader's first name is Jenny, so the word Jenny has been written in the gap. Now we will begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen to the talk carefully and answer questions 1 to 8.
If you have any problems or difficulties, or if you want to know more about something, then ask me and I'll do my very best to help you. And this is Ray Smith, who is our driver for this tour. And welcome especially to Chadra and Indira. They've just finished their university exams and are celebrating with a tour before going home to India. Now, Eurobus's European Capitals Tour. 5 capitals in 6 days. I gave you our itinerary as you were coming aboard, so let me take you through it. It hasn't changed from the time you booked, I promise, but various things we couldn't put in the brochure have been confirmed now, and I can tell you about them. This is day 1, and we're going to drive from here down the M1 to London, which will be the first of our capitals. We expect to arrive in London at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There will be a break for coffee on the way, probably around 11 a.m. at Northampton. After lunch at 3 o'clock, there's a tour of the sights of London. Buckingham Palace, the Houses of Parliament, Trafalgar Square and so on. At 5 o'clock, we'll book you into your hotel for the night. We have arranged some tea, but we need to leave at 6:30 promptly, please, to get you into the show on time. As we hoped, we're all going to see ABBA the musical. So you can all sing along. We'll be back at the hotel by 11 o'clock, and if you want, you can have a drink or something else to eat then. Day 2. Breakfast is arranged for 7 o'clock. We've booked a full breakfast and the bus will leave at 8:30. We must be on time for this because we've got to book into the Eurostar by 9:30 at the latest, and we can never be sure of the traffic, so we need to give ourselves plenty of time. There's a buffet bar on board Eurostar all the way to Paris, so you can get coffee or snacks or anything during the time it takes to go to Paris, which is our second capital. We should arrive at 10 to 1. We'll go straight to the hotel. By the way, it will be the King George Hotel, not the Victor Hugo Hotel as originally listed. Don't worry, it is actually a much better hotel. The rest of the itinerary in Paris remains the same. Lunch followed by a tour of the city, the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, Notre Dame. You're free for 3 hours after 5 to go wherever you want, and we're booked at 8:30 for dinner at L'Escargot. It has 4 Michelin stars and will be a meal I promise you won't forget.
Before the talk continues, you have some time to read questions 9 and 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 9 and 10.
Now, I appreciate this is a lot to take in, so I won't go through the rest of it in any detail, although you can ask me later if you want. I'll just point to some of the minor changes so they don't surprise you later. Day 3, we'll drive to Brussels. The trip round the chocolate factory is now confirmed. It will be the Leonidas factory. I'm looking forward to that. There won't be a bus tour of Brussels because there are elections on day 3 and large parts of the city will be blocked off. So we've arranged a walking tour instead. If any of you feel that doesn't appeal, then see me and my colleagues in head office will try to arrange something else instead. Day 4 is Luxembourg and there's no change there. Day 5 is Berlin. Day 6 is Amsterdam. Not exactly a capital city, but the biggest Dutch town. We have been successful at getting you into the Van Gogh art exhibition there. I know some of you will enjoy that. Then it is back on the ferry and we hope to be in Wolverhampton by midnight.
That is the end of section 1. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear two students, Debbie and Andrew, talking about a university assignment. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14. Now listen carefully to the discussion and answer questions 11 to 14.
Hi, Andrew. I told Dr. Ball that you were under the weather and he gave me the details of the next assignment so you can get on with it when you're feeling better.
Well, thanks, Debbie. Another essay?
Actually, it's not an essay. We've got to give a presentation to the rest of the group and prepare handouts for them.
We? Is it group work?
It's you, me, Jessica and Mark. It's a business planning exercise. We'll take a hypothetical new business and we'll prepare a business plan for it and then explain it to Dr. Ball. We've got 6 weeks to do it.
So, how do we approach the task?
Dr. Ball suggested we took the idea of running a paramedical training company in the Middle East.
OK. So who's doing what?
Well, we had a chat and we thought you could help Mark. There's quite a bit of medical training in the Middle East, so we can get quite accurate financial costing into this. Mark will do that. He's good at figures.
That's good. I can help. I had a job last summer in an accountant's office and I've got experience with figures. Anyway, what are you and Jessica going to do?
We can do some more research on the smaller companies in the area who do medical training, while you and Mark can concentrate on the bigger firms. Both Jessica and I have good research skills.
You now have some time to read questions 15 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the discussion and answer questions 15 to 20.
Seems you've been busy planning the whole project.
Well, 6 weeks seems like a long time, but we've got some mid-term tests in a fortnight, so I think we'd better get on with this presentation as soon as possible.
You're right. What about arranging when we can meet to check on each other's progress?
Well, that's going to be a bit tricky. Jessica won't be here from next Monday to Saturday, as she's got to have some minor surgery.
Nothing to worry about, I hope.
No, it's just something routine. But Mark will be away at the weekend and won't be back until Tuesday or even Wednesday. His brother's getting married, and he's going to be best man.
That means neither of them will have much time to be working on our project in the next couple of weeks, then?
No, and as we'll all have to be studying for our midterm tests as well, I think you and I will be bearing the brunt of the work in the initial stages, Andrew.
Well, that's fair enough, Debbie. But I hope they'll pull their weight later. I don't want you and I to have to do all the work. We've got to pass these tests too.
You're right, but I don't think Jessica and Mark are the type of people to shirk their responsibilities. Anyway, when are we going to have this meeting?
What about next Wednesday?
Well, Jessica will be fine by then, but Mark isn't sure if he'll be back or not. So what about the following day, to be certain?
Agreed. But where? We all live in different parts of the town. So how about the Student Union Bar?
Don't you think it would be rather noisy?
Not if we meet in the morning. I haven't got any lectures until 2 o'clock.
None of us has. No, wait. Mark has one at 11. But maybe he could miss that this time and copy up the notes. Let's say we'll meet at the bar, but a bit later, at noon.
Good. That's sorted out. Now who's actually going to give the presentation? Jessica has such a quiet voice, and Mark's Scottish accent is difficult to understand.
It's not that strong. Sometimes I can't work out what you're saying, Andrew.
OK, I admit my accent is not that clear. But remember, we have a couple of Japanese students in the group. It wouldn't be fair on them to have to listen to any of us.
We can decide that later. We don't have to worry about that yet. I'll have to rush. I've got a lecture in 10 minutes. So, get well soon.
Thanks, Debbie. We'll be in touch. Bye.
That is the end of section 2. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation between Mrs. Davis and a lady she is interviewing called Gina. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 27. Now listen carefully to the talk and answer questions 21 to 27.
Mrs. Davis, hello. Can I see you for a moment? Gina. Hello. Hello, Mrs. Davis. It's about the job as assistant in the language department. I hope I'm not disturbing you. No, of course not. I was rather thinking you were coming to see me with the others tomorrow. Didn't I make an appointment for you? Yes, but I've got a bit of a problem. I have to go to London tomorrow to meet my father. He's coming over here for a business meeting. I wondered if we could rearrange it. Yes, of course. Right. Now, I got your application form, haven't I? Yes, here we are. Gina Baracco. So, tomorrow's out. How about Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock? Oh, that would be fine. That's perfect. Actually, I'm glad you came in, because there were one or two things our personnel department wasn't sure about when they checked your application, and I can ask you about them now. How do you think you'd manage? I mean, your spoken English is pretty good. How do you think you'd manage the administrative side of things in English? I need to comment on the level of your English. Well, actually, I'm not too worried about that kind of thing. Before I came here, I worked as a clerk in a bank for 2 summers. I'm not a qualified secretary or anything, but I'm fairly organized and I'm good at getting things done. I'm not so sure exactly how good my English is, but then I'll be teaching in Italian, won't I?
Yes. I think your English will be fine, and the department would always welcome a good administrator. Now, tell me about your academic commitments next year. You've applied for a place on the master's scheme, haven't you? How would you fit that in with your work for us?
Well, it's part-time over 2 years, so apart from the reading, which I can do at the weekend and in the evenings, it's about 4 class hours a week. Anyway, I don't know if I'll be accepted on it, although I feel quite excited. I had the interview last Monday with Dr. Marplot, and it went really well. He asked me exactly the questions I wanted.
That's good. Now, the post we're looking to fill is to teach Italian media. In Italian, of course. That involves reading and discussion classes mainly, although you'd be expected to help the undergraduates with their language as well. You can speak to the other assistants about how it works exactly. There is one in each language department. They're mainly Europeans, although I think we've got one Russian too.
You now have some time to look at questions 28 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the conversation and answer questions 28 to 30.
Can I ask something?
Of course.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems for me is going to be money. I get a tiny grant, as you know, and my parents are not rich, so I need to know how much I'd be paid.
Of course. Well, the pay is not great. It works out at £150 a week. But the good thing is, you wouldn't have to pay tax. Oh, and you'd be able to keep your college accommodation if you wanted to. That would be cheaper than living out.
Yes. Oh, that sounds fine.
Well, as you know, I've got to see the other 2 applicants tomorrow. Then it'll take a week or so to discuss everything with Dr. Santini, the head of Italian. I expect we'll know in a couple of weeks, okay? We'll let you all know then.
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Davis.
Not at all, Gina. Thank you.
That is the end of section 3. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a talk by a college principal. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully to the talk and answer questions 31 to 40.
Well, perhaps I can start this evening by welcoming you all to the college. Some of you, of course, I know well already, but the parents are mostly unfamiliar to me. We are very proud to have you here tonight to present the awards for this year's students, but also to celebrate our centenary and to celebrate the achievements of the college over that time. Before we go on to the main business of tonight, the Achievement Awards, I should like to say a few words to remind you why this college has such a unique reputation in this country. Because it is well known for what it is, which is quite simply the best engineering institute in the United Kingdom. This is not just my opinion, which might well be biased. It is based on government figures which consistently show that year after year, we provide the highest levels of education, engineering research, and pastoral care in the UK. As most of you know, this is the college's centenary year, and it is important, I feel, to reflect on the origins of the college. 100 years ago, the traditional industries of this area, weaving, cutlery making, and agriculture, were in sharp decline, and when they went, in came that scourge of the past, unemployment and poverty. Our college was founded in order to provide for some of the poorest but brightest boys of the town and surrounding area a way out of the poverty of the time. It was an immediate success, thanks in no small part to the first generation of teaching staff, including Frank Harris, a future president of the Aeronautics Society, and Dr. Bart Halliday, whose name is surely known to you all as a Nobel Prize laureate and major contributor to the creation of the first atomic bomb. By 1917, the college was turning out 300 highly skilled, highly qualified graduate engineers a year. Former students at this time include Frederick Cantor, who became a researcher at the Atomic Research Station in Minnesota in America, and the painter Lucien Dewdley, R.A., who famously didn't complete his studies because of illness. After the end of hostilities in 1918, the college was formally attached to the Northern University in Colton, and has remained a part of that institution ever since. The achievements of the graduates and staff of the college in the years since then are too numerous to list here, but I must mention the invention of the Bell racing engine, which has been such a powerful force in automotive engineering. These days, the focus of our research has changed to keep pace with the changes in modern technology, and while many of you will know that we are particularly well known for our expertise in bridge-building technology, you may be surprised to hear that none of us has ever actually built a bridge in our lives. These days it is all done by computer models. So, when we worked on the changes of the Millennium Bridge over the Thames, which wobbled so badly, the first we saw of the bridge was when we walked on it after the completion of the changes. In the dozen or so years that I've been principal, that is probably one of my most fulfilling moments. To be able to undertake this work through theoretical modelling rather than trial and error is surely the goal of engineering research.
That is the end of section 4. You will have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. Please stop writing. Listening Test 3. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions, and you will have a chance to check your answers. The recordings will be heard only once. The test is in 4 sections. Record all your answers in your test book, and at the end of the test you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to a special answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a student union representative talking to some new students. First, you will have some time to look at questions 1 to 7. You will see that there has been an example written for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to the example will be played first.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Borchester University. If you'd like to split into small groups of about 10, a guide will take you around the campus. The first thing they'll show you is the most important, where to get food. Okay? Please divide into smaller groups now. The guides are here on the left.
The questionnaire is about food on the campus, so the word food has been written in the gap. Now we will begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen to the talk carefully and answer questions 1 to 7.
Right, 9, 10, that's about right. OK, let's start. As the coordinator said, we'll look at where to eat on campus first. The principal place to buy food is here, the main refectory. As you can see, this is large. It holds about 500 people, so it's very busy. What can you buy here? They always have a good choice. Usual choices are vegetarian, fish, pasta and salad, as well as a main choice menu, including the budget choice. Sometimes they do special menus for a week. Last week it was Chinese food. I remember they had some wonderful choices. Of course, to get the best choice, you need to get here early. The main hall is open from 11:30 to 2:30, but by about 2 the choices are rather reduced. Unless you like chips and pies, that is. The budget menu is always available. What's the cost here? Well, it varies from about £1.50 for the budget meal to £3. It sounds expensive, but if you eat here, you probably won't want to eat so much in the evening as the portions are huge. OK, so much for the refectory. The next place to eat is the cafe near the Arts Building. That's here on the map. This is small, much smaller, with only space for about 50 people. It's also a shop, so it's very busy all day. It's open from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. What can you buy here? Well, really only tea, coffee, hot chocolate and sandwiches. The cost of a meal is about £1.15. One nice thing about here is that you can surf the internet while you eat, absolutely free, as long as you are a customer, of course. There are 6 computers for customers to use. Oh, I said there's a shop too. It sells all the usual things, chocolate, newspapers, sweets, cakes, and bottled drinks. It's very convenient. Another nice place to eat is the bar area in the theatre. Again, this is small, but there's more space than the cafe and no shop, so it tends to be less crowded. It's still quite busy, though, because it's very comfortable with nice chairs. It's open from 10 to 4. What can you get to eat here? Again, it's really only drinks like tea and coffee and toasted sandwiches. The toasted sandwiches here are better, since they also have a garnish, tomatoes and lettuce with them, but the average meal costs more, about £1.30. One problem is that they run out quickly here. You are not likely to find much to eat after about 1:30.
Before the talk continues, you have some time to read questions 8 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 8 to 10.
Well, that's the general information about where you can eat on campus. But you know, those places are not just for eating and drinking. The main refectory has a string quartet of music students playing every Thursday at lunchtime, and on Tuesdays and Fridays, the theatre bar offers lunchtime jazz concerts at 1 o'clock. They're always popular, and the bar fills up by noon, so make sure you get there early. Now, I can see some of you are smoking. This is only allowed in certain areas of the campus and never in the library or eating places. Oh no, sorry, it is allowed in the main refectory, but only in a small section in the corner. There were suggestions that the theatre bar would be a smoking area, but this created quite a debate among students, so a final decision hasn't as yet been made. Thanks for your attention. Now your guide will take you on your tour.
That is the end of section 1. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear two students, Amanda and Barry, discussing the disposal of their household rubbish. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully to the discussion and answer questions 11 to 15.
We really had better sort this waste out. There's quite a lot of it now.
Yes, it's probably worthwhile taking this lot to the recycling centre now. There's at least a full carload.
Yes, but first we need to sort it all out. We won't be able to do that once we arrive there.
OK, so what do we do?
That's easy. We put each type into labelled boxes.
You mean sort them out into different materials?
Yes, that's right.
OK. It seems quite straightforward. What shall we start with? What about the glass?
Good idea. First, let's put all these bottles in.
Yes, but we shouldn't put that milk bottle in. That should go back to the milkman.
Yes, you're right. This is a returnable bottle too. It goes back to the local shop.
This broken mirror can go with the glass, can't it?
Yes, of course. But be careful of your fingers.
OK. What's next?
Paper, I think. We should tie up all those piles of old newspapers and magazines.
What about these yellow telephone books?
I think I remember reading that we shouldn't put those in when I last went there. We had better not. We'll put them in the general rubbish.
And these paperback books?
Oh no, definitely not those. They should be put into the charity container. They can resell those for charity.
There are some old car batteries here. They look heavy. Let's lift them out here.
Be careful, lift them carefully. Don't hurt your back. Bend your knees, not your back. And be careful you don't spill any acid, it will burn you.
It's a pity Britain doesn't have any system to collect these yet. They will just be dumped together with all the general rubbish.
That's terrible. Doesn't anyone do something with them?
Well, if we lived in Germany, Denmark or Sweden, we could recycle them. But not in the UK. At least not yet.
There are bundles of old magazines and newspapers here too. I think we put these in the general rubbish.
No, there's a special container for paper. It's all recycled and they make other products like writing and kitchen paper with it.
Actually, I think you'll find they can't do that with magazines, as it's a different quality paper. They do go with the rest of the household refuse. Oh, look! Plastic bottles. Lots of them.
You now have some time to read questions 18 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the discussion and answer questions 18 to 20.
Well, you know how much cola they had at the party. That's where most of it's from.
Well, all the soft drink bottles can be put together. What about the other plastics here?
Some things have a code. Yes, look here. These two are the same. We just need to look for the code on the plastic. That will tell us where we have to put the bottles.
Any bottle without a code? Well, we'll just have to check when we get there.
There won't be too many. Anyway, they do have a technician to offer advice when you get to the recycling centre.
OK, we've nearly finished. What about this bag of old clothes?
That's easy. The charities take those as they are, and they sort them out. Then they can sell the clothes which are still in a good condition, and they can make a lot of money out of them. The bad ones can be sold as rags. The paper industry takes those.
It's amazing what can be done with things we throw away.
If we don't try to recycle, then the future of the planet...
That is the end of section 2. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a talk given by Mrs. Beverly Evans about the Borchester Hospital Trust. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now listen carefully to the talk and answer questions 21 to 24.
Welcome everyone to this final session of the Borchester Health Authority's Nurses Orientation Programme. We're very pleased to welcome Mrs. Beverly Evans, who is the chairman, or should I say, chairperson, of the Borchester Hospital Trust. All you nurses will know how valuable the work of the Trust is to us, and Beverly is going to bring us up to date with some of the things the Trust has been doing. Beverly.
Thank you, Dr. Groves, for inviting me to talk to this group. I am happy to report to you on our progress over the last few months. Well, I'm sure you'd like me to start with the good news. Most importantly, I can report on the Hospital Trust standards for last year. Well, one rough guide is how happy the public were with our service. I am happy to report that 5,961 letters of appreciation were received by the Trust, whilst there were only 57 letters of complaint. I'm sure that we don't want any letters of complaint at all, but I'm sure you'll feel that this is a good result. On the topic of public relations, we have recently established a visitors' charter to inform the public what standards to expect. These standards are now displayed in all patient areas, for instance on ward notice boards. An area of particular concern is that of patients with special needs. One recent initiative is a policy where all patients who have hearing problems have their records marked with a sympathetic ear symbol. Only with their consent, of course. This will mean that anyone dealing with those whose hearing is impaired will be aware of the problem from the onset. Now, on to general topics. The main entrance is being improved. You've all seen the plans, I'm sure, and you've walked around the building work. Sorry about that. Well, the work actually started a few months ago. I'm very happy to tell you the work is progressing well and is on budget and on time. By next June, we will have a brand new entrance hall, which will be much better than the old one.
You now have some time to read questions 25 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the talk and answer questions 25 to 30.
We've received a few suggestions which would help patients. One interesting one is that staff who can speak another language should wear a badge to show this. Well, we've worked on this and have now identified speakers of Welsh, Urdu and Arabic. Soon these staff will be sent badges to wear to show they are bilingual. We are hoping to add further languages to the scheme very soon, by the autumn at least. Now, fundraising. As you know, our local newspaper is supporting the cancer appeal. The public's response continues to be excellent, and many donations are received every day. Many members of the public have contacted us with fundraising plans. There are a lot of interesting ideas, but one really good one is for an open-air twilight dinner in the local park. But given our weather, I feel that a large tent would be a good precaution. Other more traditional ideas are for sponsored bike rides and sponsored sea swimming. Details of these and the necessary sponsor forms will be available shortly. Lastly, a report on patient feedback within the chemotherapy unit. We undertook a survey 18 months ago, questioning 50 first attenders and 150 re-attenders in the unit. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that all, yes, all of these patients felt they were made welcome and were treated courteously at all times. Nearly all, 96%, felt they had their treatment explained satisfactorily, and 98% found the facilities in the day unit to be very good. A small number of areas need to be improved. One is more car parking, more toilet facilities, and better areas for private discussions. But I'm happy that the survey was so positive.
That is the end of section 3. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear two friends, Anne and Jeff, discussing their completion of a student questionnaire. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully to the talk and answer questions 31 to 40.
So, if you would all be kind enough to fill in these questionnaires before you go, I would be most grateful. I do take your comments very seriously, and if you don't tell me if something doesn't work, then I can't do anything about it, can I? Anyway, take a moment now.
Jeff, you've got to help me with this. I never know what to write for these things.
Well, the beginning is easy enough, Anne. You know what year we're in.
The first year, so that's level 1. OK, I'll underline that.
And the title of the course is An Introduction to the History of the South Pacific.
An introduction to South Pacific history, actually.
And the teacher is Professor Merrick.
And Dr. Smith. She was nice.
I don't remember her. Was that one of the lectures I couldn't attend?
Actually, she did 2 sessions in January, and you had the flu then. Do you remember?
Oh, yes.
But what's the type of teaching? We have lectures and seminars. Should I underline both, or write something in other?
No, a seminar course is one where there are no lectures, just seminar meetings and discussions. The lecture course assumes there'll be some tutorials as well. But it is just considered a lecture course. Underline that.
OK. Now for the hard part. These statements about the course. It's 1 if we disagree, and 4 if we agree, right?
Right. Well, the module is clearly stated aims and objectives. Surely you can give that a 4.
Yes, I agree.
And for number 2, I thought the teaching methods were fine and encouraged me to participate. Give that a 4 too.
You hypocrite! You hardly ever got out of bed for the classes. They certainly didn't encourage you to participate. You should give it a 1 or a 2.
But that was my problem and not his. Professor Merrick is good and he encouraged me. I just didn't respond. He deserves a 4.
OK then. Number 3, the same. Number 4, an up-to-date reading list. Well, I think that's true. I'd give it a 4.
I'm not so sure about that. Every time I went to the library, I could only get old books if I could get anything at all. I say a 2 for that, or even 1.
You're being unfair, Jeff. You were unable to get the books because you left writing the essay until too late, and other students had the books out. Let's compromise and give it 3. What about book provision in the library being adequate? Is number 5. I think I would give that a couple of points, because a lot of books on the reading list only have 1 copy, and with over 100 people on the course, that's not enough. But the reading list itself is good.
OK, but the time on each topic is fine.
Yes, that's a 4, I guess.
For number 7, the feedback question, I think I'd give that a 4 too. He wrote some very helpful comments on my essays.
I thought I'd have liked the opportunity to talk through the ideas in the essay with Professor Merrick at more length. Just an hour or so. A 2, maybe.
I think that would be hard. You said yourself that there are more than 100 students on the course. If he spent an hour with everyone, you work it out. That's 2.5 weeks' work.
Well, a 3 then. Numbers 8 and 9 get 4s. Number 10, adequacy of classroom and facilities.
Now that is a problem. The room's not big enough for so many people, and the chairs don't have those things on the side so you can make notes. What are they called?
Wings. And it is ever so hot in that room with all those people there.
As Professor Merrick says, if we don't complain about it, no one will change the room. In fact, I think you should say exactly what the problems are in the other comments section. Leave out the hot bit. That's just a result of the fact that the room isn't designed for 100 or so people. We should write down our comments, though.
OK, I'll put our 2 complaints on paper.
That is the end of section 4. You will have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. Please stop writing. Listening Test 2. You will hear a number of different recordings, and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions, and you will have a chance to check your answers. The recordings will be heard only once. The test is in 4 sections. Record all your answers in your test book, and at the end of the test you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to a special answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a guide introducing tourists to the Red River Festival. First, you will have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. You will see that there has been an example written for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to the example will be played first.
Now, as I'm sure you know, the Red River Festival, that is the Red River International Music and Arts Festival, to give it its full name, is on while you are here. And I'm sure I speak for all the inhabitants of Red River in inviting you most cordially to attend.
The festival is about arts and music, so answer C has been circled. Now we will begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen to the talk carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
The festival takes place over a long weekend. That is, it starts on the Friday afternoon and runs until Sunday evening. Normally, the festival would take place on the 4th of July, the same day as American Independence Day, but this year we've rescheduled it for the 4th of August. Now, you can buy tickets for this festival either by the day or for the whole festival. The second option is cheaper, although of course not everyone can attend for the whole time. A day's ticket is $10, and it's $25 for the whole festival. That's very good value. If you want tickets, you're advised to get them early, because there are always more visitors than tickets. Space is limited, so buy early. You can get them direct from the festival organizer's headquarters, the festival office, and I'll give you that address later, or you can get them from any of our 3 post offices or one of the many bookshops in the town. Last year, we issued them from tourist advice centers and the town hall, but this year it was decided to limit the number of outlets to cut down on administrative costs.
Before the talk continues, you have some time to read questions 5 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 5 to 10.
The weather is looking good. The forecasters expect it to be one of the hottest and sunniest weekends of the year, so it's perfect for the festival. Although I would remind you to cover up and be aware of the dangers of too much sunshine. If it gets too hot for you, you could always stay inside for some of the indoor events. And of course, you'll be able to get food from sandwiches and snacks to barbecues as well as ethnic fast food from several stands. There will be a bar this year, but after last year, we will only be selling soft drinks, beer, and wine. We have decided not to bother with a spirits license. There won't be any whiskey on sale. So, what's on? Well, I can only give you a flavor of the many attractions we have coming this year. But if I can name one of my personal favorites, you must see Petey's Dozen, a traditional New Orleans jazz band. They were here last year and were so popular that we've invited them back. If you like classical music, we've got a string quartet from Poland, appropriately called Strings, playing classical favorites. We've also got rock bands, a blues band from the UK, a group of traditional Bavarian beer hall singers, and another of my favorites, the Fiddlers, who come from Ireland. Their special brand of folk music is popular all over the world. Moving on then to other attractions in the Red River area. For children, there's lots to do and see, from museums to theme parks.
That is the end of section 1. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a man and a female bank employee talking about getting a loan. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 16. Now listen carefully to the discussion and answer questions 11 to 16.
Good afternoon. County and District Bank Customer Services. Can I help you?
Hello? I need to speak to someone about getting a loan, an overdraft.
Yes. Perhaps I can help you. Do you bank with us, sir?
Yes, my name is Mick O'Drew.
Sorry, sir, your surname is?
O'Drew. Mick O'Drew. But my full name is Michael.
And can I have your account number, please, Mr. O'Drew?
Yes, it's 39261916.
That's fine. Now, I just need to confirm some details for security reasons. What is your address?
It's 24 Kilverton Drive. That's in Chalvey. That's Chalvey. The postcode is SA39ER.
And your telephone number?
0458 88320.
And can you tell me your date of birth, Mr. O'Drew?
Yes, it's 23rd of February 1967.
Thank you. Now, there are some gaps in your file here. I don't seem to have an address for you at work.
No, when I joined your bank, I didn't have a job.
Ah.
But I do now. I work for Calver Engineering. That's in Carbury. The address is 30 Works Yard, Carbury.
Could you repeat that?
Works Yard. WORKSYARD. It's 2 words.
Right. Thank you. Do you have a work telephone number where we can contact you, please?
Yes, it's 0912 79509.
7509?
No, it's 79509.
Oh, right. Thank you. How long have you been there, Mr. O'Drew?
I started in 1998.
Okay, that's fine. And can you tell me your current salary, please?
Well, I'm not sure exactly, but it's about £18,000.
You now have some time to look at questions 17 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the discussion and answer questions 17 to 20.
Now, you would like an overdraft. Do you have any other major debts?
What do you mean?
Well, are you paying a mortgage on your house?
Yes,
How much is that every month?
it's about £450.
I see. And do you have any credit cards or store cards?
Yes, I pay £45 a month in credit card charges. Oh, and about £19 a month for my store card. That's with JH only, the clothes shop.
Do you have any personal loans or hire purchase agreements?
None whatsoever.
Right, well, the loan shouldn't be a problem. I can set it up for you in the morning. I've set your limit at £250, although you can raise this to £300 if you're still having problems. Just give us a ring if you need to.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
That is the end of section 2. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a conversation between two students, David and Maria, about the candidates for an election for student officers. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 23. Now listen carefully to the conversation and answer questions 21 to 23.
Hi, Maria. Have you voted yet?
Oh, hello, David. What did you say?
Have you voted yet? You know, in the student union elections.
Well, no. I mean, they've only just released the names of the final candidates. The first round elections were only held last week.
But I voted already.
Yes, but that's the first round. You know how this works, don't you?
Well, not exactly. I mean, I thought you just voted.
It's pretty simple, but it's made more complicated because this university has 4 colleges, not just one. Each college can have many candidates for each post. These are reduced to a logical number. Then the real voting takes place.
So what did I vote for last week?
That was the first round, like I said. You voted for the candidates for Peterborough College, that's all. There are also candidates from the other 3 colleges.
Oh, I see.
Well, there are 7 positions to apply for in the union, although 2 of those are dealt with later in the year. That's the president and the vice president. Anyway, each college sends 1 candidate on to the second round, so that's 4 in all for each post. In other words, it's 20 candidates. That's quite a lot. It isn't when you think that there are 14,000 students at this college.
No, I suppose not. Can they all vote?
Yes, part-time and full-time students. Everyone. But most don't. Only about a quarter of those eligible to actually bothered.
You now have some time to look at questions 24 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the conversation and answer questions 24 to 30.
So, who are the candidates from our college?
There was a leaflet about it this week. Some of the students stood as candidates for several posts before the final ones were selected. I think Jenny de Groot is standing for Women's Officer. She wanted to be Finance Officer, But Law got that post.
She seems to be more suited to working for the female students here.
Yes, I like her. She's the best person for the job. I'm not sure I'd support Michael McCarthy for his post. He's putting up for entertainments officer.
Doesn't he arrange the Saturday night band for the college? And the sports events? Surely he'd be ideal. He has so much experience.
Maybe. I don't think he chooses the right kind of groups for the college. He's too way out. He's not my choice.
Who's the candidate to be overseas officer?
A Chinese student who's been here for just over a year. She's the president of the Chinese club, and she organises some interesting cultural evenings for them. She seems to be quite capable.
Do you really think so? She's in my seminar group for linguistics. Her English is quite poor, and she's so shy she never mixes with us.
Oh, there are 30 different nationalities here, so she'd need to be more sociable. Perhaps Vikram Patel would have been a better choice.
Yes, I think so. Who did you say was finance officer? Law? Charles Law? He does accountancy, so he should be able to cope with the post. He'd be responsible for a lot of money.
I've always thought he was unreliable. And didn't he fail some of his exams in the first year? Doesn't sound too competent to me.
OK, yes, you're probably right. Who's the other person on the list?
It's Brian McKay.
Oh, McKay. He's quite a character. What position is he standing for?
He wants to be the liaison officer. The person who lets the teaching staff know about any problems the students might have. He's such a sociable person. He'd be a great communicator.
Yes, he's articulate and well organised, but he wouldn't be my first choice. Anyway, they're only the candidates from Peterborough College, so we'll have to wait for the results of the real election next week to see who actually gets each post.
Yes, we can discuss this again.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecturer giving a talk on languages. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully to the talk and answer questions 31 to 40.
Thank you all for coming. Are we all here? Right, well, let's begin. This lecture, as you know, is the third in our course, Introduction to Linguistics. Today, we'll be looking at a variety of different languages, not any one specific one, and we'll be looking especially at languages which can help us understand how both language and languages evolve. Another issue that we will be exploring is the way in which languages have changed over time. These are fairly complex areas and they have proved to be rather difficult to grasp. And there are many different theories, some of which we'll look at today. But first, I want to talk briefly about a few different ways of looking at a language. Now, the language we all speak, English, is what is called a a natural language, like French, German, Greek. What do we mean by that? Well, it's a difficult term to define, because most languages have evolved naturally, except for a very few, such as Esperanto, which was invented in the 19th century. So, I suppose that what we mean by natural is a language which we consider stable, fixed, not constantly changing. Now, as we know, all languages are in fact constantly changing, so it's something of a misnomer. But let's put it another way. Natural languages are considered by us to be permanent. They didn't appear suddenly. They grew up out of other things. Now, I want to contrast these languages with two other kinds of language: Pidgin languages and Creole languages. A Pidgin language is a language which is forced into being by circumstances, usually some sort of situation where two groups meet and don't speak each other's language, and they invent an intermediary language, usually for the purpose of trade or sometimes war. An example is Tok Pisin, which is a pidgin spoken in Papua New Guinea. A Creole language, on the other hand, develops from a pidgin into a full language. This happens when the pidgin starts having native speakers, that is, people whose first language is the pidgin. This happened in the case of the French Creole spoken in New Orleans, for example. Pidgins are found all over the world, especially in areas which are or were once important trade routes: the Caribbean, China, Indian, the Pacific. Basically, pidgins can be identified with one or two important characteristics. They are made up of parts of the two languages spoken by the group that have met, the trading groups or whatever, and they are usually based on a simplified form of one of those languages. That is, their grammar is a less complicated version of the grammar in one language. They use vocabulary from both languages, but there are fewer words, so each word often has more than one meaning. For example, in Tok Pisin, grass belong face means hair or beard. The pronunciation is also made simpler as pidgins lose the complex vowels of the parent languages. Creoles, on the other hand, formed when pidgins are learnt as a first language, are just as complex as so-called natural languages. They are expanded pidgins. There is often a considerable element of politicalization, as the emphasis moves from communication, which to pidgin speakers is most important, to community, which is the mark of a Creole. That is, a Creole is a community who speak a different, marginalized language. They often have to struggle to get their language recognized. As to where pidgins come from, there are basically two theories. The first claims that all pidgins are descended from a medieval trading language, what you might call the first pidgin, called Sabir. This is believed to have been based on Portuguese. It was spread as the Portuguese traders went from place to place.
That is the end of section 4. You will have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. Please stop writing. IELTS Practice Tests Book 1 by James Milton, Bill Blake and Peter Neville. Copyright Express Publishing. All rights reserved. Listening Test 1. You will hear a number of different recordings and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and you will have a chance to check your answers. The recordings will be heard only once. The test is in 4 sections. Record all your answers in your test book and at the end of the test you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to a special answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a policeman giving a talk to some students. First, you will have some time to look at questions 1 to 6. You will see that there has been an example written for you. On this occasion, only the conversation relating to the example will be played first.
And so I'd like to hand you over now to Sergeant Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fogarty. Yes, as you know, my name is Sergeant Jeff Brown. And as Mr. Fogarty has indicated, I'll be speaking to you briefly today about security. About how to make your time at this university safer and more comfortable.
Sergeant Brown is going to speak about safety, so answer B has been circled on the question page. Now we will begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen to the talk carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
I am officially the University Liaison Officer, which means I have a specific brief to act as a go-between for the university and the police, if there are problems, and also to offer an official presence on or around campus and give individuals advice if they need it. Now, my job is very important to me. I take security and reducing the threat of crime on this campus very seriously. Because although I don't actually live on the campus, both my daughters attended this university, and my son is still here. So, I am a local policeman in every respect. I have been the University Liaison Officer for the last 5 years, but I have been in the police force for 15 in all. Now, on to some advice. The first thing I want to stress is that this university is a comparatively safe place to live. We have had no serious crimes here in the 5 years I've been here. In fact, crime of any sort is very rare on the campus. We have good security here, and although there are a lot of staff and students, the security staff, including myself, make an effort to get to know your faces. However, as students, it is of course wise for you to take precautions to protect yourselves against crime when you are off the campus. As I said, the campus itself is really very safe, but there is a large park right behind it, McGowan Fields, and although this is a beautiful place to sit or walk during the day, at night you must be careful. 1 or 2 students have reported unpleasant incidents at night while walking in the park, although it must be said that no major incidents have been reported. Now, There are no areas in town which I advise students to avoid as a general rule. But the town centre is more hazardous than other areas, especially in the evenings on Friday and Saturday. On these days, there is often fighting after people have had too much to drink in the pubs and clubs in the area. There have also been a number of robberies and muggings.
Before the talk continues, you have some time to read questions 7 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 7 to 10.
Well, that was my advice to you. Most of it is common sense. But remember, crime always happens when you least expect it. But there are ways to protect yourself. First of all, the university provides all students with personal alarms. If you are attacked, you can use this to put off your attacker. Secondly, don't take anything with you that cannot easily be replaced, like a passport, or things of sentimental value. Leave jewellery and other valuables in your room when you go out. Always make sure you take something which will identify you, perhaps your student card, or your driving licence. Thirdly, when you are out late at night, come home in twos. It's much safer if you're with a friend than on your own. And obviously, don't have very much money on you. Finally, if you do know you'll be late back and can't use public transport, tell someone else when you expect to be home, and if there's a problem, they can raise the alarm. So, that's about all from me, and I wish you a pleasant and safe stay here. Thank you.
That is the end of section 1. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear two students, Sarah and John, discussing their choices of courses to study. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully to the discussion and answer questions 11 to 15.
Hi, John.
Hello, Sarah. What are you doing in here? Haven't all your exams finished?
Well, yes, they have. But I've got to make my decisions for next year. I still haven't chosen what courses I'm going to do.
That's why I'm here. Why don't we have a look through the brochure together?
That's a good idea. I'm not sure about some of these courses on medieval history.
No. In fact, I'm not sure about the whole second year. I was talking to Peter Lilly the other day. You know, he's just finished the second year, and he was saying that the workload is higher in the second year because you have to read all these medieval documents in Latin. I mean, the first year's been pretty hard, but next year will be worse. There are more assignments in the second year. It goes up to 6 a year for each course, doesn't it?
Yes, but we've got the experience of the first year to build on, so it must get easier. And there isn't so much secondary material in the second year. There aren't so many books about the medieval period.
Don't you believe it. I think this year's going to be hard work.
Well, perhaps I'd better give up my job then.
You're working as well?
Yeah, I've been working in the same place for over a year now. Only part-time, you know, just Saturday mornings in the market. I mean, it doesn't pay much, but it's interesting, and it gives me a bit of extra cash for my textbooks. Anyway, what about these courses? How many do we have to take? I remember Professor Bolt saying something about 4 courses in the second year. Is that right? Or do we have to do a certain number of credits?
Both. We have to select 4 courses, but for some courses there are 2 parts. They count as one course. It's 6 in total because everyone has to do Europe, 1100 to 1500, and Chronicles of the Church. Anyway, when you've chosen your 4 courses, they should add up to 80 credits. Have you got the course brochure there?
Yes. Look, under second year history. There it is.
You now have some time to read questions 16 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the discussion and answer questions 16 to 20.
Right. Yes, look. Most of these courses are 20 credits each, except for the 2 short courses about the Crusades. They're 10 each. Now, medieval society. What do you think?
Well, actually, I think it looks really good. Dr. Smith is okay. And you don't have to buy any books except a study pack. The best thing is there are no special requirements, no Latin or medieval English.
The next one is Development of Technology with Mr. Mills. This is a good one. Peter recommended it. It's all about the way printing developed and early science. In fact, I think I could get a copy of Bouchier's History of Science from him. That means I wouldn't have to buy it.
That does look interesting. And that doesn't have any special requirements either. What's next? Here they are. 10 credits each, the Crusades. You need French to do them. I suppose a lot of the documents are in French.
That's strange, look. There are different teachers for each part. I expect that's why it's 2 modules. Dr. Clare does the first part, but it's Dr. Shaker and Professor Lord for the second one.
So that only leaves Peasants and Kings with Dr. Reeves. Oh, look! You have to know French for this one.
Well, I must say I don't fancy any course that asks you to have Latin. But I think my French is good enough to read original sources.
Yes, mine too. Well, what shall we choose?
That is the end of section 2. You will have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear an interview between Dr. Mullet, a university lecturer, and a student, Fayed. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully to the interview and answer questions 21 to 25.
So, Fayed, you found my office quite easily?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for coming such a long way for the interview. I believe you are from the Middle East. Now, Fayed, I really wanted to speak to you during this interview about 2 things: your exam results and your final year dissertation. Your thesis, your dissertation, that was something quite special. Your personal tutor actually sent me a copy, and I must say that for a third-year undergraduate, it is a very polished piece of work.
Thank you.
Yes, it is very promising. Now, the thing is, your tutor tells me that you weren't all that happy with your exams.
Well, the results aren't out yet, as you know. The first 4 were fine, but in the last 3 I lost my nerve a bit and didn't do so well. I know I didn't do as well as I could. I was worried when I'd handed in my exams.
Right. Well, exams are a bit of a game anyway. We can't all do well on the day. But here, exam results are not everything, as you know. I set great store by other factors in deciding whether we offer you a place on the master's course. Perhaps you could tell me a little about how you became interested in economics.
Yes, of course. Well, I've always been interested in social and economic history, so from a very young age I read about the booms and crashes of the 19th and 20th centuries. I originally applied to study history at university, but when I got there I realized I had the chance to study economics at a high level, so I changed. My mother used to be an economist at the World Bank, so I had her to help me and guide me, although she didn't help me write my final year paper.
No, quite. Now, you're applying for the master's course in the economics of the developing world taught by myself and Dr. Brannigan. Why this particular course?
Well, I've read some of your work on the development of rural banks, and I thought this was a good place to be. I mean, this is my first choice.
Now you have some time to read questions 26 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the interview and answer questions 26 to 30.
And you're not worried about feeling homesick? You are still young and Australia is a very long way from your home. I mean, your English is fine, there are no problems with language or attitude, but the distance from your family may make it hard for you at first.
I've thought about that, but it's a problem wherever I go. If I don't get in here, I'll probably take a place at university in England. That's just as far from home.
I see. And what are your long-term ambitions, Fayed? What do you want to do ultimately with your qualifications and your life?
I want to work in my country. You know there are some problems there, and I want to try to put right some of them in the economic infrastructure.
I see. And this is your last interview, I believe. That gives you 4 weeks before the next term starts. What will you do during your holidays?
Oh, I am going to relax. I was going to work on my English, but in fact I've got a couple of friends in Hamburg, so I think I'll go and stay with them instead, as I've never been to Germany.
I see. Well, Fayed, as you know, I can't give you a decision right away. However, I can tell you that you've made quite an impression with your application, and I think you should not worry too much about the place. My decision will be made tomorrow after I've seen the last candidate, and I'll let you know within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for attending the interview.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear a lecturer give a talk on nutrition. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully to the talk and answer questions 31 to 40.
Now, the topic of today's talk is nutrition, specifically vitamins and minerals. I'll be dealing first with some of the most common misconceptions about them. Then I'm going to talk about what vitamins there are, where they come from, and the quantities we need. We'll have some time at the end of the talk for any questions you may have. OK. Well, vitamins are known to the general public. In fact, the public knows more about them than it does about certain other key aspects of nutrition. One reason for this is that vitamins have been in the public eye for quite a while, at least since the middle of the 20th century, when their importance first became widely recognised. This awareness does mean that the public knows how important vitamins are, even if it doesn't mean that we all eat a healthy diet all the time. However, a problem does arise that is associated with this, which is the number of old wives' tales about vitamins. Usually these fallacies are not dangerous, but they do lead to an unnecessarily high intake of vitamin supplements. For example, it is widely held that high doses of vitamin C will cure colds and flu. I'd like to hit this one on the head. There is no evidence that any vitamin can cure anything. No, I'm afraid you'll just have to let time sort out your cold. And of course, the body can't store vitamin C, so those tablets you take are just an expensive waste of time. Another common belief with no evidence is the idea that vitamin A helps you see in the dark. Actually, there is some truth in this one, because vitamin A is necessary for good vision. But in the dark, in real darkness, nobody can see. And of course, taking too much vitamin A can actually be bad for you. But perhaps the most misleading idea, heavily promoted by certain companies, is that vitamins will make you intelligent. Now, while a healthy diet is essential if you are to make the most of your intelligence, there is no evidence whatsoever that vitamin supplements can make the slightest bit of difference. So what can vitamins do? Or perhaps more accurately, why do we need them? Well, the answer is that we need them for all sorts of reasons. Vitamin A, for example, also called retinol, is essential for good eyesight, especially at night, and to help us fight off infection and illness. We get it from liver, butter, egg yolks, and milk. Vitamin D, as is well known, is used to build strong teeth and bones, but it also helps us absorb calcium. Vitamin D is mainly formed in the skin through the action of sunlight. How much you need depends on different factors such as age and health. Vitamin E, tocopherol, is less well known, but is necessary in maintaining a healthy balance of fats in the body. We need 10 to 12 milligrams every day, and although some people take supplements, you can normally get what you need from a balanced diet. The B complex includes vitamins B1, thiamine, B2, riboflavin, B6, pyridoxine, and B12, cyanocobalamin. It performs many functions, including allowing our bodies to metabolize carbohydrates, forming healthy tissue, and perhaps most importantly, forming red blood cells to prevent pernicious anemia. We need varying amounts of the B complex, and while most of us can get enough from a well-balanced diet, vegetarians may find themselves deficient in B12, which is only found in any noticeable quantity in meat, especially liver. Finally, vitamin C is the one everyone knows. Ascorbic acid, as it's also known, helps fight infection, which perhaps accounts for the myth about preventing colds. It also helps protect against scurvy. We need 30 milligrams a day and can only really get this amount from eating plenty of citrus fruit and fresh vegetables. Now, in a moment I'll be moving on to talk about how we can plan a diet which will supply all our vitamin needs. But before that, I'd like to look at some of the recent advances in our knowledge of the ways vitamin deficiencies can affect us.
That is the end of section 4. You will have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. Please stop writing.
This recording is copyright. IELTS Help Now Listening Practice Tests. Test 9. In the IELTS test, you hear some recordings and you have to answer questions on them. You have time to read the instructions and questions and check your work. All recordings are played only once. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation between two old friends who meet each other by accident. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see that there is an example. This time only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Hello, Frank. How are you?
Wow, John. Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I haven't seen you since we left school. How long ago is that now? It must be 10 years. Or is it 11?
No, it's 9 years now.
So, 9 years, A, is the correct answer. Now we begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as a recording is not played twice. Listen carefully to the conversation and answer questions 1 to 5.
Hello, Frank. How are you?
Wow, John. Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I haven't seen you since we left school. How long ago is that now? It must be 10 years. Or is it 11?
No, it's 9 years now. What are you doing with yourself? You were going to be a doctor, weren't you? Or something medical, like a chiropractor.
Well, I was going to be, but that's not what I did. I started medical school, but I didn't really enjoy it, and the idea of doing it for 5 or 6 years and then continuing to study for years after that didn't really appeal. So I left medical school and went into teacher training college to be a science teacher.
And I thought for all these years that you were earning megabucks as a doctor or working in a pharmaceutical company.
No, just a teacher. I love it though. I'm so glad I did it instead of medicine. And what are you doing, Frank?
After school I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So I travelled for a couple of years around the world.
Great! Where did you go?
Lots of places, but nowhere in Europe. I wanted to travel long distance. First of all, I travelled through India and Nepal. Then I moved into Southeast Asia for a few months. Then I went through Australia and New Zealand. After that, I went to Africa and went around various countries there. After that it was South America, Central America and North America.
How on earth did you afford all that?
I just settled down and worked for a few months in places where I could get a job and save money. Then, when I had enough, I moved on. I wasn't exactly staying in luxurious places though.
And now what? You always wanted to work with computers, didn't you?
Yes, I remember that. However, when I finished all the travelling, I thought of going into travel writing, but it's so competitive. I always fancied journalism as well, so I got into that, and right now I'm working for the local paper.
Did you have to study for that?
Well, some people don't, but I went to college for a year to do a journalism course, and I'm glad I did, as it gave me a bit of a head start, and certainly helped me get my first job.
And are you married and kids, or what?
I married a girl called Liz that I met whilst I was in Australia. We haven't had kids yet, though we're planning on having at least 2 or 3. What about you?
Do you remember Kate, who I dated whilst at school?
Of course, the prettiest girl in the school. You didn't marry her, did you?
Yes, we managed to stay together all through college. She did teaching too, so we were at the same place for 3 years at college. We thought about getting married in our last year at college, but it was all too much, and then we were too busy the year after graduation. So we did it 2 years after we graduated.
Wow, I'm so happy that you guys stayed together. That's great.
Where are you living now?
Oh, in Westley. In the High Street, actually. What about you?
In Westley too. We've got a flat near the secondary school. Obviously then it's easier to get into work.
Before the conversation continues, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10.
Listen, why don't you and Kate come over for dinner sometime?
That's a great idea. When?
How about next Friday?
Can't do Friday, I'm afraid. Both Kate and I have a parent-teacher afternoon on Friday after school, and then we'll have to do the paperwork in the evening.
What about Saturday then?
That would normally be fine, but our babysitter is away that night, and we won't be able to find one at such short notice. Why don't you and Liz come over for dinner at ours, and then we'll be able to look after the kids. You'll be able to meet them too.
OK, let's do that then. Liz will be happy. She won't have to cook.
I'll be doing the cooking when you come round. I love cooking.
So, what time shall we come round? 8 o'clock?
Well, we'll be home around 6:30 that night, as we're going out for the afternoon with the kids. I'd say come at about 7:30.
Are you sure that's long enough to get things ready?
Well, that'll be an hour. I don't need more than that.
And what's your phone number, just in case?
01347 835 825. That's the home number. And the mobile is 07978 290 512. What about you?
I've only got a mobile. It's 07623 963 957.
What was that last bit again?
I'll say it all again. 07623 963 957.
And I'd better give you the address.
Oh yes, that would help.
We live at Flat 3, Evergreen Terrace. It's just past the church, on the right. We've got a postbox opposite us and a doctor's surgery next door.
I should be able to find that.
Anything you don't like to eat?
Well, I hate fish and seafood. And Liz doesn't care much for red meat. She likes white meat, though.
How about chicken?
That should be fine.
Oh, yes. When you arrive, none of the bells are marked for security, and there are 4 buttons. You need to press the bell second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom. OK, got that.
I'll be able to buzz you in, and then come up to the first floor, and the door will be open.
Great. Well, it's so good to see you again, John. I really look forward to seeing you on Saturday and meeting Kate again, and the kids, of course.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to meeting Liz.
See you Saturday, then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That is the end of section 1. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a man giving a short talk to new students about their university sports centre. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14. Now listen carefully to the short talk and answer questions 11 to 14.
Good morning to all you new students here at Wesley University, and thank you for coming to this talk on the Sports Centre. My name is Mr. Mike Finn. Later, I'll take you around the centre on a tour, but right now, I'll just let you know what we have to offer and how you can become a member. We are at present in the main reception of the Sports Centre. Behind me we have the main sports hall where a myriad of different sports take place. We have football, hockey, basketball, badminton, martial arts and netball, to name but a few. We are also planning cricket nets and trampolines in the near future. Aerobics, modern dance and spinning are also held in the main sports hall, and yoga classes are coming soon. There is a large schedule up on the wall behind me detailing when each sport is on. It also gives details of which sports you have to pay extra for in order to join in. Above us, and overlooking the main sports hall, we have our fitness room, which has all the modern weight training machines and aerobic training machines that you could wish for. At present, there are no running machines, as there have been a few accidents with these, and we are waiting for the university to work out its insurance as regards these before we get them back again. Round the back of the main sports hall are our 3 squash courts. These can be reserved at the reception. The one important thing with the squash courts is that you must not wear outdoor or black marking soles on them. You will be fined and suspended from the centre if you do. Next to that, we have the provisional site of the swimming pool. Details of that are posted on the Sports Centre newsletter, which is always available on the notice board. We hope that it won't be too long in coming. Outside the hall, we have playing fields where you can play football, rugby, cricket and hockey. You don't need to be a member of the Sports Centre to enjoy these playing fields, but you might need to join the individual sports clubs. Membership dues for these clubs are not usually very high, and it always includes insurance cover, so don't worry. You won't need to take out a bank loan to join them all.
You now have some time to look at questions 15 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the short talk and answer questions 15 to 20.
Now let me tell you how to become a student member of the Sports Centre. First of all, any student who wishes to be a student member of the Wesley University Sports Centre must be studying a course at the university, part-time or full-time, and be a member of the Students' Union. So if you wish to join, you must bring your NUS card with you before we can process your application. You must come to the Sports Hall reception between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. from Tuesday to Saturday. The membership secretary does not come in on Sundays and Mondays. You must present your NUS card, fill out the application form and pay the subscription. The student subscription for this year is £15. There is usually a joining fee of £5 to join the Sports Centre, but this does not apply to student members. You can pay by cash or cheque, but we don't take credit cards. You used to have to bring 2 passport photos of yourself, but we've gone digital now, so we can take your photo ourselves with our camera at reception. Once you have your Sports Centre membership card, you have the right to use the facilities at any time that we are open. You will need to bring your membership card every time you wish to use the facilities, or you will not be allowed to enter. This is part of our insurance agreement. If you need a replacement card at any time, you will be charged a replacement fee of £5, but you will not need to pay the subscription of £15 again. You may book courts for sports such as squash and badminton, but you may only do this in person, not on the phone, and you will need the membership card number on your membership card, so don't forget that card. We are open 7 days a week, though opening times vary. Monday through to Saturday we are open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday we are open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now, any questions so far?
That is the end of section 2. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 3. Section 3. You will hear a university tutor and his seminar group of 3 students discussing their extended essays. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hello everyone. Welcome back from your winter holidays. I hope you had a good time and didn't work too hard. Well, this semester we will continue our seminars on agriculture. Today, like last semester, we are in the McLeod room, but this will change. Next week we are going to the Hardy room on the 2nd floor, and we will remain there for the duration of the semester. Also, we will have to change the time, as the Hardy room is not available at our usual time of 3 o'clock. So, We'll need to start 1 hour later. Is that okay with everyone?
I've got a problem with that. I have a part-time job in a restaurant in town, and finishing an hour later will stop me being on time.
Well, Maggie, there are other seminar times for this particular subject, but you'll need to get someone to swap with you, as they're all full. Come by my office tomorrow lunchtime, and I'll show you the list. We should find someone willing to change.
What if we can't, though?
You'll have to decide what's more important for you, the degree or the job. You know that attendance is compulsory at the seminars, and you haven't got a very good attendance record anyway.
I'll sort something out, I suppose.
Professor Cameron, when do we find out about the extended essay for this semester?
Today, actually, Guy. We'll look at everything in a minute.
Thanks.
What about last semester's extended essay?
Well, Monica, all your extended essays are now with the external examiner, getting their second assessment. I completed the marking in early January, and the external examiner should get them back to me by mid-February.
Mid-February? For 3 essays?
It's not just your essays, Maggie. There are 3 of you in this seminar group, but I have 5 other seminar groups on this subject in your year, and they have 4 students in each. That makes 19 extended essays that I and the external examiner have to mark.
How did we do, Prof?
With one notable exception, the essays were of a pretty good standard. I can't say more than that at this stage, but I was very happy.
You now have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the discussion and answer questions 26 to 30.
So, moving on to talk about the extended essay. What do you want to know about it?
First of all, what do we have to write about?
Next week, I'll bring in a list of titles which will relate to the first 10 seminars that we have this semester. You have to choose one title from 10 titles on offer, but you might want to think about choosing from the first 5, so that you'll have more post-seminar time to prepare.
What about the deadline?
I'm afraid it's not the 26th of May, as we advertised at the start of the academic year, as that's a bank holiday. It's now the next day, the 27th. No extensions. We won't accept the 28th.
Can we let you see our work before we hand it in?
Yes, though we have a deadline for that too, in order to encourage you to get organised and started early. So, we will continue to look at drafts until the last day of April, and then after that, you're on your own to produce your final product.
What's the word limit, Professor?
We want to have an upper and lower limit, so we've set the lower limit of 3,000 words and the upper one of 3,500. You'll have to be in that range.
Will we need to do any research for the essay?
I'm not really supposed to give you any details of the questions yet, but yes, there is a research component for all the questions.
Will the research be survey-based, or done on the farm or in greenhouses?
The research that we want you to do will be practical work with plants, so it will be down at the university facilities, either at the university farm or the greenhouses, as you said.
What type of plants will we be studying?
The type of plant that you do your research on will depend on the question you choose, and I can't tell you any more about the questions yet.
Will we have any help with the growing procedures?
A little. The farm staff and Dr. Johns will be on hand to help you at the farm, and Rob, down at the greenhouse complex, can assist you with everything down there. Well, that'll do for now. You can hang on until next week to get started. Today we're going to look at...
That is the end of section 3. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 4. Section 4. You will hear part of a further education lecture on marine biology. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 36. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 36.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to another further education lecture on marine biology. Recently we looked at the coelacanth, which people thought had become extinct millions of years ago. Today we are looking at another inhabitant of the deep, which we're pretty sure is extinct, though some people still think it exists. I think most people would hope it's extinct, as we are talking about the largest predator that ever lived on Earth. It is called Carcharodon megalodon, or just the megalodon. Megalodon was an ancient shark that may have been 12 meters long, or even more. There are a few scientists who estimate that it could have been up to 50 or 100 feet, which is 15 or 31 meters long. This is about 3 times as long as the great white shark, but this is only an estimate made from many fossilized teeth and a few fossilized vertebrae that have been found. These giant teeth are the size of a man's hand. No other parts of this ancient shark are found, as shark fossils are extremely rare, because sharks have no bones, only cartilage which does not fossilize well. Their teeth, however, are very hard. They are made of a bone-like material coated with hard enamel, and they fossilise very well, so we can only guess at what it looked like. Since Megalodon's teeth are very similar to the teeth of the great white shark, it is thought that Megalodon may have looked like a huge, streamlined version of the great white shark. Megalodon teeth are similar to those of the great white shark, but are much bigger, thicker, and with finer serrations. Megalodon's jaws could open 6 feet wide and 7 feet high. The jaws were loosely attached by ligaments and muscles to the skull, opening extremely wide in order to swallow enormous objects. It could easily swallow a large great white shark whole. Unlike most sharks, Megalodon's teeth were probably located in rows which rotated into use as they were needed. Most sharks have about 3 to 5 rows of teeth at any time. The front set does most of the work. The first 2 rows are used for obtaining prey. The other rows rotate into place as they are needed. As teeth are lost, broken or worn down, they are replaced by new teeth. Megalodon may have had hundreds of teeth at one time. It did not chew its food like we do, but gulped it down whole in very large chunks. Megalodon's diet probably consisted mostly of whales. Sharks eat about 2% of their body weight each day, which is a bit less than a human being eats. Since most sharks are cold-blooded, they don't have to eat as much proportionally as we eat. It was during the Miocene era that the mammalian order Cetacea, whales, reached its highest diversity and abundance. Almost every known family of toothed and baleen whale is known from the end of the Miocene. Large whale vertebrae and flipper bones have been found with large bite marks made by serrated teeth that match the teeth of Megalodon. From such evidence, paleontologists have surmised a predator-prey relationship of the Megalodon with large whales.
You now have some time to look at questions 37 to 40. Now listen to the rest of the marine biology lecture and answer questions 37 to 40.
Megalodon lived from roughly 25 to 1.6 million years ago, during the Miocene and Pliocene epochs. It is now extinct, but the exact time of its extinction is hotly debated, as some people believe that this enormous shark could still exist today. Almost everyone who has investigated the possible existence of the great Megalodon realises that if it is extinct, it has only recently occurred in the geological record, as close as 10,000 years ago. Zoological history has proved that very large animals can remain hidden from modern science, especially in our planet's underexplored ocean depths. So, if the famous coelacanth, the fish thought to be extinct for 60 million years, can be found alive and well as it was last century, why not push our giant white shark up a mere 10,000? Has Megalodon died out, or has one already appeared? There is a well-known sighting report from Australia. In the year 1918, crayfishmen at Port Stephens refused to go to sea to their regular fishing grounds in the vicinity of Broughton Island for several days. The men had been at work on the deep water fishing grounds when an immense shark of almost unbelievable proportions put in an appearance, attacking pot after pot containing many crayfish, and taking pots, mooring lines and all. On returning unscathed, the men were all unanimous that this shark was something the like of which they had never dreamed of. And bear in mind that these were men who were used to the sea and all sorts of weather and all sorts of sharks as well. They all said the shark was as long as the wharf of their harbour, about 115 feet. They were all familiar with whales, which they had often seen passing at sea, but this was a vast shark. They had seen its terrible head, which was at least as long as the roof on the wharf shed at Nelson's Bay. The sighting was never repeated, and it is impossible to say whether it was a hoax or not. Putting childlike dreaming aside, however, leaves us with the fact that whether or not the huge Megalodon is alive today is debatable only on theoretical grounds. Despite thousands of giant fossilised teeth, no matter how fresh they might be, on this sighting there is not much to go on.
That is the end of section 4. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of listening test 9. In the IELTS test, you would now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. This recording is copyright. IELTS Help Now Listening Practice Tests. Test 8. In the IELTS test, you hear some recordings and you have to answer questions on them. You have time to read the instructions and questions and check your work. All recordings are played only once. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation between a travel agent and a customer discussing a holiday. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5. You will see that there is an example. This time only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm thinking of going away on holiday, but I'm not sure where to go.
Well, sir, we have a range of destinations that we offer. Are you going alone, sir, or with a friend?
With my family, actually.
So how many people is that, sir?
My wife and I, and my young son and daughter. So 4.
So, 4 is the correct answer. Now we begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, as the recording is not played twice. Listen carefully to the conversation and answer questions 1 to 5.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm thinking of going away on holiday, but I'm not sure where to go.
Well, sir, we have a range of destinations that we offer. Are you going alone, sir, or with a friend?
With my family, actually.
So how many people is that, sir?
My wife and I, and my young son and daughter. So 4.
Fine. Now, with a young family, can I assume that you'd like to go somewhere warm?
Oh, yes. A beach holiday. That's what we're looking for.
Right. I'll just take some personal details, sir. First of all, what's your name?
George Collins.
Collins? Is that Collins?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And what about your wife and children?
My wife's name is Jane. My boy's name is Mike, and my little girl is Jennifer.
How old are the children?
Mike's 7, and Jennifer's 4.
Ah, they're quite small then.
Oh yes, we just need a safe little place, a warm climate, a quietish, safe beach, a pool, preferably, and lots of small restaurants and bars near the hotel.
Would you want any creche facilities in the hotel so you and your wife can get away when you want?
No, I work quite hard, and I don't see the kids as often as I want at home, so I am looking forward to spending all my time with them.
And what eating arrangements do you want?
Just half board, please. We'll have breakfast at the hotel, but we'll eat lunch and dinner at a beach cafe. We'd want about 4-star quality for the hotel, by the way.
Right. And what time in the summer are you thinking of taking the holiday?
I finish work on Friday night, on July the 8th, and I'm off for 2 weeks, so I'll need to be back at work on Monday the 25th. I'll need to finish the holiday then on the 24th.
And how long would you want to spend travelling?
Oh, as little as possible, of course, with the little ones. Not more than a couple of hours in the car to get to an airport, and then not more than 4 hours on a plane.
That's fine. You can get to all the nice resorts on the Mediterranean easily in less than 4 hours. Right then, let's show you some brochures.
Before the conversation continues, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 6 to 10.
As I said, sir, most Mediterranean destinations are easily within your preferred flight time. You can choose really between Spain, France, Italy, the old Yugoslavia, Greece or Turkey, as well as the Mediterranean islands.
Wow, what a great choice! What are the different costs involved?
With you wanting a 4-star hotel and pool, some countries will be definitely cheaper than others. Price-wise, Italy and France will be at the top end. Spain, Greece and Turkey will be at the low end.
Greece and Turkey sound great, actually. I've always wanted to go there, and I've seen some beautiful photos.
I think that Greece would suit you better as the flight to Turkey is actually quite long. You're getting towards 5 hours there.
OK, well, Greece is fine.
Of course, with Greece, you have the choice between the islands and the mainland. It's the islands that are famous, of course, but you'll have to get there by boat or take a short connecting flight. Some of the bigger islands are served directly, though, from UK airports.
Well, one of the larger islands sounds best then. What about Cyprus? I've heard that a lot of British people go there.
Yes, it's very popular. The trouble for you with Cyprus, though, is that it's down in the eastern Mediterranean, near Turkey, and the flight is quite long to get there. I was thinking more of Rhodes and Crete.
Let's have a look at those two then.
Here are some brochures. This is the Hotel Tropicana and this is the Palm Hotel. Both of them are in Crete. In Rhodes we have the Ocean Hotel and Hotel Spiros.
Can you tell me a bit about them?
Of course. The Hotel Tropicana is about 1 mile from the beach, and it's a safe walk along a path through some fields to get there. They have a nice pool, which you can see in the photo. There are only a few beach bars and restaurants, though. It's really quiet, away from all the bustle of other tourist destinations. The Palm Hotel is further from the beach, about 2 miles, but it has a minibus service that goes to and from the beach all day. The hotel itself is in quite a busy tourist town that has lots of bars, restaurants and discos. It's great for going out.
I don't know if either of those suit us. We don't want noisy, and we don't want a long way to the beach.
Let's have a look at the Rhodes hotels then. The Ocean Hotel is right on the beach. It's less than 5 minutes usually to get to the beach area from the rooms. The hotel is quite a long way from the main town, and people usually take all their meals in the hotel. The hotel is 4-star though, and we know the food is quite good, as we've been told so by previous holiday makers. Hotel Spiros is a family-run hotel, also quite close to the beach. About 5 or 10 minutes walk. It's in a small village and has a small swimming pool as well. There are a few restaurants scattered around the village, but again, it's not a big tourist village, so there's not much to do.
To be honest, both of those sound fine. We don't want a nightlife, as we won't be able to leave the kids. Something close to the beach, somewhere to eat, and sit in the evening is all we need. I've made some notes. Let me take the brochure with the details of these 2 hotels, and I'll take them back and show my wife and see what she thinks. They both seem just what we want, though.
OK, sir. Come in again when you've decided, or if you want to see some other places.
I will. Thanks very much then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That is the end of section 1. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a man giving an orientation talk to new holiday makers at the Solaris Hotel and Holiday Village. First you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully to the orientation talk and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to your first morning here at the Solaris Hotel and Holiday Village. This little orientation talk this morning will just give you an idea of what to find and expect around the grounds. Let's begin by looking at meals. We have 3 different restaurants, and you are at liberty to eat at any of them. They are the Harvest Restaurant, the Dean Restaurant, and the Mekong Restaurant. Let's begin with breakfast. Breakfast is only served in the Harvest Restaurant. The other 2 restaurants are only open for lunch and dinner. Breakfast is served between 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. 7 days a week. There are English, American and continental style breakfasts on offer. For lunch and dinner, all the restaurants have the same opening hours to make things easier for you. Lunch is served from 12 noon to 2:30 p.m. and dinner is served from 7 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. The menus are the same for lunch and dinner, though look at the blackboards displayed in the restaurants for any specials that they are serving for any particular meal. The style of food is different in each of the restaurants. The Harvest serves traditional English food, though with plenty of the foreign dishes which are popular in the UK, such as curry and spaghetti. The Dean specialises in fish and seafood, and the Mekong offers you a selection of dishes from the Far East. Not just from Vietnam, as the name suggests, but Chinese, Thai, Malay and others. You don't have to pay in any of the restaurants unless an extra supplement is needed for some of the specials. All soft drinks are also free, though we charge for alcoholic drinks. You can choose to pay any bill that you may incur at the end of the meal itself, or you can put it on your main bill, which you can pay when you leave at the end of your holiday. There is also a bar menu in the main bar, which serves pretty good pub food, and if you have any late-night munchies, there is a takeaway open until 2:30 a.m. which sells fast food. Good for those of you who are returning in the early hours from a disco or club.
You now have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen to the rest of the orientation talk and answer questions 16 to 20.
Now let's look at some of the things that you can do here during your stay with us. Of course, we have our main beach, which is popular with everyone. There is also an adult beach, which is prohibited to anyone less than 17 years of age. This allows those of you without children to get some peace and quiet on the beach. The main beach has 2 lifeguards on duty from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The adult beach has no lifeguards. If you don't like sand and salt, we have a decked area in front of the Harvest restaurant with our 25-metre swimming pool. You can lie here on a sun lounger and swim in the pool with no sand to bother you. There are steps from the pool area to the beach, so you can go between the two, but if you're coming up from the beach, please walk through the foot pool so that the sand gets washed off and doesn't lie around the pool area. There are also fresh water showers available on the beach and in the pool area. As for sports, we have 8 tennis courts and 3 squash courts, which can be booked at any time. There is a fully equipped gym with staff on duty to help you. No one under 18 years of age may use the gym though. We also have 6 full-sized snooker tables and 5 pool tables in the games room adjoining the bar. There is no charge for use of any of these facilities, though there is a small charge if you need to hire any sports gear. Again, you can pay immediately or put the charges on your main bill. There are also water skiing and jet skis available, but there are charges for these. Go to the water sports office for details. All the water sports, such as snorkeling, inflatables and pedalos, are free. Ask for all details again at the water sports office. There is a library in the hotel which supplies books, magazines and newspapers. It has certain terms and conditions of use which you would be able to find on the notice board in the library. We also have 2 cinemas which show 3 different films every day. The showings are in the afternoons at 2 p.m, the early evening at 5:30 p.m, and at night at 8:30 p.m. The afternoon and early evening showings always have a film for kids. Children under the age of 16 are not permitted to attend the 8:30 presentations. Well, that's all for now. Are there any questions?
That is the end of section 2. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear 2 students giving a presentation to a seminar group at their university. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 26. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 26.
Good morning all. Glad to see you're all on time today. This morning we're going to hear Jamie and Rebecca give their presentation on some aspect of demographics. They've talked to me about it a bit while researching it, but I don't want to give the game away, so I'll hand straight over to them.
Hi everyone. As Dr. Rees said, Rebecca and I are going to give our demographics presentation. Both Rebecca and I also study languages, so we decided to look at the world's different languages and the ones that are the most important, both now and in the future. Rebecca's going to start off.
Okay, everyone. Who knows what the world's most spoken language is?
I thought it was English, isn't it?
Well, it's an ambiguous question. If you just look at how many individual speakers there are around the world, then the answer is Mandarin Chinese, with 836 million speakers. English was second until a few years ago, but it has since been overtaken by Hindi, with 333 million speakers, and Spanish, with 332 million speakers. Now English is after Spanish, with 322 million speakers.
Oh yes, South America. I didn't think of that.
Yes, it's easy to forget. You can look at Rebecca's question, though, in a different way if you look at the number of countries that use English. English is a massive 115, ahead of French, Arabic and Spanish, with 35, 24 and 20 countries respectively.
English has different statuses around the world. Core countries are where English has a full official status, like England, the US and Australia. In outer core countries, English has some official status, as in India, and then there are fringe countries, such as Japan and the UAE, where it's used a lot in business and tourism.
A more important list is the world's most influential languages. This was compiled by weighing 6 factors, which were the number of primary speakers, the number of secondary speakers, the number and population of the countries where the languages are used, the number of major fields using the language internationally, the economic power of countries using the languages, and socio-literary prestige.
And the list shows the following in order of the most influential: English, French, Spanish, Russian, Arabic, Chinese, German, Japanese, Portuguese and Hindi.
You now have some time to look at questions 27 to 30. Now listen to the rest of the presentation and answer questions 27 to 30.
How up to date are these figures?
Fairly. They came out just last year. But the picture is changing very rapidly in terms of influential languages. There are certain large countries which are about to emerge on the world stage, and their economies are starting to influence the world balance of power.
The largest countries that for various reasons are beginning to shift world economic power are China, Russia, India and Brazil. The sizes of the populations, along with the cheap labour and raw material prices which are available in these countries, are causing this shift. As a result, every year the demand for people knowing the languages of these countries is growing enormously.
In addition, the demand for teachers and English language training is also enormously increasing. Western teachers are going to the countries and their nationals are coming over here. As well as business, the education sector is getting a huge boost from the opening up of these economies.
So, will China be the major powerhouse, as everyone says?
Definitely, but maybe not the biggest. Many experts predict that India's population will soon surpass China's. Bangladesh's population could too. It all points to world economic power being held in Asia, though.
English will probably remain important, though. Chinese is difficult to learn, and English also has some official status in India. English is easy to learn and has the advantage, for better or worse, of being the language that everyone wants to learn. That won't change in a hurry.
How many people learn English then?
The number of spoken languages nowadays is estimated between 2,500 and 7,000. Out of all these languages, the numbers of those actually studied by non-native speakers is tiny. There are no official records of numbers studying English worldwide, but today you can safely say that there are not many countries with a structured program of education where English is not taught. It will take a long time for this habit to be broken. At the moment, it's getting stronger.
That is the end of section 3. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear part of a humanities lecture on mad cow disease. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 35. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 35.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this humanities lecture. Today we're going to continue our look at the modern diseases that afflict society. We're going to look at quite a famous but rare disease. The popular name for this disease is mad cow disease. It's been so named because it's most often found in the brains of cattle. It attacks the nervous functions of the brain and leads to unusual behavior by the cattle. Thus, we familiarly say that the cow is therefore mad, and hence, mad cow disease. Mad cow disease is the commonly used name, but its medical title is bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or BSE. It's a slowly progressive, degenerative, fatal disease affecting the nervous system of adult cattle. The exact form of BSE is not known, but it's generally accepted by the scientific community that the likely cause is an infectious form of a type of protein known as a prion. This protein develops abnormalities and apparently seems to encourage other proteins to become similarly misshapen, affecting their ability to function. In cattle with BSE, these abnormal prions initially occur in the small intestines, tonsils, and central nervous tissues. There is a similar disease to BSE called Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD, that's found in people. A variant form of CJD is believed to be caused by eating contaminated beef products from BSE-affected cattle. The abnormal prions in infected cattle products are consumed by humans as they are resistant to common food disinfection treatments such as heat. The disorder is rare, occurring in about 1 out of 1 million people. To date, there have been 155 confirmed and probable cases of CJD worldwide, among the hundreds and thousands of people that may have consumed BSE-contaminated beef products. Most of the cases have occurred in the UK. The one US case was in a young woman who contracted the disease while residing in the UK and developed symptoms after moving to the US.
You now have some time to look at questions 36 to 40. Now listen to the rest of the lecture and answer questions 36 to 40.
CJD is a disorder involving rapid decrease of mental function and movement. As with BSE in cattle, these abnormalities are believed to be caused by damage done to the brain by prions, though it has been proved that in rare cases it can be genetically inherited. CJD tends to affect younger people, beginning between the ages of 20 and 70, with average age at onset of symptoms in the late 50s. Early symptoms include personality changes and difficulty with coordination. Once symptoms appear, the disorder progresses rapidly and may be confused with other types of dementia such as Alzheimer's disease. CJD, though, is distinguished by extremely rapid progression from onset to symptoms to disability and death. So, how did BSE and CJD come about? We've not read about them in the history books. These appear to be new diseases. BSE was first reported in the United Kingdom. The exact origins of BSE remain uncertain, but it is thought that cattle initially may have become infected when given feed contaminated with scrapie-infected sheep meat and bone meal. Scrapie is a sheep prion disease similar to BSE in cattle. The scientific evidence suggests that the UK BSE outbreak in cattle was then spread by feeding BSE-contaminated cattle protein to calves. Thus, we have created the disease ourselves. Cattle naturally are grazers, feeding on grass. We have given cattle feed derived from sheep, an unnatural food for cattle. We have compounded our mistake by also feeding young cattle with feed derived from older cattle, making them cannibals. There is a kind of horror associated with it when we look at it like this. There is also a kind of poetic justice that the disease is passed down to us as we consume the animals that we have infected. Moving on now. Are there any questions with what I've said so far?
That is the end of section 4. You will now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of listening test 8. In the IELTS test, you would now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.